Good evening and welcome to the Cheese Room Deadline Day show. I will admit, we started 10 minutes ago, but I hadn't pressed go.
Wasn't my fault.
I am your host, John. I can hear myself in my ears. Can anyone else hear that?
No, we can hear you loud and clear.
One second. I had it on myself. Sorry about that. You may have been expecting Shan. Unfortunately, Shan got a bit giddy from way too much house hunting last week and is now poorly, bless her. So we've had to make a few changes. I've had to step in at the last minute. So I've co-opted Davo, who's wide awake down in Sydney, Australia, to help me out through this first hour before the General himself, Franco, takes over in an hour's time. Dave, how are you, sir?
I am still like a giddy child waking up on Christmas Day morning, ready to unwrap the presents under the tree. That is Christmas deadline day. Not Christmas, January deadline day.
So before we move on, I must say super chats and stickers are live. Get involved during the broadcast. Reminder, these are the best ways to get your comments aired and they show what's on your mind, and also they really support the channel. We've also got channel membership. You can become a channel member for just £1.99 a month. You can choose a lovely Cheese Room badge to go next to your name or a picture of Sonny, and we'll skate over the baby Nuno that's still there. Patreons. Let's talk about Patreon. We have our Patreon group. It's just £3 a month for you to join, and you get to join our chat group, and we have 24 hours a day. We've got around 80 members on there, people all around the world: Hong Kong, Australia, Brazil, Canada, the USA, Cambridge, Steve. But talking to our patrons, here are two of our patrons. Introducing the first of our guests, he's the man on the numbers, the Cheese Room's very own accountant. It's Mr. Steve Diver. How are you, sir?
Say us every time. Calling me the accountant normally gets people to bore off, but I'm mostly good. I'm mostly good. So I've got my chicken nuggets for dinner. So just finished my work. We've also got, as was in the chat, a bottle of champagne for drinks. So much like the window that we're about to discuss, a little bit of good, a little bit of bad, I think.
And our resident legal eagle, all the way from the southwest. She sounds like a 1980s TV detective. It's Mrs. Kerry King. How are you, Kerry?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I'm excited to see what last-minute deadline we're going to have. There's got to be one more in, surely.
We will crack on with the Rafael van der Vaart scenarios in the near future. And I think we are live. I have managed to press the button this time, so we're all good. First of all, we have to talk about footballprizes.co.uk, our sponsor. They've got two great prizes that are ending tomorrow. The first one, we discussed this on Friday, is the 95 to 97 Spurs signed shirt, signed by legends such as Stuart Nethercott, Dina Austin, Colin Calderwood. But of course, we've got the likes of Teddy Sheringham on there as well. Dave, who's your favourite player from that era? Was it Rolf Fox?
Yeah, Rolf Fox. He reminds me of Emerson Royale. Can't beat a man, can't cross the ball.
And you can get 10% off this and the other prize I'm about to show you by typing the code POD10, P-O-D-10, when you check out. But we also, for this one, there's a 3-for-2 offer for our patrons, which Seb has put in the Patreon chat. So you can almost get your money back if you join this month by having a go for that prize. I looked earlier, there's only about 40 tickets sold for this one. So you've got a really good chance it ends tomorrow night. And here's the other one. It's the Tunnel Club at the Etihad for the Manchester City versus Spurs game in a couple of weeks. It's a 5:30 kickoff. You get complimentary food and drink before and during and after the game, pre-match entertainment, premium seating match day tickets, and post-match interviews. There's loads of other prizes on there, such as a signed Nesta shirt from Lazio, £200 worth of gift cards, Premier League darts prizes, Usain Bolt signed replica medal. Have a look, footballprizes.co.uk. They also do worldwide delivery. And that's about it. Yeah, I think Seb will be back. Seb will be here at 8. He can go a bit more into depth with it. So let's talk about what we're really here for. Football deadline day. Dave, have you worked out who we've signed yet and who we've got rid of?
Yeah, so it's like one of Kerry King's murder mysteries. So I've woken up this morning to about 450 messages on WhatsApp. So Dele's gone to Everton for a packet of crisps. Tanguy and Ndombele slowly jogged back to France. Celso, who's not that popular here, hopefully will be more popular with Dick Emery at Villarreal. Gil, in order to acclimatise himself to English football and English society, has gone back to Spain. Dylan Markanday, I think I said his name wrong, has gone to Blackburn, where sadly he's had a bad injury. Niall Rogers has gone off to Charlton. And I think that's it. In terms of we've got Kulusevski from Juventus. And we have also got Bentancur, I believe it's how it's pronounced, in from Juventus as well. And we're just waiting for that last big surprise as Dembele comes through the Tottenham way past the 50,000 protesters. That's where we're up to, aren't we?
Dybala, surely.
Oh, Dybala, of course, and his naming rights. Steve, talk to us about the protest that you've heard about.
I don't know. I mean, first of all, I appreciate their right to protest. I think it's a little bit odd protesting today. Do we really want the players who've signed their first image to be people holding up an ENIC out or Levy out poster? Probably not. I hear it wasn't particularly well attended, but we'll see what happens after work. But not my thing. But if people want to do such things, then they can do it.
If anyone watching has seen the process today and knows much about it, please get in the comments and let us know so we can. We'll put the comment up, certainly. So there we go. I've just muted you, Kerry. Sorry, it's coming through quite loud. I will go back to you then, Davo. Dele Alli on his way to Everton on a free transfer, but with lots of money coming in afterwards, supposedly. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the deal is we get 10 million quid after 20 appearances. So Everton have already played 20 games this season, so that's not going to come via the league. So barring injury and form, the earliest we could probably get that 10 million will be in August, just in time for that big summer splash we'll be doing to support Conte. And then we get the rest of the money over the 2.5 years of his contract. So my understanding is he had 2.5 years left on his Tottenham deal, so it's a like-for-like replacement. Everton have got financial fair play issues. Look, Dele, unfortunately, I think it's all gone a bit David Bentley for him. I do hope that with a change of environment, and obviously when he doesn't play against us, his whole thing improves. But manager after manager have decided he's not fit for purpose in the team anymore, and really we should have sold him about a year and a half ago.
Oh. Yeah, Kerry, what's your thoughts on Dele leaving?
Yeah, I'm a bit sad over it, really. Because we all remember how really good he was, and you can't believe that it's just like gone by the wayside. But I think we've just had him too long now, and too many managers have given him a go, and then it hasn't worked out. So I think for himself, it is time for him to move on. But if he's still going to do all the Instagram stuff alongside, then good luck to him, I suppose. But I think Everton will be a good match for him, I think. Yeah.
Steve, your thoughts on Dele?
I'm sad to see him go because he's not. Well, he's regressed, hasn't he? Not progressed over the last couple of years. But he's got talent there. I mean, he's scored. I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's more than 50 league goals. Yeah, you've got a lot of more mature, a lot of older midfielders who have never hit that and will never hit that. So he's clearly got talent. I hope, I wish him luck. I hope he unlocks it if he does leave. I don't think it's been fully announced yet. I think he's doing his medical according to Sky at the moment. But it's just sad it didn't quite work out. But I think he's a nice guy. I think he tried very different situation to Tanguy. I know people said Dele was lazy, but I thought he actually gave a damn on the pitch. So it's sad. And I think as Marcus said, we probably would have got more for him if we'd sold him a year or so ago, or 2 years ago. When he was being linked with some of the biggest names in football, and now he's going to Everton, who certainly are not one of the biggest names in football.
Absolutely. And on to, as Dave has already alluded to, Bryan Gil going to get Premier League experience in Valencia. What's our thoughts on this? This seems a bit of a strange one, doesn't it?
I really don't understand that at all. I could have understood if he'd have gone to a lower Premier League side on loan, because we've already seen quite a bit that we like about Hill, and now they've shipped him off. So the only thing I can think is maybe he's a bit homesick or something, but I don't know, because is it an 18-month loan as well?
I'm not sure if someone can share that. As I understand, there's no contingency for increasing the loan or a purchase at the end of it. That's what I do know. I thought.
Yeah, I know there's no option to buy, but I thought I did read that it's an 18-month potential for a loan. So I don't know. Maybe I've got that wrong.
Okay, Steve, what's your thoughts on Bryan going out to Spain again?
This is causing me significant pain. I've got stomachache over this, but I have to agree with Dave.
Is that not the chicken nuggets?
It could well be. It could well be. No, I've got to agree with Dave, and what Kerry's has said as well. But I don't mind agreeing with Kerry. It's an odd move. It's a very odd move. You know, if we need him to get more experience in the UK, like I wouldn't mind him going to a good Championship team. Look what he did for Skip. Skip lost at Norwich team, and he's come back as a decent player. So he needs minutes. I get that, and we clearly weren't going to give him minutes. You know, bringing him on 10 minutes at the end of the game isn't going to do anything for his confidence or development. But sending him back to Spain, where he doesn't speak any English, that's not going to help his English. He's not particularly physical. Spain isn't the most physical of leagues. I don't really see how it's going to develop him other than some more minutes on the pitch. So it's an odd one.
So we've, I think we've paid what? Did we pay 25 million quid for him, plus Lamela, which is what, £2.99.
Lamela would be at least 50 million, surely. That's not cheap.
Lamela, I think, was 125 million, wasn't he?
No, that's how much he would have paid Lamela to get rid of him, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, me and HG drove him to the airport, so that was all right. Look, the reality is that if you've got a homesick kid, possibly the worst thing to do is send him back home to mummy and daddy or the family, because he's only going to feel more homesick when he comes back to London again. I think a Championship move, and I hate to say this, I agree with Steve on this, would have been a good idea. Send him to QPR. You remain in London. He could have hung out in Ladbroke Grove, gone to Subterranea, if that's still going, and helped them get out, and they play good football. So that would have been I'd have sent him to QPR. Townsend went there, and get him acclimatised to London life and playing in a pretty decent Championship team. The deal makes no sense, and you kind of, we'll get onto this later, look at Mr. Paratici's 7 or however transfer moves he's made in the market thus far. But we'll move on at this stage.
I mean, a couple of people have said it's just the 6 months.
Just 6 months.
I think from my point of view, it seems to be a couple of options. One is they're parking him there until they can sell him in the summer. Or the other one could be that they think, how long is Conte going to be at the club? Because he clearly doesn't fit into the Conte style currently. Or the last one is they just want to get to the summer, see where they are, maybe bring him back. But now he's not going to get the minutes, so let's move him there and maybe cover his wages in the meantime. So where do we go next? Mr. Celso off to Villarreal, I believe. Does anyone disagree with this move? Dave?
Look, I think I've said on YouTube previously, and Celso and Ndombele and Ali, all three have got to go. My expectation that this would have been staggered over 1 to 2 transfer windows. And I think that with any of the outgoings, we need to make sure that there's replacements in the squad, because we're going to be left thin on numbers, which I think is where we are going to end up as of close of play tonight, European time. He's been very disappointing. He's been very injury prone. Everyone says he plays really well for Argentina, but he's playing with Messi and not Lucas Moura, so I'd probably look quite good then. He's just not proven to be the right fit. It's a move back to Spain, where it probably suits his style of football. and hopefully they can come up with the money in the summer. He can go.
Kerry?
Again, I had quite high hopes for Lo Celso, really. But he just didn't seem to be getting played. He was only he was the sub for Ndombele, really, wasn't he? When Ndombele ran out of strength, then they'd swap with Lo Celso. So now we don't seem to have either. So I think we're looking a little bit light if we don't get anyone more in. But that's probably to come.
Okay, Steve, did we ever play Lo Celso in his correct position? Would be the question I have.
No, but typical me, before I answer that, I'm scrolling from a phone to try and find a stat that Shan said. I can't remember if either of you can remember it. Tanguy and Gio have played, was it 19, full 90 minutes for us since they joined? Combined? It was something like that. It was 19 or 20. Like, are we actually losing that much game time between them? I know it's depth of squad and somebody to sit on the bench, but Gio didn't play. He was always injured. Tanguy hasn't played much this season and didn't play that much before because nobody trusted him. 16 times, that's it, Shan, thank you. So 16 times since they've joined, they've played a full game. So
that's an easy accountancy question for you there, Steve. If you want to work out their combined costs divided by the total number of completed playing times, and then you could give us a cost per minute. If you can do that by the end of...
My heart couldn't take working that out. I think I would weep. I would weep all night. But the question around Gio, no, I don't think we do, but I don't think he really fits the Spurs system, does he? Because doesn't he play I don't watch Argentina, but doesn't he play further forward?
He plays left side of a midfield three, from what I understand. But we've never played him there, or maybe once or twice. He usually gets put on the right for some reason. All the managers have done that. It's not just Conte. Nuno did it, and so did Jose. It's a very strange one. Okay, let's move on from...
The only one who I didn't want to go this window. And I would have liked him I would have liked to have kept him until summer. And again, to agree with Davo, this is becoming annoying. Yeah, just to give us that tiny bit more depth. And I know, like Can said, we haven't done much together. And he'll obviously not bugger all minutes. Still having one person on the bench does help, but it didn't work out. Move on.
Okay, so I think we'll touch a little bit on Mr. Ndombele, but we've spoken about him a lot. Dave, right move to get him off to Lyon? I don't know what we're paying. We must still be paying some wages for him, but that definitely the right move?
The owner, president, chairman of Lyon must be laughing in his baguette and French cheese tonight because he has sold us an absolute pup, hasn't he? Is that the right expression? I mean, let's not rewrite history here. We were all excited when he came. We did a deal early. We paid the price they were asking for. So unlike ENIC. And in he came. He was a Poch signing. Poch really wanted him. And it's just not worked out. And for all that everyone likes to rewrite history about the despotic reign of Jose Mourinho, Mourinho in his season until he got sacked 10 minutes before the League Cup final, played him a lot. He gave him plenty of chances. And then when Ryan Mason came in to play his mates, Winks, Ali, and all the rest in the League Cup final and left Tanguy on the bench, Tanguy threw his toys out the pram and we never really saw him again. So, it's been an absolute disaster. Poch wanted Ndombele and Poch went in November. I'm pretty sure Poch wanted Lo Celso, and I'm making an assumption because Lo Celso is Argentinian and we seem to have bought a load of Argentinian players during Poch's time. And he went in November, and that's what happened. Ndombele, if we should have done our due diligence on the fact that he had fitness issues, he never completed he very rarely completes 90 minutes. He's been a massive disappointment, and if we don't have time to do it now, but maybe if one day we'll look at a table of when we've broken our transfer record and the success. So on the one hand, I've always argued that ENIC should invest meaningfully in the squad, but on the other hand, when they've gone out and splashed the cash on the rare occurrence, it's been an unmitigated disaster.
Agreed, okay. But you say that Sky Sports flashed up the other day each Premier League's team's top transfer, record transfer. Most
Hold on. I think I've got that for you. Hold on. I saved it earlier.
are awesome. Most
Here
of
you
them,
go.
yeah.
There you go. Let me get rid of
Grealish. Yeah, hasn't done much at City. Lukaku, yeah, he scored the same amount of goals as Kane this season, I think, so he's been crap. Pogba, decent, but for 90 million when they sold him, how much did they sell him for? Was it a free transfer or 5 million or something?
When he left? Pogba was
Yeah.
Yeah, he went on a free transfer originally, didn't he, to Juve?
Van Dijk doesn't particularly support my cause because he's probably won Liverpool the league and a Champions League. But, and then we go on from there. Most of those players, certainly on the top row, 4 out of 5 of those have been a complete disaster. Pepe.
Well, I'd suggest Tielemans is the only one in the second row that's worth the money. And yeah, I think you're right. It's actually a really strange graphic to see that how many of those record signings have been a bit of disaster overall. I'm just going to bring Kerry back in. Kerry, your thoughts on Tanguy going to Lyon?
Am I allowed to say good riddance? Which is a shame because, again, he was bought for lots of money, but we've just had to cut our ties with him because it was clear. I mean, I think, wasn't it the first window that we'd had him for? He wanted out already, the rumours were. So I don't know why he came to us in the first place. For the money, I suppose.
I think he came to us. Sorry, go on.
Lack of effort, lack of... And it's such a shame because you can see all the potential there, but just no effort to win. So if you don't want to be here, then go.
I think to my mind, I think Tanguy came to Tottenham as a stepping stone for going to one of the big clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Colchester United. And I think he didn't get what he wanted. I think his expectation around what he is as a player versus what the reality is and the application and effort you need to put in hasn't quite made it. Kind of similar to Dele, unfortunately. So farewell, Tanguy. I look forward to the DVD of his highlights coming out in the summer.
Have we all seen his announcement photo with Leon?
No, I haven't seen it.
No.
He looks miserable as sin.
Does he?
One of the worst. He's got this really awkward grin on his face. He doesn't look happy. I mean, I kind of called it way too late, and I didn't even say it back in the day. But I remember the first time I saw him on the bench, like you just got this weird vibe from him. He was just a bit arrogant and unhappy, and not. Normally the players who interact with the fans and that. And he just had no interest in interacting with the other players or with the fans. So I think from the get-go, he was just not really into it, which is shocking given how much we paid for him and how much we paid him.
Just for you there, Dave. Before we move on to our two massive signings, all two of them, shall we do the quiz, Dave?
Would you like a quiz, John?
Shall we do an ENIC mind quiz?
Would you like an ENIC mind quiz, John?
I think we should do one, shouldn't we? Shall I put the first one up? Are you ready for this, Steve and Kerry? Little cheeky quiz?
Ready?
Okay, right, guys.
So, Steve, you're
comments
right.
in. Go on, Dave.
All right. So, hang on. Do you want me to get do the questions?
There you go.
All right. So, okay. So, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a Deadline Day ENIC Mind quiz. It's a follow-up to Lamella Mind. I'm a bit nervous. I think it won't reach the peak of Lamella Mind, but not the depths of the poem I wrote for Toby Alderweireld. Less said about that, the better. So, anyway, eyes down, everybody. Let's get ready for ENIC Mind. And question number 1. What does ENIC stand for? Does it stand for A, the English National Investment Company? Does it stand for B, the English National Non-Investment Company? Or does it stand for C, everyone knows it's crap? So A, B, or C. I always think there's a delay when the comments come in. So have a think about that, panelists.
Steve, what do you think, mate?
I think it might be a bit of a leading question, this one. I might go with A.
Kerry?
Oh, can I go with B? But I think it's probably A.
Yeah, I think I'll have to go for A as well, Dave, on this one, I'm afraid.
Well, we've got some of the answers coming in. David Bolton says all of the above. David James Alt says it's A, but obviously the answer is A, the English National Investment Company. Quite ironic, really. Are you going to put up question two?
I
or do you want
will.
me to?
There you go, mate. I'll
Here
do
we
this
go. Here we go. So everyone remembers the motivational speech that Daniel Levy gave to Tanguy Ndombele, which has now seen him back in Lyon for his tea tonight. So what degree does Daniel have from Cambridge University? Is it A, sports administration? That's, if he did get that degree, not worked out that well. Is it B, land management, multiplex, cinema? Who said that? Or is it C, motivational speaking, Tanguy, etc., etc.? So what are we looking at here from our panelists? What do you think?
Steve?
It's probably B. I find him quite motivational when he does speak. But yeah, B.
Kerry, what do you think?
I reckon with his property portfolio going on, it's got to be B, land management.
I'm going to agree with that. I'm pretty sure. Can you do a degree in motivational speaking, Dave? Have you done that?
As anyone who's ever worked for me would know that no, I've never done a speech and never done a degree in motivational speaking. But David James, he's loving answer C. Keith Parker's looking at C. But of course, Lisson Grove 1954 has got D, hairdresser. We're not rude about follically challenged people on the cheese room. So the answer is, of course, B, land management. And really a question for Steve is, do you have an interview or audio of Daniel Levy as your ringtone on your phone, Steve? Just asking, just wondering.
Oh, my phone's on silent. I don't have any ringtone on my phone.
Okay. So
Nicely
it's silent like many of Daniel's media interviews over the years. So let's move on to question number 3, shall we? Anyway, it's not all about Daniel Levy tonight. Let's turn to our ultimate owner and of course generous benefactor, Montgomery Burns. Sorry, I mean Joe Lewis. As we all know, we love seeing his super yacht. I think that frigate came down the Thames once. Hope it didn't frighten off the London Whale. And his super yacht has got the same name as a cheese room grandee. Okay, and is the yacht called A? Is it called Brendan the super yacht? Or is it B, Mother HG the super yacht? Or is it C, Aviva the super yacht? So is it either A, Brendan, Mother HG, or Aviva? As that ship sails over yonder, the Bermudian sunrise or sunset. Anyway, Steve, what do you reckon?
Before I give my answer, and it's a difficult question, A's had 3 of them, all played part. And when he came to London on it, was it 4 or 5 years ago? They had to build him a different pier in the Thames because it was too big to dock the existing piers. So I'm sure everybody will love that. C, it is Aviva.
Kerry?
I so want it to be Mother HG. I'm sticking with Mother HG.
Brendan's wishing it was him, but it is going to be Aviva, isn't it? I think.
So, Brendan on the comments would like to have a super yacht himself. And David has pointed out to me that he's actually in the Bahamas, not Bermuda. My apologies to Bahamas or Bermuda or the Cook Islands or the Caymans. And Holly's just joined us. Good evening, Holly. So really the story of the tale from Steve about the River Thames is that sizes and everything, it's just going to fit perfectly. So moving on to the next question, and that is question number 4. Now, this is a genuine triv question. How many ex-Chelsea managers has Daniel hired? Is it 1? Is it 3? Or is it 2? Or is it 4? So ex-Chelsea managers. He loves a bit of ex-Chelsea. He watches Made in Chelsea every night. How many has it been in the 20-plus years of ENIC?
Come on, Steve. What's you thinking? Think this through.
Come on, Steve.
So we've got, AVB, Hoddle, Mourinho, and I'm sure there's one more, isn't it? Conte.
There we go. I think he's covered
the answer. Are you trying to befuddle us here? Because now we've got a numeric one. The answers are numbers. In previous rounds, the answers were letters, weren't they? So you're trying to confuse us. So my answer is number 3, which is 4 managers.
Very good.
Probably should have done A, B, and C there, but yeah, I think he's answered that for us there, Dave, hasn't he? I don't think we really need to go for it.
He is answered. There's quite a few people have said 3, but they've obviously forgotten about the Lauderdale Hod.
Yeah, I was going to go for 3.
Hired by ENIC just before the FA Cup semi-final in 2001. So if let's move on to the next question. We'll just throw this quiz together. How many ex-Chelsea managers has Daniel fired in his 20 years?
Go on, Steve.
I'm assuming, I'm just thinking. Because I know Mourinho and AVB. And I can't remember whether Hoddle was actually fired or just came to the end. So I'm going to go answer number 1.
Yeah.
So the answer is number 1. So the answer is number 1 because he unfortunately Glenn Hoddle, AVB, and Mourinho have been fired. So the answer is that, absolutely number 3. So let's move on to the next question. Okay, so it's another deadline day question. Which player wrote to Spurs thanking them for their interest after opting to sign for AC Milan, where surprisingly he could earn more money? Is it A, Morientes, B, Rivaldo, or C, Leandro Dalmeo?
Isn't Dalmeo spelled completely wrong?
Correct. It's like the pasta sauce in Australia.
It's probably not number C because you just made up a name there. Rivaldo, wasn't it?
That is correct. It was Rivaldo, and Leandro Dalmeo is now a pasta sauce maker manufacturing in Australia.
Beautiful.
Moving on. So this is the next question. During ENIC's tenure, how many managers have started the season as the Spurs manager, but when they got to open their Christmas presents, they were no longer Spurs managers? So that's your choices are 7, 8, or 6. So they started the season as Spurs managers, but they didn't end it. They didn't get to Christmas as Spurs managers.
Oh. Right, let's think this through. Hoddle. Who was the French fella that came in after Glenn that lasted 7 games? Santini. That's it.
Yep.
Poch. I can't think of anyone else.
We're only halfway to one of the answers. I can't.
Yeah, there's got to be loads, haven't there? Joel.
Mourinho, did he get to Christmas?
Yeah, Mourinho.
Yes, he did. He got sacked in March.
Oh,
Right, Joel and Ramos. That's 5. AVB got sacked just before Christmas, and then we had Sherwood was done in the summer. Poch. I'm thinking 6, but I'll probably miss one.
Okay, well, the answer is, and David James has got it right, so well done to him, is 7. So you've got Hoddle, Santini, Yol, Ramos, AVB, Poch, and, of course, Nuno.
Oh, Nuno!
It's almost like Nuno was a dream.
I've completely forgotten about Nuno.
It would appear a lot of people.
I think we all wanted to. We've got 2 questions to go, and then we've got a very special guest who's just waiting in our backstage room. He's having a cheeky little drink, I hope, to loosen the nerves. Here's question 8.
Okay, in 2008, Daniel Levy sold 3 players to Portsmouth for 7 million large ones. Were they A, Kevin the Prince Boateng, Sean Davis, or Eunice Kabul? B, Sean Davis, Jermaine Defoe, Ricardo Rocha. Apologies for the 2 commas in that B, Steve. You know, it's just not working for me, is it? Pedro Mendes, Sean Davis, spelled incorrectly, and Noe Pamaro.
Ooh.
So he sold 3 players for 7 million, January 2006.
I'm sure Mendes went in the January window, didn't he? You reckon, idea? No, I think Boateng played in the 5-1 for the Arsenal because I remember him coming off the bench near the end, and that was 2008. So I don't think it's that one. Defoe also played in that game, and he was sold just after. So I think it's got to be C by process of elimination.
I'm thinking A. That's actually typed out properly.
Well, yeah.
Such an accountant. The reality of the situation, and in my defence, I wrote this whilst I had COVID. So there you go. Unlike anyone else who's never done any work whilst I've had COVID. So basically, David James, again, very good tonight. So it's Pedro Mendes, a very underrated player who I was very sorry to see go. Sean Davis, or however he was spelled, and Noe Pamaro, who came in as right back to replace Steve Carr. And didn't last very long. So that's that one. And then the final question is this: how many? And now I'm going to make this very clear. How many individual caretaker appointments have ENIC appointed since October 2000? So when I say individual, it's possibly one person could have been appointed twice as a caretaker. Is it A5, B6, or C4?
Okay, so David Pleat came in, didn't he? After Santini. David Pleat took over from Hoddle, and then
Ryan Mason must have been one, surely.
Ryan Mason. Clive Allen did it twice, maybe. He definitely did it after Joel before Romas, and I think he did it before Redknapp. And then was Joel a permanent manager from the off, or was he a caretaker to begin with? What do you think, Steve?
Honestly, can't remember. We should probably add Nuno to the list because clearly he wasn't appointed as a permanent manager.
Was Sherwood a caretaker for a bit as well, or was he?
No, he was permanent, wasn't he?
He permanent from the start.
Oh, maybe he was caretaker to begin with and then got made permanent.
I think he was caretaker, and then because of his record-beating win percentage.
I'm going to go 6 then. I'm guessing.
I'm going to go 4. Actually, what did David James say?
I've lost track of what we got. Yeah, I think I'll go 5.
Okay, so Steve trying to leverage off someone else's work with David James at 5. Unfortunately, this time, Steve, you didn't. The answer is 6. So it's David Pleat twice. Martin Yole initially was a caretaker when Jacques Stantini au revoired us back to France. Clive Allen, Ryan Mason, and Tim Sherwood. So 6 caretakers. Thank you very much for playing the quiz tonight. I'll hand back to our host, John.
Right. So we've got about 10 minutes of our section. Hopefully all the other guys will come in and take over from us. However, we do have a very special unannounced guest to add, and I'm going to add him right now. It's Mr. Mickey Hazard, legend of Spurs, over 100 games, 2-footed, fantastic. Kerry's all fan-struck now. Bless her. Hi Mickey,
everybody.
how you doing?
Hello.
Yeah, doing
Mickey.
very well. Before you go any further, I've got to say I got every single question right.
Oh, well done.
I should have added you. Well, Mickey, funny you should say that. Seb has got an 8 o'clock quiz, so if you can jump on that one if you want.
Now we find out that I was lying.
So Mickey, we've covered all the outgoings so far. What are your thoughts on the 2 new players? Do you know much about Kulusevski or Bentancur?
I can't lie. I don't know anything at all about them. I'd like to think they are better than what we've got. I'm disappointed to see Dele leave. I think he's when he arrived, he was absolutely sensational. I think he was possibly if not one of our top 3 players. Born out by the fact that he got picked for England and was a key man for England too. So disappointed to see him leave because I felt if we could have just rebuilt him, rebuilt his confidence, rebuilt his motivation, I really felt like it would be almost like a big £50 million signing. So disappointed on that, but the rest, fine. I can live with them.
Yeah. Are there anybody particularly who's moved in January or been linked, do you think we really could have done with?
Yeah, I'd like to have seen Lamptey. I know that there's rumours flying around that Lamptey's going to be coming from Brighton. I hope so. He looks very good in whenever I've seen him, and certainly in the role that Conte wants to play, that sort of wing back. I think he'd be quite outstanding in that. So I'd like to see him arrive. But I mustn't get carried away and expect that we're going to sign a full team. We've signed 2. Hopefully, I've read it again that we're going to get 2 more before the deadline. So fingers crossed that we do.
Well, hopefully we'll get the Van der Vaart style signing in before 11 o'clock or announced to us before 12. They just have to get the paperwork lodged before 11, don't they? Dave, you wrote quite a few questions for Mickey last week. This is Dave, the one that had the caller gave the shout out for last week, Mickey. Dave, do you want to ask Mickey any questions before you got to nip off to work?
Mickey, look, honestly, it's an honour and a pleasure to meet you. As I saw your debut against Everton when we won 3-0. And I'm wearing a replica 1984 UEFA Cup final shirt tonight. This morning, my time. So my question for you, and sorry, Mickey, it's an obscure anorak question. In the semi-final second leg, you scored the winner from a free kick against Hijack Split. Would you be able to remember or tell us about the what happened in the goal celebration after you scored?
Well, I can't remember. I think we discussed it last week on the show, so I'm sure your listeners will have heard, but I'll go through it again. Yeah, as I ran away celebrating, obviously the goal that eventually took us to the final, Danny Thomas and Chris Newton jumped on me to celebrate, and as they jumped in, I don't know which one it was, but one of them's fingers went in my eye, and I wore contact lenses whenever I played football, so it flicked the contact lens out of my eye, and I never had a spare set, which was quite incredible when you think about it, really. And but luckily, in the glare of the floodlights, we saw this contact lens floating through the air, and so we all stood back, let the lens land on the grass, and then I picked it up, ran over to Keith Birkinshaw to tell him, look, I've got to go and put my contact lens back in. Ran down into the changing room. Obviously, I couldn't get it back in because I was shaking with excitement. You know, when you've just scored the goal that potentially has put you in the final, I don't think you're feeling very calm in the immediate aftermath. Peter Shreves, who was sitting up in the director's box watching the game, as obviously managers or assistants often do, because you get a much clearer picture up there. He came down and actually took the contact lens off me and actually put it back in my eye, which is, I have to say, one of the weirdest things that I've ever had done to me. I mean, having someone else put their finger deliberately into your eye wasn't very nice. But he got it back in, and then obviously I came back onto the pitch to absolute heroes welcome, because at that stage nobody in the crowd knew what was going on, so the news couldn't have even circulated because hardly anybody knew. So when I came back into view, because the team were playing with 10 men, it was the most wonderful, incredible moment, and it felt like it was reserved just specially for me, where the fans were just singing One Mickey Has. It really was incredible. And something that's lived with me forever. And if you want the honest truth, Dave, I actually remember it like it happened yesterday.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Mickey.
Steve, you got any questions for Mickey?
I do. I've got a more personal question, more selfish one. When are we going to see you back down Spurs? We see you down there in days, and you're just, you're awesome to be around. You're just such a great vibe down there.
Well, I'm down there Saturday for the Brighton game. I have to say that.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, he'll come back in a minute. Dave, do you need to shoot, sir?
Yeah, well, I think I do have to go. We've got our stellar lineup. The subs bench are just about to come on in a second. So, look, just to finish off, and I just want to say well done and congratulations to you, John. You've put in a truckload of work to plan all of this 5-hour spectacular. You've done a load of work behind the scenes, whilst also dealing with the family and the job as well. So you've done a great job. Well done, and thank you very much. And thanks for having me on. I should be back on soon, I hope. I
thank you for all your help. And next time, if I have to do this, I'll press broadcast go live the first time. We won't do it twice. But thanks, Dave. Good to see you, and have a good day at work.
Thanks a lot. See you guys. See you, Steve. See you, Kerry.
Bye.
Bye.
And he's gone. So I will bring in our next guest. She's got her own channel. It is Holly Agambar. How are you, Holly?
I'm good, thanks. How are you guys?
Yeah, brilliant. Great to see you here. How's it going? What's your thoughts on the window so far?
To be fair to you, like last week, midweek, I was having an absolute panic attack because I was like, no, here we go again. But to finally see some outs happening that I think have had to happen for a little while now, especially obviously Dele Alli, I think that's kind of been on the cards for a little while. To finally see it happen, I'm very pleased about it. And obviously seeing the two players come in, I can't really argue too much, to be honest.
Okay, excellent. I'm just going to... we've got a couple of other guys waiting, so I'm going to say goodbye to Kerry and Steve. Kerry, any final words?
Thank you. Oh, please let there be some more, because those two were a bit early now, weren't they? So if we can get some more coming in the door, that would be good.
You're wanting some late evening excitement? Is that what you want? Is
yes,
it?
we are.
Just don't tell the husband.
On in the background. Oh. Thank you for having me on again. Enjoy.
Thanks for coming on, Kerry. Enjoy the rest of the show. I hope you have a nice gin or something to see.
I will do. I've got my rum and coke here.
See you soon.
Bye.
Mr. Diver, how are you, sir? Have you enjoyed the last 50 minutes or so?
I have. I enjoyed the first 10 most, but no, I have. It's overall, I think we've had a decent window, to be honest, but this puts a lot of, I'm sure you'll talk about it shortly, but I think it puts a lot of pressure on summer because we have had more go out than come in. So we need a big summer, but we needed to get out. We got out and we got 2 decent players in. So reasonably happy. And I'm going to go pour myself some more bubbles, sit down on the couch and put you guys on my big TV. So
happy days. Thanks very much, Steve.
Cool.
I'll see you soon. Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Right, and now I'm going to add the rest of the team. So, all the way from Australia, one of our patrons, JP. Good evening, sir. Oh, you're muted. Can't hear you. Right, while you're sorting yourself out, I will add Seb and Franco. Franco's going to take over from me. He's
just eating a burger. Sorry, guys.
I'm going to put you in the top corner. You eat your burger, and I'm going to add back Mr. Hazard. Hopefully he's got over his gremlins in the system. Seb, talk to us. Transfer day deadline. What's your thoughts? 4 out, 2 in.
Well, I was nearly late because I had to fight my way through the throngs of ENIC out protesters outside Hotspur Way before I could.
That's where I just came from.
Yeah, it took me forever. There were so many of them. Yeah, it's just traffic jams, police, helicopters, the lot. Keeping the masses at bay. But yeah, here now, and you've made me. Well, you asked me, made me do a quiz. So I hope everyone's ready for a bit of quizzing. And deadline day. I think there will be one more. I've been saying it all day. Got a sneaking suspicion.
Franco disagrees, but he's chewing.
He doesn't count. If you've got a burger in your hand, you're not allowed to talk.
Listen,
go on, Frank.
No, we've got rid of 4 players that weren't really playing too much. We've got a lot of money off the wage bill, and that's kind of like a run up for the summer. And we've got in 2 players that are probably going to play a bit more than the players that we've got rid of. I don't know. It's not uninspiring. I think we've done just enough to placate the fans at the moment. But it's going to be a big summer, as we've discussed many times.
Okay. JP, have you managed to catch up on all the news?
Yeah, in the last about 20 minutes, I think, just about managed to catch up on it. So everything that I expected to happen when I woke up has happened and more, which is good. I mean, that's probably as much as you can hope for from any window, really. I think we're definitely 1 player short, though. Letting 3 midfielders go out, we've got, 4 first-team players left in the squad. So that's a little bit nerve-wracking, but no, otherwise I can't really complain with the window. It's been all right.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I'm reading. We are the club that have put in a lucrative deal to Ousmane Dembele.
What do you think about that?
Why not? Why not?
Can you play right wing back?
That's the question.
Let's get rid of 1 toxic Frenchman, and we want to go in for another toxic player out of Barcelona on huge wages. Brilliant.
Yeah, I never blame any player for being on huge wages.
No,
you're never gonna, no one's ever going to say no, are they? Signed for £146 million on, I think he's on nearly £300,000 a week, and he's been told by Barcelona, we want you to go. What do you expect him to be like? Yeah,
It would be the most. It would be the most Tottenham thing ever, though. Like, we desperately need another midfielder, so we'll go out and sign a winger.
Yeah, there is that. I think reading, because someone's done something on Twitter where they've kind of put the first team and the second team, and the player that's missing is Kane in terms of having a deputy. But Kulusevski played for a whole season as a second striker. Obviously, we know what Son can do. We know what Conte said about Bergwijn. So if you take someone from one of those positions into Kane's position, then essentially you are missing that winger come attacking midfielder. I'm just throwing it out there. Stranger things have happened.
Well, I think the difference is that he's a bit of a unit, isn't he? Is he 6'1", 6'2", so he can actually do that hold-up play where you try and do that with Lucas or with with Bergwijn. You know what I mean? They're just not going to be able to do it. So I think what we've added is a bit of versatility. Both players can play in several positions. So I think we've just got more options now. And I think, I don't know. I think it's more exciting. You look at some of the goals that Kulusevski scored. He's got a nice left foot on him. And I think, they're promising. They could be exciting players for us.
Young as well. I didn't realise how young he was.
Yeah.
Okay, have you finished your burger now, Franco?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay,
I need another, to be honest.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to leave you to run the show, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I didn't get time to put Seb's quiz on a nice, pretty picture, so he's just going to have to read them out. I will try and get the second quiz he's doing later done this evening, once I've got the girls in bed.
All right, John.
All right.
I can see you're spinning some plates, so go and spin away.
Mickey keeps coming in and out. He might come back, so enjoy the next hour. I'll try and keep up. All right, bye.
No worries.
Bye, John.
So, Holly, how are you feeling about the transfer window? What were you expecting or what were you demanding before we got into it? And are you happy at the end of it? Because and also, finally, do you think we're going to sign anybody else in the next 3 hours like Seb does?
Well, if you've asked me this question, say, midweek last week, I was probably having a meltdown and pulling my hair out because it was like, what's going on? What are we doing? We need to do something. We need to back Conte, and I'm not really seeing anything. And obviously, you talk to me now, and I'm actually quite pleased because I've been saying for ages, as much as I loved Dele Alli, the term loved was because he was amazing. And I think over the past couple of seasons, it's just withered away. And I think I kept saying, I think the perfect move for him was that loan deal to PSG back in the January, because he would have been in the shop window. He could have obviously upgraded his play. Playing away from Tottenham, it's a new challenge for him, but it obviously never happened, and he couldn't really revitalise himself. And we've just seen that he's just plateaued down. But obviously, this move to Everton, I think for him will do him wonders, and obviously us wonders as well. It just gets him out.
Are you disappointed then that it's not a loan deal, that we've got rid of him?
I think the trouble is, I think it's too far gone now. I think that loan deal was at the perfect time for him to obviously maybe rebuild his career at Tottenham, because if he had a brilliant loan spell, came back to Spurs, he's obviously rebuilt himself in a kind of sense. He's a new Dele Alli, but sadly now I think it's just done and dusted. It's gone on for too long. So I think seeing him move is heartbreaking, but it's also like, I think the time's come. Obviously the other guys, I think the strange one for me is obviously Gil going obviously back to Spain. It's a strange one for me. I think him going to the Championship, maybe not the Premier League, because I don't think he would have necessarily started in a Premier League team. But if he went to the Championship, he could have kind of done what Skip did. Obviously, learn the English league's a bit better, and then obviously be a bit more stocky and built up for the Prem, obviously in September. So that one's for me is a bit strange, but regardless of that, I'm quite pleased in the kind of outs kind of sense of things.
Okay, and the ins?
The ins, yeah. So obviously, I don't know too much. My knowledge on other players, apart from Spurs players, isn't too great. But obviously, the things I've been hearing about Kulusevski, the fact that he's very versatile, he could play in that kind of front three kind of area on the wing, or whether he's in the middle, I think is quite nice, because we obviously haven't had that kind of versatility and swapping and changing of things. And obviously, he seems to be working quite well, I would think, in Conte's system. Obviously, I think Conte's obviously said, look, I want him. Obviously, and that's kind of highlighted in the sense that he's obviously wanted those players gone as well, because he never really used them. So I'm happy about that. I always say his name wrong, Bentancur, I think I'm quite pleased about, because obviously we've got him. He's ours. He's only 24. And again, he's more of a box-to-box kind of player, I believe. So he can kind of rotate maybe with Skip or Højbjerg to see the best kind of combination, because I think those two are very, very similar. So maybe to throw him in just, again, adds that bit of dynamic, I think.
Yeah. What do you think, JP? Are you happy with it? And what do you think about the players that we've loaned out? Out of those three, do you think that they're being put in the shop window, or do you think any of them have got a future at Spurs after the loan deals?
Yeah, I mean, with Holly, the one on Hill doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I would have rather him stay in England or maybe even gone off to Scotland.
Okay.
One of those two would have worked for me. But he's going to play. He needs to play with Bryan Kulusevski. He's not going to play. Bentancur, I mean, it feels like we're stockpiling the same kind of player. It's Skip and Højbjerg now. So that creative midfielder that we're all crying out for, I don't know where that's coming. But I mean, with all the other players that have gone out, I'm interested. Like, I don't think Leon are going to come back and take up that option. It's like basically what we paid for him. So it does feel like, well, can we get his price up? And there's that option there.
But okay, imagine he has an amazing end of the season.
Yeah.
Starts assisting left, right, and centre, getting goals and stuff. Do you think that Conte's arm could be twisted to put him back into the fold at Spurs, or do you think it would just be like, brilliant, his value's gone up by 10 million, let's try and get rid?
Yeah, his value's gone up by 10 million. Maybe it convinces PSG to come back in for him. That's what we can hope for. I think the Lo Celso one is an interesting one because where's he gone? Sevilla, Valencia?
No, he's gone to Valencia. Oh, Villarreal. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see them paying anywhere near what Levy will have liked to have made back. And it kind of feels like all of these deals, someone's magically got Daniel Levy to kind of accept a loss on 3 players that he wouldn't have previously liked to have. So fair play to Paratici. I've stripped him of his Don title, but if he gets these done in the summer, I'll give it back to him.
Yeah. And what do you think about Paratici, Seb? Now that he's just jogged a thought that I had earlier, is we're expecting him to be pulling out all sorts of magic, and basically he's just found 2 players from his old club.
Fine. I have no.
You prefer Juventus sort of second tier players to PSG second tier players, yeah?
Well, it's common sense, really. There was one team that spent serious money in this transfer window in the world, and that was Juventus on Vlahovic. So they need the money back, or some of the money back. No one's done anything really in this window. Let's be honest about it. In terms of actual purchases, we've seen Lucas Digne move and Coutinho in the Premier League. I'm talking. Arsenal done nothing. West Ham have done nothing. Newcastle have done what they needed to do. But in terms of decent players, really, really good players moving, no one's done anything. There's an argument to say we have signed the best 2 players in this transfer window. So what's not to like?
Barca have spent a bit of wedge, and now they're saying that the Aubameyang transfer wasn't just in his mind. There is a chance that it might happen.
Yeah, he wasn't Odin Wingy on steroids. but no, I don't. I have no problem with going to who you know and where you know in order to get deals done. As you've both said, or everyone said, the summer will be telling. I don't think he can afford too many mistakes or any mistakes. In terms of the Hill one, I think we need to remember just how young he is and moving to a new country and things like that. It might be better for him. I don't want to say mental health, but better for him to kind of go back home for a bit. And if he's guaranteed football, that could be better than hanging out in Norwich or Newcastle or something like that, trying to get some minutes. So yeah, I'm all for it. I don't know where Franco's gone now. We have no host, and I am here very, very close on the screen. It's a bit of a worry. That's all my family you can see in the background. It's a bit too close.
Lovely.
Well, JP, what do you think about the Celso? Were you surprised at him going?
Only in the sense that if Dele goes as well, that we've let kind of all 3. I thought we'd let 2 of the 3 out this window, and I thought the Celso would possibly be the one that we kept if we could find something for Dele. So in that regards, but otherwise, not really. I think he's probably the one of all the players that need to get back in the shop window and just play some football. Because I think he's probably still got a fairly strong reputation in Spain and France that there'll be clubs that'll be interested. They just need to see him again.
So you don't think there's any hope for him coming back either? Holly, what do you think?
It's a tough one. He infuriates me because he's got kind of that flair that Lamela had, that fire and aggression, and he seems to do it for Argentina, but come to Tottenham, he just doesn't seem to impose himself in that same kind of way. Obviously, I really don't know. I'd like to think there's a place for him at Tottenham, but again, I think we'll just see how this loan spell kind of tells for him. Because again, maybe he's not really a Premier League player because some players just don't cut it. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Again, it all depends how that loan spell kind of fares for him.
Of all the three, he's the one that I could see coming back. I think he's the one that probably fits the system the best. And as much as there's been stuff that comes out that, he's not great in the dressing room, he's the one that I can kind of see getting along with Conte better than the other two.
There's something that I thought with these two players that we've got in compared to the players that we've shipped out. And he's back. And that is consistency. Kulusevski, even though he's young, has been consistently good. He struggled this season to get into Juventus team. I understand that. But I don't think Juventus look after their young players very well. I've thought that for a while with Rabiot and players like that. They shift things around so much. There's so much change there that players struggle to kind of maintain a spot. However, he was consistently good for Atalanta. Obviously, young player of the season at Parma. He's doing well. There's a 21-year-old at Juventus. Bentancur is consistently good. He give you 7, 8 out of 10 every week. The problem with obviously Ndombele, Dele, and Giovanni and Celso is they'll have one good game every 5 or 6 games. It might be a brilliant game. We might be all raving about them and saying this is the breakthrough. This is what we've been needed. But then they'll be crap again for a month. And I think what Conte wants is to know that he's got players 1 to 11 or 1 to 22 even, that he can rely on week in, week out. Show me what you've got. Don't let me down. And I think and I hope that that's what we've got with Kulusevski and Bentancur.
100%. We didn't even get 90 minutes out of Ndombele, right? Like, you get even the games where we said he played well, he had 5 or 6 good moments. And that was it. 200 grand a week for 5 minutes of good play. Thanks, mate.
It's like Caller at Tesco.
Well, here's a comment from Lily White View, Seb. I'm afraid sides don't let good players leave like Juve have done, and their fans don't seem too upset. But fans are never upset. You don't want to be like, oh, we're gutted that we've lost these players, do you? I don't know.
Also, sides like Juve stockpile all of the best talent around their league. So anyone they're letting go is a good player in some regard. It's
they've got depth. Definitely got depth in that Juve squad. And you look at the midfielders they've got left behind, and they've still got a better midfield than us. So, yeah, I'd agree with that. What's Phil Ambrose saying? He's saying Madrid let Van der Vaart go. What's the difference? So, yeah, I mean, it's not unheard of that good players leave for whatever reason, is it? They just don't maybe fit into the manager's system. And I think with Kulusevski, he just wasn't getting the game time, was he? Made a lot of sub appearances this year, but when he's come on, he's made a difference and scored a few goals for them. So, and like you said, Seb, he's versatile in terms of the fact that he can play up front. And I think that's it. We've now got players like Son, Kane, him coming in. You've got Bergwijn, Lucas. All of them can play across that front in all sorts of, left, right, centre. So I think we've just got a lot more attacking options now. And that's kind of why I can see that Hill has left. He gets to go and play in Spain. Obviously, we're not in any European competition, so we don't have those additional games for him to play in. So that loan makes sense. All in all, it seems like good business. But Seb, you keep talking about there's one more player coming in. But what position do you think we're looking to fill then, if we need to? Right back seems to be the most prominent.
Well, I'd love a right wing back. I'd love Lamptey. There was a very brief rumour this morning that we were looking at Doherty and Rodon and money to Brighton in order to get Lamptey. But I think we've left it far too late if that was the case. I think that will have to wait for the summer. I'm going to be in the absolute minority here, but I don't think Emerson Royal is as bad as what everyone says. I think obviously he needs to work on his attacking output. And since Conte's come in, I don't think Matt Doherty's been terrible. So he's probably looked at him and thought I think it still needs an upgrade, but maybe not an urgent upgrade. I think Conte, as we've seen with what he's done so far this window, the midfield was what he wanted to get sorted. So in answer to your original question, Franco, I think that there could be another attacking player. I'm reading a lot about Dembele.
Holly, would you be happy with that, or what position do you think you would need to fill if you could have one more player come in? What position?
I think obviously I'm going to kind of move on from what Seb said in senses. I've always said Emerson does the really difficult bit about getting into the great position for the cross, and then he can't produce the thing you'd think that he'd have in his locker, which is so infuriating. But yeah, maybe it is. Maybe Conte's thinking maybe we can just work on him for a little bit longer, get to the summer, and then maybe sort out that position. It's obviously going to be the hardest one to secure. But yeah, maybe another attacking midfielder might work it. Obviously, we've got Bentancur, sorry. My pronunciation
Come
is
on,
awful.
we should have a pronunciation course today. We've got to get these right.
With a name like Agenbar, you'd think that I'd be able to pronounce people's names. But yeah, obviously with him coming in and obviously Højbjerg and Skip, we've got the same kind of type of player. So maybe an attacking player again is maybe the good route to go down.
Yeah.
I will just say, just to interrupt you sorry guys, Alistair Gold has literally just reported there is no chance of Ousmane Dembele. So forget everything, forget the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, he was an odd one because he's not really done that well at Barca, isn't he? And they spent an awful lot of money for him when he kind of like hadn't really been at Dortmund firing for too long. He hadn't scored loads of goals. He wasn't like a sensation that was just banging them in like Haaland or something like that. And they paid a lot of money for him a few years back as well. So I don't know. I'm not as excited by him anyway, Seb, if I'm honest. I'm quite happy with the players we've got to lead us up to the summer. What do you think, JP? How does the squad look at this moment in time? Do you think there's gaps still? Are you happy
There's
with it?
definitely still gaps, but I don't know that there were gaps that we could have expected to fill in the January window. So I think the right wing back, as much as I would have loved to see Adama running up the wings and then get infuriated with him running back the other way, I don't think outside of that we're ever going to do anything. That's definitely feel we're still a player short in midfield, someone who can give a little bit more creativity. I think that's why losing the only 3 creative midfielders we had it feels a little bit like this could come and bite us at some point, but they had to go. So yeah, that's the one position I think where we're kind of desperately in need of. If we get 2 injuries, we're stuffed. Otherwise I think we've filled enough.
I think so. But Seb, does it make sense with the way that Conte likes to play? Because we've seen that he's not really wanting to play too many creative midfielders. He's quite happy with the functional 3 that he's been playing. Paul Muir has commented on Winks Renaissance, as he keeps saying. But then, we've got him. So we've now got 4 players that can all kind of play that role, haven't we? Which seems probably enough to me.
Yeah, I think like I said, I think central midfield's covered. I think as well, when you bring in players in, especially when the managers come in, November. So players have had two and a half, 3 months, and broken months as well, obviously with the games that have been cancelled, to prove to the manager what they can do. Now, the ones that have gone out, I would say, the ones that either haven't had a chance to prove through injury or just not been able to force their way into the team, or have proven that actually they can't do it, in the likes of Dele and Tanguy. So what you've got to be careful is with the players that you bring in, that you're not punishing a player, in effect, who's actually worked for you, who's put it in and said, yeah, stood up and this is what I can do. And whatever we think of him, I think Harry Winks has done that. So if you bring in someone else on top, he then turns around and goes, hold on, I did everything that you asked me to do, and now you want to replace me or bring someone in over the top of me. So I think there's always that balance, particularly in January, halfway through a season. In the summer, you can reset a little bit and plan for a season. But as you said, Franco, I don't really see what more we could do. I think there is one more space, as we said, but I'm not sure there's much more we could have done to this point.
Apparently, Juve have signed another midfielder as well, Dennis Zakaria from Mönchengladbach. They don't mess around, do they?
5 million quid as well, or something, which is unbelievable business.
Yeah, I think his contract was running out. I think that's the same with Bentancur, wasn't it? Because I think his contract was run out in the summer. So I don't know. Holly, do you think we've got value there? Because it's not a huge amount of money that we paid. And I don't know how that makes me feel, to be honest, because I feel like we just keep doing this. It's like we're not willing to spend that super Rolls Royce amount of money to get a really good midfielder. And maybe this window is not the window for it anyway, and we should be doing that in the summer. So how do you feel about that sort of in-between type player?
Yeah, I think it's kind of what we've all alluded to, in a sense that we kind of needed something to bulk out the midfield. And maybe because, like Seb said, he's obviously reliable in a sense that he will push out the same consistent kind of performances. So maybe we needed someone just to stable the midfield a little bit. Obviously, the fee of, I think it's like you said, 20 mil, isn't it? Around that kind of fee. Like you said, it's not big money, but again, if you're going for consistency, maybe that is kind of big money in a sense that you've paid little, but you're getting something big out of it in a sense that we don't really have a lot of consistency within our team. So maybe it's just not, I don't think it is a loss. I think it could be a really good improvement in our team, like I say, if it manages to boost the other players around them to start producing consistent performances as well.
Yeah, and JP, it's not like he hasn't played for Juve. So do you think we're getting good value in this? Because like I said, his contract was running out, and I don't know whether that has influenced the decision to get rid of him now. Because he's played, I think 10, 15 games.
18 months. I think he had 18 months left, Franco.
Are you sure?
Running out in the summer, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't pay 19 million quid for a guy whose contract's running out in 6 months.
Christian Eriksen.
Unless it's Mbappe.
I think it's the kind of money that you kind of guaranteed to get back with the resume that he brings in if he doesn't quite hit the mustard. So I think it's probably a pretty good deal. He's played pretty consistent minutes. I think the only reason Juve are letting him go is because they had balancing the books a cheaper option that they were going to bring in. They've gone, here's net 15 million for us. Brilliant. So look, I think there's good value and I'm quite excited by the signing. I don't think he's one of those signings that's going to get me up off my seat on game day, but it's something that I think definitely fills a void in this squad that we needed filling, and I'm excited by it.
So what do you think about this Aubameyang transfer? Because obviously Arsenal are going to be contenders sort of for us for the top 4 place. Do you think that makes them weaker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Arteta's cutting off his nose to spite his face. I don't think Arteta's amazing, but if you think that they are now left with Lacazette and Nketiah, who's out of contract in the summer, those are their striking options.
Yeah, Martinelli kind of plays up there, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's true. You're right. I had forgotten about him, and I hate saying it, but he's not a bad player. But yeah, look, I'll go back to what we said right at the start of us lot coming on. Is you look at United, you look at West Ham, you look at Arsenal, and then you look at us. I think we're in a much better position than we were a week ago, and they're not. They're either in the same or worse. West Ham are doing what we get accused of, which is throwing pretend money about to say we want Rafinha and we want.
Did you see it, Seb? Did you see the way that the papers reported it? It was apparently a sign of West Ham's ambition. Whilst if we bid for players and we don't get them, it's because we're like Spurs are a bunch of losers. It's just amazes me.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. The same was with Aston Villa when because the original report was that Bentancur was wanted by Villa, and there was no discussion or anything about how we trumped Villa. Or we got, we were the more desirable club and all this. And then you hear about the Diaz thing. And literally the headlines on Sky Sports wasn't just Diaz is going to Liverpool. It was that Diaz has turned down Spurs. That was in the headline. And you know what I think, Franco. You've wound me up there, haven't you? Drop that in, because you know my thoughts on particularly the British media and how their treatment of Spurs is just appalling. Look, everyone wants to see us fail. And if I was Conte, or if I was Paratici or Levy or whatever, running that club, I'd be galvanising and saying, look, everyone wants us to fail, and we're not going to. I just want to raise one thing, which is I do not know why Steve Hitchin is still in the job. Because if you look, it's not just that Paratici's there, it's that if me, you, any of you guys made the mistakes in terms of Ndombele, the Celso, that he has made that have cost, we are talking hundreds of millions or over £100 million of mistakes. How is he justifying his job? Yeah. I don't understand it.
I was looking, it's beyond that window as well. If you look back at the last 3 or 4, obviously we had that period where we didn't sign anyone. We've signed over £100 million worth of player in the last 3 windows where we spent money, all under Hitchin's watch.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them are going to be in the starting 11 other than Højbjerg.
But I mean, that's the worrying thing. Since he's been here, the amount of we have spent money, and like we all know that the signings have been terrible. But you look along the list, and probably like 20% of them you would say have turned out to be decent players that you would be happy at. The rest of them are just rubbish.
And it's not
And
that 20% have been good. It's that 80% have been absolute dross.
Yeah.
That's nice way of putting it.
Yeah, we all know the squad has declined, and we were in that position. And if we'd have had somebody decent that could find some players, but we got in a guy that was a specialist in the French league, and
he gave us Ndombele,
and that was it. And Ndombele was the one player that he got us from. I mean, I think that Poch needs to take a bit of responsibility for that, because I think Poch wanted him as well.
Well, that's
lots of Spurs fans. But
that's Hitchen's like fallback, isn't it? It's like, oh, I didn't want these players. Poch wanted this player. Mourinho wanted this player. But then, if you're just signing players a manager wants, why?
What are you bringing to
the table?
Everyone in football is looking at their watch right now, going 2.5 hours to the transfer window, and Hitchen's looking at his watch, going 4.5 hours till February. Game over.
No, exactly. But it's the thing about football, isn't it? Where because there's so many people involved in that process, you never really know who to point the finger at. Like you say, if we've got Paratici as a director of football, we've got Hitchen is like, I don't know what stupid title they've given him now. He's a head of recruitment, effectively, isn't he? Like, what is the difference? I just don't understand that. Like, we don't really seem to have much of a scouting network, because if Hitchen was sort of like the head scout and he had a scouting network and he was involved in liaising with them all, but you like from the documentary, Holly, he just seems to swan around, look at a few bits of paper, and that was it. And then moan about the winter transfer window.
He tries to look important, and it really isn't working for him, because he's trying to have an Oscar award for doing something, and he's really failing at it. It's really strange. I think the most animated I've seen was when him and Paratici were on the bench and getting amongst it and ready to go and have a punch up on the pitch. I think that kind of shows it all, doesn't it? That he'd put more of his energy in. Obviously, it's nice to see them celebrating and things, but you've got to have your job behind you as well. And it's like you said, what has he actually managed to do at this football club? It's beyond me. I think I'd probably have a better go at it. But it's incredible. He's obviously still there. And obviously I call him the egg Daniel Levy, as that's just my joke, but I call him. But to think that he's lost him lots of money and he still hasn't sat there and thought, oh, maybe I need to get this geezer out now because he's making mistake after mistake, is literally beyond me. I don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah. I don't know. He must have some dirt on somebody. Must do.
100%.
There's no way, because it isn't even like he had much of a track record. He was just a scout in France. So like guys like that, they just come and go, surely. But we seem to be holding on to him. It's a really strange one. There we go. We've got Hitchen must have something on the Dark Lord because he can't do his job. Right, Seb. Are you about ready to do your quiz? I think everyone's ready for another round of quizzing.
I am, yeah. I
hope you've not made this too obscure.
Well, you say that, Franco. I ran this past someone who basically went. So we'll give it a go. How do you want to do it? Do you want to just call out your answers and we'll see what occurs?
Your quiz, mate.
Ollie?
Well, the thing is, we've got to give the people watching.
It, mate.
We've got to give a bit of time to the people watching to give some answers as well. So it's more for them than anything else, isn't it?
Okay, so it's all loosely, and I use that in its most, strongest sense, loosely based around Spurs transfer business, not just this window, kind of going back a few years. So, are you ready for question one?
Far away.
Okay, right. Former Spurs target Adama Traore played one league game for Barcelona in his first spell, coming on as a substitute. But which player did he replace?
Can I find a friend?
You can do what you like, Ollie. I will just say that's probably the easiest question on the quiz. No, I'm joking.
Was it Messi?
No, it's not Messi. No.
It's a shame.
Is it Pedro?
No.
Is it someone well known?
Yes.
No. Was Suarez there then?
No. Well, I don't know, but it's not Suarez. You're missing the other one.
Neymar.
Oh, Neymar.
Yes. Neymar. You can have a point, JP. I'm not sure how we're doing this, but you can have a point.
Dave Bolton showing his age.
Brilliant.
It's not quite
Okay.
that old, Dave.
Spurs signed Dele Alli in January 2015. How many England caps does he have? Point for the nearest.
So it's not actually that many, is it? Because he had that just a period. It seemed like a very short period, and then he just didn't really get back into it. I'm going to say 7.
Oh no, that's way off.
More than that, then.
Yeah.
I was going to go for
Oh, yeah.
something. I was going to go for like 22.
Holly?
25.
Holly's the nearest, but you're both quite way off. It's 37.
Is it?
Franco, he played 7 games at a World Cup, mate.
The thing is, yeah, that's true.
He
I don't
played
watch England friendlies. That's the problem. So they're not even in my brain as happening.
He played Euro 2016, but he hasn't actually played since 2018.
I was just talking about those 7 games in the World Cup. So.
Okay. Right. This is interesting. You can all do this together. So I haven't written the answer down, but I think I can remember. So this question, it's multifaceted. So Dele Alli scored his first England goal against France in November 2015. How many players across both squads, so not teams, squads, that day played for Spurs in their career? And can you name them?
Right. Come on, cheeseheads. In the comments, I want to see these names.
So the obvious ones: Dele,
Yeah.
Dyer, Kane,
Yeah.
Hugo,
Yeah.
Trippier?
would Trippier? No,
No.
Trippier
Not
that day.
No.
Danny Rose playing that game.
No.
Carl Walker.
Kyle Walker.
Walker.
Lloris.
Said that, yeah.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
missing 3.
Was
Kane.
Harry
Did we
Winks
say
playing?
Kane?
Said Kane, yeah. Sorry?
No.
Winks didn't play that game.
No.
Are the rest of them French?
I'm not telling you.
Give us a clue.
Come on, cheeseheads in the comments. You're not being very helpful.
Sissoko?
Sorry?
Sissoko?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So you're missing 2.
And Ndombele, was he playing? Probably not.
No. It's 2015, mate. You're still in the French 4th division.
Yeah, true. I'm clutching now.
He'll be there back in 2025 as well.
Okay, I'll help you out. They're both English.
English.
Hmm.
Come, my wife got these. I'm not even lying.
Who wore English?
In 2015, that played for England.
Not Joe Hart wasn't playing.
Yes. Yeah,
Oh.
Joe
He's
Hart.
still in the
Look
squad
at this, JP.
2015.
And the last one's the hardest one because he didn't get on the pitch, but he was in the squad.
Dawson?
No. Do you want another clue?
Yeah, go on.
1 England cap.
That's not
I
cool.
don't know.
Okay, I'll give you another clue that will give it away. He's still at the club.
1 England cap and he's still at the club.
Wink. No, you said Winks.
Okay, he's still at the club, but he doesn't play.
Well,
Come on,
No.
guys. Okay,
No,
he's still at the club. He doesn't play, but he has been a manager and a coach.
Oh, Ryan Mason.
Oh, Mason.
Well done, Paul. Yeah.
So there was eight players on the pitch that day. Okay. Another 2015 signing, DeAndre Yedlin, has just been released by which club?
Newcastle?
It's not English.
No. Where did he?
Come on, guys. Anyone on the chat? I'm sure people know this answer.
I don't even know who
I've
Yedlin
not got the
went.
foggiest.
Okay. Shall I just say the answer, Franco?
No, give people like 30 seconds to something in the comments. Where did he go though after Newcastle?
I don't know. I just
Paul Muir's coming on a good shot. I did think it might be Turkey actually. Was it Galatasaray?
It was, yeah. Well done, Paul. Okay, question 5.
He's
True
only
or
like, how old is he? I'm just thinking that's a bit sad
Not
that he's
very
already
old.
gone to Galatasaray and now being released. I remember when he signed, I thought I'd be, like when everyone was on social media wanting to say everyone we signed was going to be the next big thing, and I stuck my neck out for Yedlin. I was he's going to be the next Walker. worst call ever.
I remember for years continuing to sign him in FIFA because I was just like, his pace. He has to be good. He's so quick.
Rapid.
Exactly.
True or false? January 2018 signing, Lucas Moura has more European and Cup goals combined than Premier League goals combined. True or false?
I reckon that's almost certainly true.
He's probably got more
Really?
goals in that one game.
So how many do you think he's got in Europe and Cup, and how many do you think he's got in Premier League?
I'm going to say 20, 25 European Cup.
What in? Okay, and how many in Premier League, guys?
15.
I was
That
going to
might
go
be
like
generous.
15-10 split.
Holly?
Okay.
I think 28 and Prem 19.
Or Holly, you can have a point. So it's a bit of a trick question. It's 19 in both.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's got 19 combined in Europe and Cup and 19 Premier League goals. How many times did Tanguy Ndombele complete 90 minutes?
Never, did he? Out of how many games, Seb?
Oh, I don't know how many games.
Let me just look that up.
I know he and what was it? What were we saying last hour? He and Celso have done like 16 combined 90 minutes between them.
Okay.
And
In
Celso's
total?
What's that?
never played. So
Right, is this just league games, Seb?
This is Premier League.
Okay.
I'll be honest, actually, don't quote me on that. It's just my question was just how many times I looked.
Okay, so
up.
he played 63 times in the league and 91 times altogether. So I'm going to say 20.
JP.
That feels generous.
Originally when you said it, I wanted to say 3.
Well, Brendan as well.
Brendan said 3.
But I'm also thinking like 8 or... Oh, God, Mark's come out and said the next number I wanted to say.
It's going to keep whacking them out.
I'm going to go with 3 just because I'm cynical.
Holly?
I'll go for 7.
Okay, Holly gets the point again. Holly's closest. I think someone got it right in the Patreon chat. It was 9.
Oh, Mark Hilton.
Yeah,
Hello, Mark Hilton. That's a poor percentage, isn't it? It's like
Definitely the money and all.
It's a poor percentage of 12 if you're a Premier League player and record signing. It's absolutely appalling.
15% of games. So we managed to play a full game 15% of the time. The rest
To
of
be
the time
honest,
he was
I
on the
reckon
bench. Our star signing.
Steve Hitchen's probably going to leave you at the moment going, see? Played 90-something games.
Oh, dear. Okay. See, I haven't written the answers down. I've just got to try and do it from memory, and this one's a bit tricky. But taking you back to January 2009, okay, Spurs signed 5 first-team players in that transfer window. Can you name them?
No.
Was that the Crouch? No, Crouch in the summer.
I think I was 12, so I can't really remember.
That's not an excuse, Ollie. It's not an excuse.
No.
So, how many? How many did you say?
5.
In January.
And they were all in 10. Yeah, they were all first team. You have to try and think, where were we in January 2009? What just happened?
Was that Jermaine Defoe?
Defoe's one.
Palacios
hang
was
on.
in the same window, wasn't he?
Palacios. Yeah. So Redknapp had just come back or come in. So they're trying to revitalise the squad after Ramos.
Yeah. So Crouch.
No, it was in the
Wasn't
summer.
it? He was in the summer.
Was Robbie Keane in January?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, Keane came back.
The last 2 are the harder ones.
Coluca?
No, who have we said? Defoe, Palacios,
and Keane.
Hang on, we got Chimbonda back.
Yeah.
And then, who's the goalkeeper?
Franco, you're doing well here, mate.
Who's the Italian goalkeeper we got from Chelsea? Cudicini.
Well done, Franco. Yeah, you nailed that one, mate. Well done. Okay.
What time? How many players did we sign that year? Because that summer, that was when we signed like Modric and all them boys, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bentley, Gomez.
Yeah.
Redknapp.
Smashing the
Comes
cash.
in. Oh, you bought loads of players in the summer. Unlucky. I need some more.
we signed Crenshaw 8 times that window.
Terrific lad.
Which player is Spurs' most expensive January signing?
Ooh.
Lucas. No. Yeah, Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas have to be. He's probably still in our top 10, wouldn't he?
I ain't got the foggiest, mate.
Lucas?
You're wrong with Lucas. You're wrong with Lucas. You're
Really?
wrong with Lucas. Yeah.
Are we counting Kulusevski?
No.
Who else have we signed?
We've talked about him today.
Robbie Keane.
It's a little. Say again.
Robbie Keane.
No.
It's
a little bit of a trick.
Not because the Celso or whatever.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The loan to buy. Yeah.
Yeah. Loan to buy went through in January. Okay. Which club did we sign Ryan Nelson from in January 2012? And then which club did he join upon leaving us?
Was it Blackburn?
Yeah, signing from Blackburn.
And who did we? I don't know. Did we just didn't we just shoot him? put him out of his misery. Took him to the knackers yard.
Your clues in the manager, I think.
Oh, did he go to Portsmouth?
No, he'd gone somewhere else by then. Redknapp.
Where did Redknapp go?
QPR.
Southampton. QPR. Of course it was.
Okay, last one before I put you out of your misery. I've got 20 questions here, but I think John told me to split them, so I've got to come back on in a bit. And you know what? Oh, yes, I can. Right, I think I've got this right, so please, if I'm wrong, forgive me, but I did look this up and kept looking and couldn't find anyone else. So, name the last 2 players before today to depart Spurs in a January transfer window.
Silence.
Come on, this is easy. Come on, Holly.
On loan or sale?
Sell. But I don't think we've loaned anyone out in January before today much anyway.
Really?
This is, yeah.
I bet we got rid of loads of kids.
Does Dylan Markendale count?
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Permanent transfers.
Permanent transfers.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay, their names have been in the news today.
Eriksen. No, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, it was today. Eriksen. Yes.
And the name has been in the news today. Not necessarily his name, but the name.
That helps. Oh, Dembele?
Yeah!
Hey.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, those are the last 2 players. Just shows you how silly some of our January transfer business has been.
Isn't it just?
Dembele is still the one. Did you see the interview with Trippier in the week where he said the whole squad felt deflated when Dembele left in January?
Yeah.
They felt that was when the trophy disappeared that they thought they were going to get.
It's that weird thing where he wasn't actually playing much, but you do feel like he was kind of like the I don't know. You know, like when you're younger and you play with older boys, he was like one of the older boys. So like, you know, in games when we were getting bullied or whatever, and they were quite physical, then Dembele would be right up for the challenge. And I think I reckon he was that sort of player around the training ground as well. Those Belgian boys, they just seemed a bit more mature than the rest of the team, and I can see that. But like we said, I think on a pod recently, it's not like he played a huge amount, and he was in and out, was injured, wasn't on his best form. But at the same time, like the group dynamics is a really important thing in any team sport, isn't it? And I do feel like sometimes we lose that with Levy's hard-nosed, cold, like, you know, doing it on a bit of paper. We must get rid of these players who cost this much money. We must get in some players which cost less. I think he misses some of the subtleties of like building a decent squad sometimes, which is, you know, no, go on.
I was saying, as much as he didn't play much and he was in and out of the squad, he definitely plays that Champions League final, and he definitely doesn't handball it within 30 seconds. So
it's that sliding doors moment, isn't it? Got rid of Dembele, and then Sissoko goes and handballs.
Forced us to play Sissoko.
It's going back to these snap decisions that we make on players, even in our own squad, because I firmly believe Dembele was allowed to go because at that moment Sissoko was actually playing quite well. He was had really improved. And rather than going, well, Dembele's been consistently decent for 4 or 5 years, he's worth hanging on to. Sissoko's had a good 3 months. We've seen it. It's what we were saying. It's the same with the Tanganga situation at the start of the season. He's had 3 good games. We don't need another defender. And then, you know, we blatantly do. We seem to make really quick judgments on players coming in and things like that. So I just hope, like I said, with these 2 that we've got in today, they have been consistently good now for 3 or 4 years. So let's hope that the Spurs doesn't rub off on them.
I think it goes the other way as well. Like, I think managers making snap judgments on players and the way we've churned through managers in the last couple of seasons definitely hasn't helped Dele get back to any kind of form. Probably hasn't helped Celso or Ndombele either. So, yeah.
But at the same time, the fact that none of these managers have basically wanted to spend too much time on them shows something, doesn't it? And I think that's a point somebody made today. It might have been Paul Muir, actually, who's waiting in the wings, who said that getting rid of players that have all been bought in for large amounts of money or on large salaries and basically loaning them out, making room in the squad, is backing the manager. Do you know what I mean? It's just, you know, I can't imagine that Levy has parted or like accepted these losses that he's going to make easily. So he's obviously, in that sense, it seemed. Would you say he's trusting the manager, JP?
Yeah, we know
it has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, I do worry like how much of this is Conte going out and saying I want this player, or him coming out and saying I want this kind of player, and Paratici going let me go and get Traore for you, but. Yeah, I mean, they've definitely backed him, so we just have to roll with it, and it's the situation we're in.
Yeah. Going back to the point about...
Franco, can I just ask you a question about Dele Alli? What are we going to do, or how do you feel, is there a chance that on this, how can you put it, like staggered deal in terms of finances, that we get Nafal for the Dele Alli?
I can't believe that. I think HG wrote something on Twitter that I read about if he was Everton, he'd just play him for 19 games and then sell him. But I can't believe that Spurs are naive enough that he would literally be only pays any money if he plays 20 games, because that's obviously a loophole you'd exploit, isn't it, I suppose? But I don't know. It feels like a pragmatic move because we just had to get rid of him, and maybe Everton were the only people doing it. And I also think Everton, because of financial fair play and the amount of money they've wasted over in recent years, I think they had to have a deal like that. So they're probably like, well, if we don't have to pay anything this year, then we're good. But they've found a way around it, I'd imagine. But I'd imagine there's a loophole in there that if he doesn't even play 20 games, then they just have to pay us that much money. But you also think if he doesn't play that many games, then who's going to buy him for more money?
I just struggle with his. He looks like the most unmotivated player to me. So the fact that we've got a deal which kind of relies on him being motivated and progressing and being better than he is now, that's a slight concern.
Yeah.
It feels a really odd deal as well with all these loan to buyers that are going around, that we've gone out and done effectively a loan to buy structure on a permanent upfront. It just feels like Levy's been pulled one here. But...
Yeah, he's a strange one. Also, I'm going to bring Paul in because I know he's a bit sad about it. But Holly, we're talking about sort of the team balance and camaraderie and stuff like that. And obviously, the biggest bromance there's ever been at Spurs was Dele and Dyer. So how do you think Dyer's feeling at this moment in time? It's weird because they don't seem to have been quite as close as they used to be, because before it was constant social media, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's strange. He's probably obviously very gutted that obviously his past best mate. I don't know, like you said, whether they're best pals now, because like you say, you don't really see so much of it, if that makes sense. Because obviously Dele's very much on his social media a lot of the time, and you don't really see him and Dyer anymore. Maybe because Conte's kind of put him under his little wingman maybe Dyer's more concentrating on not a bromance with Conte, but more of his connection with Conte and putting the shift in, whereas Dele's kind of gone the other way a little bit. So maybe going to Everton might rein him in slightly, I think, in that kind of sense. Because like we said, I think he's kind of a bit lost at Tottenham, shall we say.
Are you not worried that him and Calvert-Lewin are just going to go and try and do modelling together?
I mean, there is that, I suppose. That's got to be in the contract somewhere where they can't be doing that.
They'll both be wearing girls' pleated skirts down the high road. And
yeah, that wouldn't be so good, I don't think.
Mr. Paul Muir, I saw your tweet today saying that you were quite emotional about Dele leaving. I remember like when he first signed his first game, and you sort of pointed out that you saw signs of a real quality player there. It's quite sad, isn't it, that we've seen a player come in from nothing, reach such heights, and then basically fall back down to the bottom again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Dele came, as you say, from nothing. Pleat found him at Milton Keynes. We loaned him back, and then he comes and he just explodes like a firework. And it coincided with Pochettino doing what Pochettino was doing, and I became really, really attached to these players. Derek Dyer, Christian Eriksen, Harry Kane, Kyle Walker, these kind of guys. And Dele, I think I said on social media that I thought he was the next Gascoigne. I really did. I really thought he was going to be as good as Gaza. Loved him. Come from Milton Keynes. I went to school in Hemel, up the road from Milton Keynes. Had the problems with his mum and dad. Just basically was an outsider, an outlier, and he made his way into the absolute elite. And that takes real drive and real skill and absolute belief. And he was good. He was fucking good. He was brilliant actually at points. That second striker, the goal against Arsenal, Kane brings down his chest, turns around, Dele goes on a second man run, flips it over, 25 meters out, one touch over the back of the net. It's just ballet. I loved him. I absolutely I thought it was great. And
he's
then
left us with some amazing memories as well, though, isn't he? That's the thing. It's like if you watch the reel of Dele highlights, it'd be a great watch. And there's always
absolutely right. And and what he brought, and the bromance and stuff with Dyer, and the goodwill that Pochettino had with the fans and making proud again of the club, it was all true. And and unfortunately, he got the mega deal, and maybe that changed. Maybe the desire and the drive within that got him out of Milton Keynes and got him out of the problems living with his best mates, mum and dad, and things like this. He had no kind of family structure and those things. Maybe the Boohoo thing and everything, we make a joke of it, but maybe he just thought, I am now financially set. He makes more money from Boohoo than he does from the club, so I can see that. But and then he just hasn't evolved as a player, though, has he? He's been given chances by all of the previous managers from Conte. Played a lot under Nuno, if I remember correctly, and he hasn't really done it apart from Liverpool, which is weird. I know Liverpool's midfield wasn't all that great that time when we played them this season, but Dele's not really evolved. He flicks tricks, whatever you want to call it, around the box. He is a second striker, and we don't play that anymore. So it is sad to see him move on. Playing off Calvert-Lewin in Everton, and I hope something reignites inside him. I hope Lampard can get hold of him and do something with him for his own good and for Dele. For Everton and for Dele. It's a shame, though.
So here's a question for you, Paul, and I'll ask you all this because it's an interesting one. What would you prefer? What's happened to Dele, as in his form has just fallen away until he's no longer a Spurs player, or would you have preferred him to have, at his peak, gone somewhere like Man City? What would have hurt more?
Are you asking me first?
Yeah.
Going to Man City. I really thought Kane was going to go to Man City in the summer. I thought it was really going to go. I thought they give the money, and anybody who spoke to me end of August, well, I was just I couldn't handle him doing his little celebration in a blue kit in a Man City blue. So So there you go. There's a positive for you, Paul. Because that's it. Players are only ever going to leave if they want to go somewhere better, or if they're not good enough anymore. That's the long and short of it, isn't it? It's just a shame that it's not worked out for him, and we've had 2 years now of really trying to, just hoping that something was going to come out of it, and he's just never really found that again, has he?
Another one, Holly. How do you feel about having Christian Eriksen back in the league? It's a lot of emotions with that one, isn't there? I'm just going to be worried, I think, watching him play every week.
I think so too. I think obviously it's lovely to see him back playing football again. I think obviously everything that happened and things like that, obviously not leaving Tottenham on a bad note, but he obviously wanted out before he left. To then see that happen to him, what happened to him, to see him just back playing football is great. Obviously, for him back to Brentford, it's a bit close to home in that kind of sense. But I wish him all the luck. I think we'd all wish him all the luck. Like I say, it's going to be hella scary to see him against stuff and that kind of thing. But no, like I say, it's great to see him back.
Would any of you guys want to come have him back at Spurs in this window? No.
I think this.
I would have him back for 6 months.
You reckon?
6 months.
Sorry, Holly, you go.
I was just going to say, I was just thinking, we've been there, we've done it. I don't want to then reignite. It'd be like the Bale situation: sell Bale, get Bale back. Like sell Eriksen, get Eriksen back. I think it's just done and dusted. Just got to leave that one.
We've got form for it, haven't we? Defoe, Keane, Chimbondo, as we just mentioned.
Yeah.
Eriksen and Chimbonda in the same sentence, Frank.
Yeah, it's been a bit disrespectful, isn't it?
I wouldn't want him back. I've said this, and I know they've done all the health checks. I know he's probably more safe than ever, but I wouldn't enjoy watching him week in, week out. I would worry, and that is my sole reason. I know it's a really selfish, perhaps silly thing to say, but if I had to watch Brentford every week, I'd be looking at him the whole time, worried about him. So, I just good luck to him, as Daniel says. Great to see him back. Great to see him looking healthy. I just hope he's okay.
I echo that. I would have taken him back for 6 months, but only to give him 2 games of football, and that's about it, and just work his way back into another team.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. It does make me wonder why he's not allowed to play in Italy, but our medical, we're obviously
just different rules.
Yeah,
just different rules.
Okay.
It's not even lax. From what I read about it, because Dele Blind is similar. He's got this device fitted, and from what I read, it's like he's more safe than any other player on the pitch. It's almost over the top safety. But the laws in Italy prevent you from playing professional sport if you have one of these devices fitted. It's simple as that, and I think it differs in each country.
Okay.
You know he's going to score top bins against us.
Yeah.
You know he's going to put one right in the corner. It's going to be a free kick. Somebody like Højbjerg is going to bring someone down, Tony down 25 meters out, and Eriksen's going to whip it into the top corner. You can just see it happening now.
I think they've said he is at least a month away from being in the first team picture, Eriksen. So I don't know when we played him actually, but hopefully that doesn't happen.
I just text Brendan and said, Brendan, you're supposed to be on now, aren't you? And he replies, yeah.
Is he down the beach with the Irish consulate again or something?
I'm sure he will appear with a beer in his hand. I'm sure he will. So what, Seb, have you got more quiz questions coming up in the next hour?
No, I'm back on at 10:30, I believe.
Oh, right. I love the fact we've planned this out as if Spurs were going to be signing players all night. It's going to be super exciting. Loads of stuff's going to be happening. Like, we're done. Paul, do you think we're going to be getting anyone else in?
No, I don't think so. Can't see it. It seems fairly quiet. There's no real rumours. Yeah. I mean, I must admit, I'm not over enamoured. I'm a bit underwhelmed by what we've done, but you've covered that already.
Mate,
I guess we'll Burn going to Newcastle. Burn going to Newcastle yesterday. I was hoping that maybe Mr. Rodon might have gone to Brighton. We might have seen him for a bit, but no, I can't see us getting anybody else. No.
Okay, fair enough. Here he is, the man himself. Bren's going to take the reins. Which means I get to go and do something else, go and eat another burger. Also joining Marcus as well, but Bren, you can do the introductions. Anyone, if you want to stay on, then do, but I am chipping off.
I'm off.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot it all, I think.
See you, Franco.
See you, Franco.
Last one, guys. Keep watching, cheeseheads. Keep watching.
See you later.
Cheers, guys. Bye, my Franco.
See you later.
Cheers. Hey, Marcus and Paul, how are you doing?
Hey,
Yeah.
Marcus. Hello. Oh, Franco. Oh, Brennan.
What are you doing, Franco?
Where's everybody gone?
There we go.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. How are you guys?
Good. Yeah, just realised I've volunteered for 3 hours of this. So like, everyone else has got an hour, and they're swanning off. 3 hours.
Yeah, just
Mental.
half
What-
busy.
I'm too good. I'm too good to you guys. Yeah,
3
a
hours,
busy day.
3 hours of Brendan McGurty.
I know, it's bloody hot as well, and it's a Monday, so I'm not drinking. So let's see how it goes. How are we doing, Marcus? Good to chat. Good to meet you here.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, guess me like fairly chilled out January at the moment. Just sort of, I haven't really figured out why there's no football on. Like, it's no football this weekend, and like next weekend it's like just Watford playing or something stupid. So I've just not quite figured out what's going on or why there's no football on. But yeah, again a bit itchy, and right, transfers helping a little bit right at the end, but yeah, pretty could do for a bit of entertainment really.
Yeah, it's
I
been.
think the Aubameyang debacle of him maybe just taking an unauthorized trip to Barcelona. That's quite entertaining, no?
It's hilarious.
So-
They got Odin Wingy on steroids. That was a good one.
Was Odemwingie the guy that chartered the helicopter and just flew about a bit? Was
He
that
waited in the
Odemwingie?
car park, a QPR car park, for an hour or something. Like he was just desperate for Redknapp to sign him and drove himself to QPR. They're like, no, you can't come in. So he just sat in the car park for hours, hoping that they'd sign him.
Who was the guy from? Who was the midfielder or the defender from Liverpool who just hired a chopper and basically flew between Manchester, Newcastle, and London? There was a guy from Liverpool, I'm sure.
The Dutch guy, wasn't it?
Marcus, can you remember? I can't remember, but I remember some guy just basically like flying about.
Dutch guy from Liverpool.
It was it will come to me. It's the Dutch guy.
Don't count.
Are you happy with the window, Marcus? What do you think about the window for us? You happy? You happy with it?
Like to be honest, I didn't have high expectations of it going into it, so I'm not disappointed, but yeah, not overwhelmed either. I think like last time I was on the podcast, I was basically championing just trying to keep hold of the players we have had, players we do have who have proven, at one time or another that they can be effective in the Premier League, and I think like some of that's borne out. So I think Winks has kind of shown like he's worth keeping. Kind of disappointed Dele didn't really get a chance after the Liverpool match. I was like really pumped up with that, waiting for that to be his latest sort of second or third coming, and just like I don't know whether like he just didn't really get a chance. Like I think he played one game against Southampton and then just didn't play. Like you got to imagine that's something behind the scenes. Like I don't think Conte just wouldn't play him if he didn't think he was fully committed or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really sad about that one, but I guess it kind of had to happen.
Do you think
one thing for you, Paul? Sorry, on Dele, had that goal gone in that chance against Liverpool, where the keeper Alisson got fingertip to it? Do you think that would have? Again, it's sort of fine margins, but do you think maybe he would have picked on from there, or was it already? Had the ship already sailed? And it was Ryan Babel, by the way.
Thank you, Ryan Babel. Liverpool, Dele. Yeah. I think it's the same with Steven Bergwijn as well when he hit the post. When we drew tour with them as well. I think if Alisson doesn't save that and it goes in, then obviously it's ifs and buts. But for me, that would have been a lot to Dele, and I think he could have really used that as a springboard. Don't want to say too cliched, but he's a shadow, isn't he? The confidence had gone from him, drained from him. He when you see him when he does play, he just doesn't move. He doesn't have the spite or the shithousery or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, to answer your question, if that goal had gone in, I think we could have seen a real push from him to like really try and bust the gut and get the fire going again to get into that team, to get into a Conte team.
Yeah. Marcus, so how are you feeling with the other outs? So there's been 4 outs today. So Lo Celso's gone on loan to Villarreal. Gil has gone to Valencia, and obviously Dele looks like he's on his way to Everton. and Ndombele back to Lyon. So that's a lot of movement, And 2 ins, is that enough? Do you think that there are some gaps, or is it a simple case that these guys weren't playing anyway? So we've got them off the books, bringing in 2 players that will probably play a bit more than the 4 of these guys combined.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that they got rid of all of them. Maybe not light, but slightly untested. I suppose Kulusevski, he's played. I think he plays as a sort of second striker or 10 as well as wide. So I think potentially he might be a kind of replacement, I guess, for the Celso or Dele playing as a 10. So he maybe covers that a bit. I'm not sure. I thought Bentancur was probably a bit more defensive than those going out. So yeah, I don't know. Again, we'll see whether that's enough or whether that's going to fill that kind of creative void, which I'm not completely convinced on. But yeah, I think with all of them, you could make the argument that given apart from Ndombele, probably if they had a chance or run, they might be able to do something better than a completely until tested option. But I don't know, we probably made that same argument, 50 times before. So yeah, I was surprised so many did go out, but yeah, maybe we had too many people in the first place, and that was part of the problem.
Just on that, do you remember when Pochettino came in, the cull that happened, Adebayor, Bentaleb, and all the other guys? Do you think now we're seeing a similar kind of like an epoch moment where Conte, as I said earlier, is it's almost like he's now put his flag and this is now where I begin bringing this squad through and adding to the people that I want. It's a bit like that where Pochettino got rid of these kind of bad eggs in the dressing room. Do you think it's something similar?
Yeah, definitely. I think so team culture is really important, I think. And yeah, if you've got anyone there who's undermining your message or not pushing forward, I think either it's going to either the people who are pushing forward are going to be annoyed by them, or it's going to it's going to pull people away from that message, or I agree. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm really glad about Dele because I think so many my best memories of the last 7 years is were things that he did, big games he won for us, great moments. And so it's it's such a shame that the whole thing's just fizzled out, and I don't know, parts of that injury, but yeah, again, Mourinho just completely ruined everything. But I guess that's happened, but yeah, still just pretty going.
Yeah. Been joined by James. How you doing, Jamie?
I'm all right. How are you guys doing?
Hi, James.
How's it, James?
Oh, good. So a question here popped up from Falambros, slightly left field one. If you could have hijacked any of the Premier League transfers this window, excluding ours, so ones that we haven't made, who would you have taken? So you're looking at maybe Coutinho,
Lucadinho. I would have gone for Lucadinho. He can play both sides as a fullback, and I think we still haven't really addressed certainly the right wing back, fullback position. I'm surprised Doherty's still at the club. We've not given him to Dulwich, Felix Stowe or someone like that. But it's I would have gone with Lucadinho for a right wing back, right fullback option personally.
Jamie?
Yeah, I'd have to say something similar because I'm not really sure who else that moved in this window we'd even want, if I'm honest with you.
It's been a quiet window all around. None of the big teams have really made much movement apart from us. It could be argued that we have probably signed, like I think it was Franco said, we signed the 2 best players of the transfer window because there hasn't been too much movement. You could look at Bruno Guimaraes, but again, he's unproven, as are Kulusevski and Bentancur at Premier League level. So yeah, it was a strange window, and I don't have Sky Sports. What's the latest? Anything else? Any other whispers? I think Dembele's been quashed. Dybala, apparently, we've put in a bid for him, but for a pre-contact agreement for him to come in the summer. Any other rumours that you're spotting out there, Jamie?
Oh, transfers. I haven't seen any. Sorry. I got a phone call, so I muted. Very sorry about that.
It's all right. It's all right.
I'm professional.
How about you then, Paul? What have you made of the window? It's not been an overly exciting one overall, but January never is.
No, January never is. Plus, what did we lose? 80 million last year. Last season. 125 million to previous transfers. So I know those are kind of like, those are structured into our accounts and stuff. But if you look at that, it's 205 million, and probably other teams not even run as financially well as us. This is going to annoy the anti-ENIC and leave the out brigade, but I don't think we were that liquid in the market. I don't think we had a lot of money to spend, and I think what we've done with the loans, with options, is the way post COVID that we were going to do. But yeah, there wasn't a lot of excitement this window, but it was to be expected after that kind of like the disruption to the game for last season and a half. So yeah, summer will be interesting. Summer will be very interesting. We really need to get rid of the dead wood again and then address some situations. And yeah, I'm glad that we've got Hugo as well for another 2 years. I think that's something that's kind of got forgotten a little bit. I know we talked about it on the pod, and you've talked about it on YouTube for a bit, but I'm glad that we've got Hugo for another 2 years. It gives us another season, another 2 or 3 windows to identify somebody better than Galini. I mean, I'm better than Galini. We need a better backup, and then hopefully somebody's a number 1 will come available in next. But yeah. So the window, to answer your question, nothing too exciting's happened, but the Hugo 2-year deal extension was good for us. Was a very good bit of business.
On the keeper situation, Marcus, is there anyone in the country, like a keeper in the league, so a British keeper even, that you think that we could go after? I think Nick Pope is a possible option. Henderson from Man United, if they're willing to let him go, or they don't see him as a long-term successor to. He's got the Spanish geezer. It's a G, isn't it? Anyway, yeah. Is there a British keeper or a keeper in the league that we can go after?
It's tough. I think there's. I suppose that's the way of keepers, is that like all of them at one point or another have been good, and well, not all of them, but like some of them have shown flashes of brilliance at times. But then they've all like quite a lot of them have then like fallen away. So I don't think even so. I guess Pickford's obviously number 1 in England still. Like, but yeah, like I think had a good World Cup, but then he's not like as a replacement for Hugo. This is not really what you're going after. And then after that, it just kind of dropped away. I think like Pope. Yeah, I think Pope showed promise, but again, is like probably not enough to really displace even Pickford. And yeah, again, that's probably not the kind of. I think with like a goalkeeper, you really want like a sort of marquee person who's going to be there for 10 years, like a big, like international. So I think that's one where, I think at the moment it looks like we probably need to go outside of. Yeah, certainly outside of England, I think probably at the moment.
I think Sam Johnson at West Brom's got 6 months left on his. We could have signed a pre-agreement with him this window. I don't know if he's well. I don't really watch West Brom, but I know Sam Johnson when they were in the Prem was good, so that might be an option. But you're right. The drop off between like getting like a Larice replacement is big money. I mean. He's given us the meat of his career, isn't he? He's stayed with us like over a decade. It seems a long time ago when he came in and he was in the wings and Friedel, and then he obviously he ousted Friedel, didn't he? And then that was it. There's no looking back. And he's had some wobbly moments and stuff. And people talk about his kicking; it's not great. But some of the shots on the way to Champions League final in the German games, the guy drink driving. Thing aside, he's been exceptional. He's been exceptional for us. So that's something. It just feels like we've kind of kicked that down the road a little bit. That keeper thing, which is good because we got more pressing things to wing backs. But yeah, I think Marcus is right. The drop off between a Larice standard keeper, and then the next person down is massive. And yeah, I don't think of anybody out there at the minute that we could go for.
James, any football manager tips on a up and coming goalkeeper?
Isaac Peterson. There you go. But you never heard of him. He plays for Toulouse. Well, he's played one game for Toulouse. He's a backup keeper in the second tier in France. However, he was one of the best keepers in Sweden when he played in Sweden. There you go. He's been a solid keeper for me in the Prem, so what can I say?
Right.
He probably wouldn't cost anything, would he, though? So, I mean, could be worse signings out there. That would cost 60 million, so,
And what do you made of our two arrivals today, Kulusevski and Bentancur? I'll be honest, I don't watch the Italian league too much, but they both look solid. The highlights really looks good. And we said earlier on the show that Juventus do stockpile. They've got quite a deep squad, and the players that they do have there are going to be good because they are the biggest team in Italy. So are you happy with the two arrivals today?
Yeah, most definitely. They're both excellent players. And, I mean, the thing is we weren't getting anything out of Celso, Ali or Ndombele. So even if they come in and they just show up, I mean, that's probably more than they were doing anyway. So it's an improvement to the squad, right? And I think this window, especially when we're looking at just being a smidge away from fourth, it was just about adding any quality we feasibly could to just hopefully push us into that fourth place position. And I think these two guys do that. I mean, especially considering it doesn't look like Man U are going to get anyone in, doesn't look like Arsenal are going to get anyone in. It does look like that fourth place is definitely ours to take.
Yeah, West Ham as well. They wouldn't get Lingard because Man U won't sell to a top four rival. So they've gone quite. So, like I said, amongst our rivals pool for the top four, we've done the most business.
We needed to. I think we were the team that had glaring kind of issues to address. I have a funny feeling West Ham will be there or thereabouts. I think Moyes is the kind of manager, the canny kind of Scotsman has been around. He will rotate and they will do quite well. Yeah, it was surprising that like United, I know, did Van der Beek go to Palace in the end?
Yeah, gone to Everton.
Okay, so they got. Is that the only outgoing they got? Oh no, the lad who went to Celtic or Rangers.
Yeah, Dele Alli.
Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah.
Surprised they didn't. Surprised they Oh, and also, obviously Martial went to. Actually, Man United did quite a lot of outgoings. As well as ingoings. Yeah, I mean, I think we need. As I said, I think we needed to strengthen in the most. I'm not too convinced yet until I've seen these guys from Juve if we have strengthened, but as James has said, the players out weren't doing much, so we've made money off the wage bill, etc. So what am I trying to say here? That we for fourth, I still can't call fourth. I think West Ham or us. I think Man United will fall away. I think it's West Ham or us.
Well, West Ham, they've got the Europa League distraction. United have got Champions League distraction. We don't have a conference distraction, and I think that is key because you saw with Chelsea under Conte that they'd finished 10th, I think, the season before under Jose. That was when he imploded in his second spell. And they didn't have any European distractions. They won the league because he had them on the training pitch for a full week. No other distractions, no trips to Europe. So that could play in our favour. The fact that two of our main rivals are in Europe still, and the other one's Arsenal. So it's it's all to play for. I'm optimistic. And Kulusevski, we were talking about the lack of a backup for Kane. I assume Kulusevski was a striker anyway because he played there last season, so he can play through the middle. He is quite built. He can hold up the ball. So Marcus, there's the option there for Kulusevski to come in for Kane if we need him to.
Yeah, definitely. So I think he's got like experience sort of playing across all the, like I guess all of that sort of from 3 or 4 positions now. So this gives options, and I suppose with like Son, Bergwijn, Moura all kind of at a pinch able to do the same. It probably does help us out. And so I suppose, like made some good points just there. And I think like with, I think probably one thing we've avoided hopefully is like, I think we could have had like a really bad transfer window where maybe we just sort of knee jerked like because of, wanting to get people in or, doing things which either like waste money for the summer or, just kind of things which are probably going to make a material difference in this season, but, don't really set us up. And so I guess, like getting money off the wage bill, getting people out. So, allows us to keep sort of powder dry for the summer. And I think, like I say, just small changes and removing people who are like kind of bad apples. I think kind of does line us up and potentially getting rid of more people means there's, like you said, there's less people to keep happy with the fact that we don't have Champions like any European football to play. So you don't have to worry about who's playing and who's not. It's less games to play, less squad to manage, and hopefully that I guess a couple of people coming in new to get involved with that probably helps us rather than the same old which we know is not working.
Can I ask a question? Do you think these Juve guys come straight in? Do you think they hit the ground running, so to speak, or do you think they're bled in 20 minutes, 35 minutes, and a half here, a half there? What do you reckon?
Our next game's the game against Brighton, right?
Brighton.
So in the FA Cup. So I imagine one of them will probably play in that game. I don't think we really have the time to just ease them in and not play them very much. I think they have to come in reasonably immediately, to be honest with you. So it depends what Conte wants to do, I suppose. But I imagine at least one of them will probably play quite a bit of minutes straight away, especially with Son injured still. I imagine Kulusevski will probably come in immediately, probably on the Brighton game.
Okay.
Hey Shan, how you doing?
Good. I've just dragged my COVID-ravaged body over here to see you all. Finally starting to feel a little bit better. I can actually walk up and down the stairs without having to crawl now, which is nice. But yeah, happy to be here. Obviously, was meant to be here for longer, but due to my health, I just didn't feel up to the challenge of hosting tonight. But I'm happy to chat to you all for a little while. All things Spurs, all things deadline day. And yeah, I'm sure hear everyone's opinions because I have plenty.
And what you made of the window? Happy with the ins and outs? Were you more happy with the ins or the outs?
I think I'd say I'm equally happy with both. I mean, I think we've done everything we needed to do as opposed to getting those that needed to go out of the club. Any toxicity we had at the club is now hopefully gone. I think we made a good start up to it in the summer and then obviously have continued it in this window. I know there's concerns now that we're maybe leaving ourselves a little bit thin with not replacing them all, but everybody wants quality over quantity. And I think what we've brought in Kulusevski and Bentancur is not only someone that's very, very easy on the eye in Bentancur, but two players that are very versatile and can play in multiple positions. So if you've got, Kulusevski, who can play across the front three, he can play in a number 10, so he could slot into the midfield if we wanted to play Kane and Son up top and play a midfield three with obviously Kulusevski slightly further forward. I think both those players give us options. So yeah, I think we could have done a lot worse than those. Obviously, they're not Premier League proven. So like Jamie was just saying, hopefully they slot in and get firing straight away. But like I say, they're going to know what Conte wants, and hopefully they do that. I think overall we could have maybe gotten one or two. We needed a striker, we needed a right wing back, but ultimately you're not going to do all of that in January. And to get the type of players in those positions that we need to upgrade on what we've got, it's going to be incredibly difficult in January. I think that's going to be one for the summer. Yeah. But we've made a good start for the summer in clearing out all of the crap that we have at the club. No one else has managed to do it. We've been trying to get rid of a lot of these players for a long time. No one's managed to do it. Paratici is doing that, and I think we're seeing a change in the way transfers are done at Tottenham, which is long overdue.
Paul, you sent this question to us on the Friday show. I'm going to throw it back at you. What have you made of Paratici? Do you think he is a success? I mean, because we sort of saw Juventus' success under him, and it's kind of attributed that success, or at least part of it, to him. But there's a lot more factors involved in Juventus' success, and he may not have been as responsible for that success as we'd like to believe. So, what have you made of his dealings, and is he the right man for the position that he's got?
You know, when you're trying to lure like a shark and you chum the water, Brent, by throwing like bits and pieces in and try and get a nibble. Is this what you're trying to do here with that question? What do I think of Don Paratici over this window? I think he's probably come out of it 5 or 6 out of 10. I'm still not. I had a quick look at what he did for Juve, and it's all kind of like loan deals here and clever dealings to get around some of the red tape in the window and stuff like this. But he hasn't really. I mean, I don't know about these Juve guys. I don't watch a lot of Italian football, so I don't know. But I'm still far. I had high hopes that we'd be getting, like decent kind of young, European-wide talent, not just Italian league talent, but European-wide talent, and that's not materialised. I still hold. He still fought for Nuno during the summer, as we all know, and that turned out to be an absolute unmitigated disaster. No, I'm not convinced by him yet. I'm still not convinced. I still, Hill. He brings a player in, and he's gone 6 months later. We spoke about this on the pod about these players and doing our due diligence. It just seems to be, it's like just not happening. I know, if Caller was here now, something he'd be saying there'll be a lack of available kind of like quality to buy and value for money to buy in January. But Villa found, they got a great. I keep going back to the Digne deal. That would be ideal for the money involved. That would have been an ideal transfer for us. And I don't want to just hold the one transfer against, because obviously that there's going to be value and quality all throughout the window from other clubs. But it's to go back to your question, Don Para. No, you'd like to think he would know that deal or know of some kind of similar quality deal. Not middling players on the last 12 to 18 months of their contracts at his previous club. I think I want a bit more from him than that.
And Marcus, what have you made of Fabio, not just this window, but the previous summer as well, where we saw the likes of Aurier, Lamela go, Joe Hart left, Danny Rose. So obviously a lot of his job isn't just the incomings, it's the outgoings. And the players that he's let go, maybe bar Toby, you're like, oh yeah, you can understand it, and at least he has found a solution to that. And the question is, though, the ins been enough? And as Paul pointed out, Bryan Gil has been here for 6 months, and not all signings work out. There is always a risk factor. But anyway, what have you made of Fabio over the 2 windows, at the ins and outs?
Yeah, so I suppose I think he's doing okay. Like, yes, there've been mistakes. So I definitely was one who was, okay with Nuno when he came and was willing to give him a chance, and probably gave him a chance longer than he probably deserved. I think there was a period after a couple of the bad losses where it's clear it wasn't going to happen, but like I kind of was in that camp of give him a chance. I think it's still early days. I think, like I say, I think one of the main jobs has been getting people out, and I think he has done that well. And even with Toby, we've got like a decent amount of money for that, considering he's 31 or 32. And I think with the signings we brought in, I think Hill is young, was always going to be like a kind of risky and probably a slightly more long-term one anyway. I think Emerson's been fine. Like his crossing needs to improve, but like I think he's been more steady than Aurier probably before. You like less worried about like calamitous mistake basically. And I think he has been fine. He's been solid. So I don't think that one's necessarily disastrous. I think Yeah, I don't think we've seen enough. I think there are concerns in that, just going back to your old club and doing what you've always done is not really, it's not, you want to see something new, something fresh, and applying what to a new situation rather than just last minute deals just to kind of, get you out of it. But it is a difficult transfer situation, transfer period. Well, it's just a difficult period, across the world, globally in football anyway. I think it's been okay, but
sorry to jump in. Compared to the other ones, so you look at other directors of football that we've had. So we've had Damian Comolli, we've had Arneson, and they came with reputations of understanding football. I think Fabio Paratici comes with a sort of reputation of sort of the more business element. Maybe he's not a student of the game as much as our previous directors of football have been, well, managing directors, whichever label they've given it. So yeah, maybe that's one of the issues, is that he may have contacts, he may understand the transfer dealings, and he does structure deals well. I mean, in terms of the spend under him, we've not really spent loads on players. Romero was always going to be a loan with the option, and that's how he likes to structure the deals. So do you think that's an issue, that he may be more of a transfer guy as opposed to a guy who really understands football?
Yeah, so I suppose with so I'd say it's really less of a concern at the moment when you've got someone like Conte at the helm, who he knows what he wants to do and he's going to do it, and to the team, and so he's probably, I think we're kind of protected from that a bit, in terms of obviously we want everyone to work in collaboration and sing from the same hymn sheet, but I think from the football side of things, I'm not. I think with Conte we've got that covered, and I suppose potentially, I imagine his major remit coming in has been to just get remove liabilities from our kind of balance sheet, and just get things off the books really. And so I think he's kind of done that, and like I say, hopefully that kind of I think potentially kind of keeping our powder dry for the summer, and maybe having a slightly better outlook globally as an economy, as just consistent football after that, maybe gives us more opportunities, and maybe maybe the whole market's just more more liquid, more people moving about, more money moving around.
Yeah, that's a good summary. Shan, you have your finger on the pulse. Is there any chance of any more incomings today, do you reckon?
I don't think so, but just to highlight with Paratici and the signings that he's made, and Brandon is right. We've brought in Paratici to do this rebuild, but you can never rebuild with the amount of deadwood players that we've had in this club. He needed to clear it out first, and I think he's done that well. No one else has managed to do that. I think with Emerson was always bought to play in a back four. He was bought to play at right back. He's a good right back. He's a very good right back. What he was not bought to do was to fly up the right wing and put crosses into the box. That's not his game. So I think there's an element of, obviously, the Nuno disaster, where if we'd have got Conte in the summer, that Emerson signing wouldn't have happened, and we'd have maybe bought someone that's going to suit that system. But for whatever reason, Conte wasn't available, and we got Nuno instead. We didn't really have any other options at the time. I think Gil was always going to be one for the future. He was never going to be one that went straight into the starting 11. But what would have made more sense to me is maybe loaning him to a lesser Premier League side, a championship side, just because he needs to work on the physicality element of his game. I think he's not really going to get that. And if he's homesick and he's struggling, he's not going to get any further in his journey under Spurs by going back to Spain. But what we need to remember of Paratici is he had a hell of a lot of work to do to change not only the squad, but the culture at the club. The culture at the club has been wrong for so long when it comes to transfers. You look at Dele, for example. We're letting him leave on a free. We have no guarantee that we're going to get any money for him. Daniel Levy would never have signed off on that a year and a half ago. He'd have wanted to get a fee for him. So I think the culture and the way we're doing business is changing. I think we've set ourselves up. Yes, we are a little thin on the ground of the squad, but we've set ourselves up and put ourselves in a good position for the summer, which was ultimately when we were going to do the majority of our business to push on and hopefully challenge for some stuff next season. I think we can still get top four. I think the two boys from Juve are very good additions to the club, and they're players that Conte knows. They're players that Conte can use, and I don't think Paratici would have got them in if Conte didn't want them. So yeah, that's that. I think.
Yeah. Well, Jamie, I'll come to you quickly. What have you made of Paratici and the signings that have come in this window? Do you think that they've been good business? Is Kulusevski and Bentancur good in your football manager circles?
I think they're certainly good players. My only real worry with Bentancur, so as they say, is that he doesn't seem like a gigantic upgrade over Højbjerg. I mean, he commits more pressures a game, more tackles, more interceptions. But he's actually worse of a progressive passer and worse of a dribbler, which Højbjerg isn't very good at. He seems like quite a similar player to me. I don't watch a ton of Italian football, but just like looking at his stats, that's what I can glean. Kulusevski almost seems like a much better Lamella because his defensive numbers are really, really good for a winger. Like, they're really good, right? So maybe he'll play as a wing back. I don't know. That would certainly be interesting. I think they're both reasonably risk-free signings in that I don't think they'll lose a lot of value. They're certainly players that will probably, especially Kulusevski, I can't speak properly, will probably accrue in value. So I think they're pretty good. In terms of Paratici overall, I mean, he has a lot of work to do. The squad was stale, and it's the side effect of not improving your squad for like a whole year, and to be fair, even longer than that. I think almost anyone in the world would struggle with this. So I'm gonna say give him a year. If we're in a similarly not tremendous position in a year's time, then then we can start talking about heads flying. But I think he's done quite okay this window and reasonable overall.
Well, that's a good point you raised actually there. I'll come to you, Paul, on risk. These are low risk signings, and having seen our fingers burned with Celso and Ndombele and Celso, one of our biggest signing and one of the other. Do you think that's a factor now that we are looking more details, doing that due diligence and covering ourselves a bit with the nature of these signings?
I think you're spot on. I think I alluded to earlier the losses that we had in the accounts in December, and obviously what we owed, about 200 million. I think you can, you can't get much safer than going back to the club where you worked and the manager worked before, and getting players that you really trust. And I think that it seems a lot kind of safer, and it seems a much lower risk. Is you're absolutely spot on, Brendan. Whether they hit the ground running, we've only. I mean, I come to this other point in a second, but we need these guys to make an instant impact. We need them to literally come in against, as I spoke to Jamie earlier, coming in, I think it's Brighton in the FA Cup, and one of them needs to play and one needs to make an instant impact. Not like score a world or anything, but needs to make us better going forward and better playing Conte ball. Hopefully they can do that. Let's see. Let's really see. Going back to the outgoings, am I right in thinking the only guy we permanently got rid of is Dele? The Leicester all loans, aren't they? So Hill's out on loan, and Ndombele's out on loan, and Lascelles is out on loan. Okay, so we're hoping that we are hoping that they play well, and either their clubs will take them on a permanent at a reduced fee, or they come back and they're played in some kind of form. Again, that doesn't seem to me very smart. I'd rather see these players go permanently, in my own opinion, and then they're off the books for good. I don't see Paratici covering himself in glory just he's got rid of some players for 6 months. I think it's a bit short term. But then I'm not a director of football, so I don't know the market obviously, but I think it's just a bit short term. We just got rid of them for 6 months, and we'll have those players back in the summer. I don't really get
just to counter that, they're going back to leagues that they are familiar with, And Tongi's gone back to his old club. Lo Celso's gone to play in the Spanish league, and those leagues, with respect to them, by and large, aren't as competitive as our league. So they are more likely to get more game time, and look better at those teams than they were at Spurs. So it's kind of shocked them 6 months. Agree, it's a risk. But
so it's looked better for a view for them to be sold, not to come back to Spurs and play next season.
I wouldn't mind Lo Celso coming back. Tongi, I think, has burned too many bridges now, and it's a shame. But he's not the sort of player that we want at the club, unfortunately. Obviously, in the summer we got Pape Matar coming in as well, so there will be a bit more competition there. I think, ironically, we were I think Shan was saying, was knocking that Bryan Gil sort of has to bulk up a bit. Pape Matar is 19, I believe he's 19, and is already physically ready for the Premier League. The question with him is in terms of the technical side, but he is a player that we should have brought in immediately, rather than loan straight back. So, but anyway, I'm going off on one there. But yeah, there's an argument that they are going back and they will perform well. I still think that Lo Celso will come back, though.
I don't think Lo Celso should come back. I think he's too lightweight for the Premier League. I think he's constantly injured. He clearly doesn't get on with Conte. I think the Instagram story that he did was stupid. And I think, similar to Tongi, I just don't think his attitude is right. In a different way to Tongi, I think Tongi is petulant. I think with Gio, there's been reports that he just don't have a good vibe around the place. He's grumpy. He's a bit obnoxious. He's got a bit of an attitude problem. I just don't think that's play. And Conte clearly doesn't like him. So there's why you don't need players around that. He's proved at Spurs it's just not going to work. I think they've all had.
We've got people in the cheese room like that, and we still persevere with them.
Welcome.
But no, like literally, I just don't think. I just don't think it's going to work. I think we need to stop holding out hope on these players. Giovanni Lo Celso has not really shown us anything to show he's going to have a future at Spurs. He falls over far too easily. He's not physical enough. He gets injured every single time he goes to Argentina. He basically does a Gareth Bale and just uses us to get fit to go on international duty. We don't need that type. Everyone used to slag off Lamela for the same thing, even though he won't go on international duty. Everyone used to slag him off for always being injured. Well, Giovanni Lo Celso is just Eric Lamela Mark II, but less impactful. Eric Lamela actually used to make a little bit of a difference. Giovanni Lo Celso offers nothing.
So he's Lamela without the ball rolls. Hey then, caller, congratulations, man, on your latest arrival.
Thanks very much. Definitely the best guy in the transfer window. So yeah, all's well in Cornerville right now, apart from sleep deprivation.
Look at that. It's like looking like someone from Guantanamo above me right now. Look, that's what lack of sleep does to your kids. Look at his eyes. Look.
I feel so tired and so poorly. But I've had this horrible, nasty cold for the last week. Yeah. But yeah, thanks very much, Brent. And I'm here. I'm still here. I thought I'd come on for a few minutes. I'm not going to last long. I'm not going to lie. Probably till about 10, and then I'm going bad because.
Caller, are you in the conservatory?
No, I'm in the dining room.
Is that the West Wing or the East Wing?
It's East. Yeah, East.
Okay, while we got you here, give us a summary then. What are your thoughts on today? Happy with the dealings and the ins and outs?
Not really, to be honest.
No?
I'm happy that yes and no would be what I'd say. I mean, Paratici is clearly in control of the recruitment process at Spurs, which is what everyone wanted, myself included. Daniel Levy to sort of leave well alone. He's taking right down hits on players left, right, and centre by the look of it, isn't he? So, look, the reality is he's cleared out people who Conte doesn't want. That's the crux of it, isn't it? Conte does not want Lo Celso. Conte does not want Dele, etc., etc., etc. Thank you, Daniel Harrison. Yeah, it feels great to be in my 40s. So on that basis, we're doing everything that the manager wants. We do, Conte is being backed to all intents and purposes. Because being backed is about having people you don't want out of the club as well. I think we're lining up for a very big summer and a transitional summer transfer window. And I really hope, what I hope to see is the evolution of the squad complete sort of by the end of summer. But it feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity to me, because we could have added some bodies, just some bodies to the squad and pushed on. And ultimately we've weakened it because we've taken, we're 2 players down on what we had. You could argue we've not weakened it because the players that we've brought in will play, and the ones we've got rid of won't play, which is true. But if we have a bit of an injury crisis, particularly in midfield, we've got issues. We've got real issues. So I'm sort of a bit melancholy about it, because there's good and there's bad. The 2 we've signed are good players, actually. I think they are good players, and I think they will enhance the team. But I think that overall, you've got to take a bigger picture look at what Paratici is trying to do and how he's trying to shape Tottenham, because we saw it. Phase 1 was the summer window where he ships out, Sissoko, Lamela, that deadwood. This time round, he's going sort of after the big ticket items we've got, and we're shipping those out, and because they just haven't worked for us. There must be some serious headroom if these loans are made permanent, which is a very big if. If those loans are made permanent, there must be some huge headroom in the salaries. Huge headroom.
Well, Jamie, I'll come to you. The loss of the players, we have a net loss of 2 players today. Like in terms of the first team, you can talk about Niall, John, etc., but we're talking sort of mainly sort of players that do start. Is that a worry? Because we seem to have sold or got rid of all of our creative midfielders, and we were talking about we needed to sign one. So it's strange that we've now got rid of the little bit of creativity that we did have in midfield, and not got someone else in. It is a bit of a worry, that, no?
Well, they weren't playing, so I don't. Oh.
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, they weren't playing, so I don't actually know how big an issue it is. I mean, we only have league games and FA Cup games, so more or less we have a game a week, right? Some weeks will be 2 games, but most weeks are only going to be 1 game. I mean, all things considered, and Ndombele probably wasn't going to play again, was he? Lo Celso probably wasn't going to play very much. I don't think Dele was going to play. I mean, look, he can do it against Morecambe. I don't trust him in the Premier League. I don't want him in the Premier League at the end of the day at this point. Yeah, I mean, if we get a huge injury, sure, but then you could have said that before. What if Kane got injured at the same time as Son? If we had Ndombele, what do you want to chuck Ndombele up top? Brilliant, sounds great. Sure, maybe we are a little bit light in midfield, but then we're only playing 2 in midfield at the moment anyway. So I'm not sure it's that big an issue. We still have Skip, Højbjerg, Bentancur, Winks. I mean, that's still 4 players, really, so you can rotate them, as it were. I'm sure you could stuff someone else there. We have quite a lot of wingers. I mean, I don't know, throw Tanganga in if we really had to. I don't know. I just think the players that have gone out weren't going to play anyway, and we've brought players in. So I think we're actually in a better position squad-wise than we were beforehand.
I think what we've done by getting rid of the toxicity in the squad as well, you're going to have a much tighter-knit group. You're going to have a group that's more together. What we don't want is a squad that's arguing on the pitch because you've got a player taking a piss, taking 10 years to walk off and go down the tunnel like Ndombele. You've got Harry Kane trying to rush him off the pitch. You've got Eric Dyer and Romero and Sonny giving him daggers from the bench. Things like that aren't good for the squad. So I think, yeah, we may be down a body, but how good was that body? Was he any good for what was going on around him? No, probably not. And that's why we didn't see him again after that. I think you're much better having a smaller, tight-knit group that wants to do everything together, that wants to run through big brick walls together, wants to play for the team, wants to play for the fans, than having players and mercenaries that are just there for a wage packet.
Yeah, fair point. Caller, whilst you're still here, I'm going to keep coming back to you. Of the players that went elsewhere, we asked this earlier. So you're looking at Digne, Chino, even Trippier, Bruno Guimaraes, Wagford. Are there any players that have moved that you would have liked to have seen rock up at Spurs?
Yeah, I'd like to see what's his name? Waghorn, who's gone to Burnley. Absolute steal, 15 million quid. That's exactly the kind of forward I want to see sat on our bench. He's a tall lad, gives you another option. Boot it high, get it in the box, target man. I fail to see why we continuously struggle to sign a striker. What is so complicated? We used to have 4 back in the day, didn't we? You know, it baffles me that, you know, I get that Son can play up top. I get it. But I just think that we leave ourselves threadbare up front. We really do. We're always one injury away from big problems, and Kane's got porcelain ankles. And I understand you're not going to get a top. That guy who Burnley have signed, there is no way we couldn't have signed him if we wanted to.
We were in for him once, I think, weren't we? Apparently, it was one of them.
If we wanted him, we could blow Burnley out of the water. And you're telling me he's going to turn down Spurs to play for Burnley? Not going to happen. And this is what infuriates fans a little bit, to be honest.
I've been told that Kulusevski can play up top as well, though, and we've got Bergwijn. Conte thinks Bergwijn can play there as well.
I think it's just the modern way, though, isn't it?
Up front against Leicester and literally tore them apart. You missed it, Caller, because you left and didn't sit there and wait to see what happened.
We got lucky. Yeah, well, I was watching it live. We got lucky.
I don't know how you can say that's lucky. We literally tore them apart the whole game. It weren't lucky. We fully deserved to win that game.
Oh no, we did. We absolutely did deserve to win that game. But 2 goals in a minute against the side, or 2 minutes against the side that's like top 6 normally doesn't happen very often. It's very lucky. We could play that game 1,000 times. That wouldn't happen again.
I think the reality is that teams don't have 2 good strikers anymore. Like Liverpool, you know, they don't have 2 great. They've got Divock Origi who comes on every now and then and pulls a wonder goal out of his ass, but plays 3 games a season. You know, like City, they've got Jesus. You know, someone else kind of floats about. You know, United have got 2, and that causes them a problem because they've got too many strikers. They've got need to keep them happy. So, I think it's, you know, I wasn't. That's not the area I'm concerned about. Yes, we need Kane to rest more, but I think I don't think you're going to get a better option than playing Son up top or putting Bergwijn up there or something like that. Realistically, so I don't know. I think as much as I think we've just got massive kind of overhang from just sort of Crouch being around, of having a big man up top to mix things up, which is a bit harsh on Crouch. He's better than that, but that's not the area I was worried about. I think, yeah, wing back potentially, and you know, we still haven't got a creative midfielder, but you know, I think with Conte it's all about system anyway, rather than individuals necessarily being that kind of magician in the middle. So
I don't think you need a magician in the middle under Conte. You need the fullbacks to be on it, and I suppose that's the other disappointment. That we ain't signed the right wing back.
Honestly, it turned into such a grey-haired ball of absolute misery and despair. You're depressing me, Caller.
Yeah, I think to be fair to Dirty though,
more depressed than how I am right now, and you are managing to depress me further.
Good.
Please, just go and get some sleep or something. Honestly.
Yeah, you try that. You try that with 2 young kids. I'm not depressive about it. I think we've got a great chance at top 4 as it happens. I'm just saying, I'm being honest, the window's not as good as it could have been. And I don't think we've emerged as strong of it as we should do. That's my view.
Yeah. But, you know, I still think there's limited options. So as much as we haven't got people in, I don't think there's any guarantee that anyone we could have got in, we would be sitting again, it's amazing that this person came. I think even if Traore came, you know, is he really the answer to our prayers? I think he
would have been a risk.
He's dangerous. He can
bringing him in to play a position that he doesn't play. So.
Exactly. I think that's one of the main reasons we didn't sign him, is we wanted to play wing back, and he was like, I don't want to play wing back.
You never know. We might have signed one. There's still an hour and a bit to go in there.
Yeah.
Just the problem is that we still have Doherty at the club, and I just think that he seems to have some dirt on Conte or something. I just don't want him at the club. The whole game against Chelsea away, he was awful. he was
being
just
played
awful.
in right wing, though. To be fair,
Yeah, but
Paul.
then he
was
went
being
back to
played
right
that
back,
way.
John, and he was still awful.
Yeah, but then, I think in the Leicester game, like at least he was making runs into the box like he used to at Wolves, and although his touch and finish wasn't like, or passing wasn't there, like just having that extra body running into the box
he made the goal.
causes issues. Pulls the defender away from Kane or Bergwijn, whoever's up there. And so, I think credit to him. At least he's trying. He's going for it. And even though he's, not making it's not clicking as it, he was used to 2-3 years ago. Like at least he's making an effort, trying. And I can see that turning around with time and him, not being the player he was, but again, probably better than or similar standard to anyone we could have got in. And so I think, I'd rather that and we buy someone good when there's more options in the summer than something and just waste money again.
Massive window in the summer. Massive window. Greatly enhanced if we can get top 4, and that's the frustration. We could have used this window as a little bit more of an opportunity to push for that top 4. We've ultimately made a payroll saving in this window rather than spending anything. We've saved money. I want to see us spend money on the right players.
But if saving that money helps the squad, then that's the right thing to do. And I don't think having them players, even though it bolsters the numbers, it doesn't help the squad having that type of vibe around the place.
Maybe, but I mean, are we being a bit harsh to judge? Because prior to Chelsea, so they also played against Leicester. He was good. He played well.
To jump in. So we're about to start the next hour, and so one of you guys want to tag out? We'll tag Shy in.
I'm happy to go. I'm off. I need to get to my bed. I just popped on to sort of say hi. And look, thanks for doing a fantastic job, everyone. Rock and roll. Transfer deadline day show again. I know John's done an awful lot of organising, so massive kudos to him. But thanks to everyone for coming on. And you never know. In the next hour, we might sign a right wing back. Everyone's happy. As long as we don't sign that clown Usman Dembele, I'll be really happy because Dembele out, Dembele in. Jesus, no, that'd be a mess.
You're playing for Lamptey, a last-minute Lamptey. That's what you want, isn't it? Can you imagine? 50 mil, bosh, Lamptey's in. Forget it.
Disaster.
I'm going to drop out as well because I'm knackered and I actually need to go back to work tomorrow and hope my body works. But it's been nice to chat with you all, and I'm just going to leave it as we want quality, not quantity, caller. Have a lovely Monday.
Well, this is what we want. Let's hope we get it.
Cool. Cheers, Shan.
See you later. Bye.
Guys. All right, let's bring him in. Has Shy, yeah? Am I pronouncing your name right, Shy?
Yeah, it's on. Can you boys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
You're a Jedi, though. You look like you got sort of the.
It's because I've got my green screen on because I couldn't be fucked to put up my actual my things, actually my virtual background on. I can change it, but
no, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
To represent Darwin Hotspurs. No one fucking knows who we are, but
Tell us about Darwin Hotspurs. We were founded by the various supporters clubs, so you're in good company.
No, cheers for having me on. So yeah, basically I grew up in Perth in Australia, and moved to Darwin a couple of years ago for work, and just kind of came up here, started watching the games and that, and then you guys probably know Mark from Australia. Mark, I used to be the president of Australian Hotspurs, and he basically approached me and said, "Do I want to start a chapter in Darwin?" And it was pretty much just me going to the games, go to the casino at 4 a.m. to watch the games down there, and he basically asked me if I wanted to start it up. So a couple of me and a few mates and that who watch football down here just to put together a bit of a group. And look, we don't get too many guys who come down and watch it because the times, especially in Darwin, are just awful. 2-3 in the morning is probably your average time the game's on. So most people are sleeping. But yeah, I get up for all the games anyway. Invite guys over to my house because of COVID and that. Even though it's stupid, the casino shuts at 4 a.m. in Darwin and shuts from 4 till 10, so we can't really go anywhere to watch the games. But yeah.
Brilliant. And what have you made of today's event? I mean, I don't know how it works in terms of the time over there. Like, it says your morning now, is it?
Yeah, so I just went on a walk and kind of came back and got work in like an hour or so. So thought I'd just pop on and say hi. But yeah, pretty much slept through it. Nothing really happened. I didn't know it's going to happen. Kulusevski, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce the other news signing. I was at Bentancur, so yeah, he came through. But no, it's good to see Celso and Ndombele. Look, people talk about Paratici and now I'm impressed. Shifting kind of to our highest paid players out on some sort of loan deal, whatever it is. I think it's all about the dressing room and kind of getting that atmosphere. Ndombele clearly made it pretty obvious, not training with the first team, that he wasn't wanted around the club. And I think if it's just getting them out, getting them off the wage book, it is what it is. Obviously, it's a bit of a joke. He spent 65 million to shift him out on loan back to his old club, but we got him out. We got him out, and it's what the past couple of years he wanted to go every transfer window, and no one else could do it. So
the one thing that makes me laugh a bit about this Tongi deal is that I'll come to you on this, Paul. That they've put the asking price, the buyback clause is 65 million. They're not going to pay 65 million for Tongi.
I saw that.
The best half season in the world. If we
do they not have Sky Sports?
He'll score 40 goals. He'll score 40 goals this season. Watch.
We are going to take a massive hit on Tongi. Yeah. I mean, we are going to take at least 25 million euros on Tonga, and this is the problem we'll have. We knew what it was like when we were trying to get them what we thought the asking. Well, maybe that might change now with Paratici. I don't know, but you see how long it took to get someone like Eriksen, and we saw in the documentary about like what Levy thought was a fair price. You're talking about maybe losing 30 to 25 million euros on a deal. No one's going to buy him for more than 25 million. If he bangs in 10 goals for Lyon, he's still going to be in the French league. They don't have the unless the PSG doesn't have the finances. It's these buyback deals in these clubs in these contracts are just ludicrous. But yeah, unfortunately, I think we will take a massive hit on Tonga and Ndombele, which is just what we are. It's just what we have. But the buyback clause is it's preposterous, absolutely preposterous.
It's just classic Levy. Put the most impossible thing in there, like you're going to pay it.
Yeah. I reckon 30. He could. There's no way he's going to get close.
Is that more than we paid for him, or is that the same?
Same, isn't it?
Same.
I think it's like 10 less. I think I was added up to like 63 million or something.
Is that euros, Marcus, or was that pounds?
Euros.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Okay. Still a lot of money for something that hasn't worked out under how many different managers? 3. Yeah, it's just well, if you don't include, I don't include Mason in that. He was more a caretaker, but we're going to take a huge loss. At least I think we'll be lucky to get rid of him for 25-30 million, and that therefore we least we're half price. It's horrible, isn't it? Thinking about the cost, it's not good. It's not good.
What do you reckon's a bigger? What do you boys reckon's a bigger? Obviously, like physical loss would be Ndombele, but what do you think is a bigger shame that we didn't sell Dele at his peak when we probably could have in the market pre-COVID? Could have maybe got 100. I mean, 100 mil wasn't unreasonable. It was 150 thrown around, but 100 mil, and he may go for 20 mil with the 20 goal, 20 game kind of thing in there, or free at the moment technically, or losing 30-40 on Ndombele. What do you think's a bigger screw up or bigger shame, I guess?
Ndombele, for me, definitely Ndombele. Ali, I mean, we paid 5 mil for him, so whatever happens, we're up on him. Whatever happens, so it's a shame. Maybe one time he may have seen as being worth 100 million, but until someone pays it, he's not worth that. And his decline has been dramatic. He's not where he was 4 years ago, so we have to accept that. And so, the deal with Everton was it kind of looked like they'd run out of loans because they've just got Van der Beek on loan. So the structure looked basically like it's a loan with an option to buy, except it's not. It's a purchase. It's a strange one. And HG did mention he should be joining this hour soon. That if he were Everton, he'd just wait until he played 19 games and sell him for 20 million. He just made 20 million. Yeah, it's an odd one. That one.
Everton are within 3 million of breaking the spending rules.
Right.
So that's
but that means a lot because look at what happened to Man City.
Yeah, true.
Like
that's
actually
very good point, well made. But yeah, I'm just reading here that the reason for the loan is for they're like that close to like breaking the rules. So
I mean, they could get relegated, so they can't get a threat of getting kicked out of the Premier League because it might happen anyway. You know.
So does anyone check in Twitter at the moment? Is there any chance of us getting anything, or is it dead? Is all the lights off?
I'm just looking through now, and there's nothing really. I mean, it's all Dembele might go here, but nothing to do with Spurs at all. A lot of love, a lot of heartbreak about Dele. There's a lot of heartbreak on Twitter today about Dele.
Mm. But, yeah, so right. I think that's one. Yeah, I think him joining up with like Lampard, who obviously wants him. Like, I think like Dele's 26, and maybe he's lost something has happened. The way he's been treated, or something in his life, means he's not hitting the heights he's capable of. But like, I think people really forget that up until COVID in 2020, he was our best player in that 4-month period. He scored great goals against United, Bournemouth. Like, he scored 2 great goals against Bournemouth. Like, unbelievable win against Brighton. He was like our only player who was decent in that season. That's literally like 2 years ago now that was happening. And then Mourinho, COVID, and he's just out of the team, and all of a sudden like a bad influence and a bad player. I think what really annoys me about that is like, he was at the club for 7 years. Like, his stats as he's going, like even if he's been bad for the last thing, like 260 games, 60, 70 Premier League goals, 60 like assists. Like, he's literally one of the best players like Spurs have ever had, and we've just sort of swept him out the back door after like a year and a half of like the weirdest year and a half of our entire life, and he's just gone. That's like so as much as I go back to what Shah was saying about like selling him for 100 million back then, like it was kind of an option. Some people might have been thinking about that, like just to try and get more money, but the reality is like nobody was really sort of thinking about doing it when he was that good, because we wanted to keep him. We thought he would be at the club forever and like one of our greats. And so I think for me that's a big shame. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's obviously something that wasn't working, so I'm not saying it could have been recovered, but I think the fact we're in this mess in the first place is a shame. That is what it is. You have to move on, I guess.
Yeah. Romanio's just said that Liverpool have got Fabio Carvalho. They just signed him, but he's going to stay at Fulham.
Fulham, I'm
next
sure
6 months. Yeah, he's staying there for 6 months, and he basically he'll be at Liverpool next season. Doesn't say how much it is though, but they've got him seemingly.
It wasn't a lot. It was like 5 rising to 10, something like that. I think it was. Like, it's not.
Doesn't say figures on.
Yeah, it's not a usual sort of Liverpool. It's not a Diaz or a Mane. Apparently, like, that means that you're looking at the front three now. If Salah signs the contract, there's no way Mane will see. So one of them is going. I think they're preparing for that with the likes of Diaz and now Carvalho. So maybe they won't be the force that they have been in the last few years, and we might see.
This is what clubs do, Brendan, that are well run and got good coaching and can give good money and good. And obviously Champions League, USL, is that they plan for this. We don't, do we? We don't plan. We seem to jerk from window to window, or I did. I don't like using a 5-year project because it gets thrown at the club incorrectly. But we don't seem to have any of this kind of planning that you see Liverpool have. We don't seem to do that. I don't know why. Hopefully now Paratici, that traditionally the director of football, is there to make sure continuity happens, right? the players coming in are going to be bedded in time, and they'll be at the club for 2 or 3 seasons, 4 seasons, and yeah, that's what. And director of football kind of shaped where the club is going in a football kind of sense. Liverpool seem to be like very, very good at doing that, and yeah, Carvalho. I can't find how much it was, but it wasn't a lot of money. They weren't reporting for a lot of money earlier in the week. I think it was 6.5, 7 million that I read. But yeah, Klopp, you're right. I mean, Klopp's now kind of, it will be Mane or Bobby Firmino that will go. So, and they won't be held because they let Wijnaldum go because he's asking too much money. They won't be taken idiots. The board won't be made to look mugged by a player for money. So yeah, it's good. It's good planning for Liverpool. I like it. I'm a bit jealous, to be honest, of what they're doing.
Yeah, they're well run. I think, and with them and Chelsea are probably the 2 best run. Of course, there's Man City as well, but they've got the City and Chelsea. You can kind of separate. I don't think Liverpool are quite at their level in terms of just having bottomless pit of money. They're just smart. They plan.
Yeah.
They took that Chino money and they got in Alisson and Van Dijk and now that they won the Premier League and the Champions League with that. So they're just smart, and we need to get back to being smart. Just on to you, Shai. Who do you think was our greatest ever signing during the January transfer window? I think under January was he?
No, Van der Vaart. I don't think that. No, Van der Vaart wasn't. He was in August. He was a
last minute.
I don't think my summer. Yeah, winter. He's a last minute. God, I'm trying to think. Who did she sign? Lucas. I mean, Lucas was in January, wasn't he? I think if you're going for moments, like we wouldn't have had Ajax without Lucas, and he's obviously become a pretty integral part. I mean, we brought Defoe back from Portsmouth? Did we sign him initially in January when he first signed, or was he when he brought back from Portsmouth?
Signed him about 7 times.
Yeah, I was going to say I can't keep up.
This time.
Love it. Good luck to him at Sunderland as well. I think he's going back to Sunderland.
Can we get like Lewis Holtby? Was he a January transfer window?
I feel like he's a cult hero more than anything, Lewis Holtby.
Yeah. But like he was one. He did all the right things. You can see he wanted to make it work. But
yeah, I'll probably say
I'd
go for Lucas. Lucas probably is my. I can't think of too many others, and I just I mean, who knows? Bergwijn could be if a transformation under Conte. Could be.
Yeah. I'm going to stand up and walk to the fridge and get a beer. I'm caving in. I'll leave this one.
Drinking on Monday.
I'll start with you, Marcus. My back's killing me as well. Sitting down for 3 hours isn't good for my back. Marcus, our worst January signing. Or if we can't think of the January ones,
a worst January signing. I'm trying to think. Well, maybe Lewis Holtby was one of our worst ones. He wasn't cheap. He was like 16 million or something like that. I think he played very little, and then got shifted out to Everton. I'm trying to think actually.
Did we get somebody like DeAndre Yedlin or something in January as well?
Surely he must have been like a post World Cup mistake.
I just remember we changed from I think it was Adidas to Under Armour American, and then we got this really rapid fullback from Seattle Sounders, and they wore Under Armour. I always put DeAndre Yedlin in with getting Under Armour kit. I just thought, do we get like a rebate or something off the kit manufacturer or something just so we got DeAndre Yedlin? But I think you're right. I think that might have been a summer signing. Brendan, was he a summer signing or was he a January signing? DeAndre Yedlin.
I think summer. I think he was with a group when we signed quite a few players. Not the bail money, but similarly sort of like a big batch coming in.
Dawson was also a January. Dawson was also a January signing as well. Yeah.
What a signing.
Yeah.
Anyone not like Michael Dawson? Just love everything about Michael.
Just worked hard, and I love this about players. It's just that he just absolutely maximised his meagre, and it was meagre talent, but you couldn't fault anything else in his game flew into challenges. I was at the Stevenage game when he got knocked in midair by their big centre forward, and he landed wrong and his knee went, and he was out for a bit. But you know, the physios were like calling for like the buggy to come on the stretcher, and he was like, no, it just got up. His knee was like, I think it was a ligament or something he did, and he just walked off. And fortunately, I've met him a few times at the club, and he's just a top bloke. He's one of those guys that you think, yeah, if I was a footballer, I'd like to be liked by him, yeah, in the same way he's liked. But yeah, just took his talent and took it to the very, very top, and through hard work and application. And I love that. I love that in people. It's great.
Stephen Pienaar as well is a bit of a throwback to an awful January signing. Jesus.
Where did he come from? Was it Everton we got him from?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Was he just running down his contract or something? Or like,
where is he now? Where is Stephen Pienaar now?
God, if he's still playing.
Did he go to Australia? I'm confusing. I might be thinking Tim Cahill. But on that sort of like, what about Clint Dempsey? Well, Dempsey wasn't Everton; he was Fulham, wasn't he?
And he scored. And he scored that really slidey back post one against United. Well, we hadn't won at Old Trafford for ages. I mean that. Yeah. What was his nickname? What was Clint Dempsey's nickname?
Juice.
Yeah. I mean, all heart, up front, left wing, right wing, everything. He just Dempsey was, he was a dude.
He scored the goal at United, didn't he?
Yeah.
Massive goal
back,
at United.
that back post slid in, didn't he, and scored, and then went. It was raining. I think it was really, really rainy, and it was really wet, and he just turned around and went off, and we won that game. First time we won at United for a while. I remember that game. It was good.
One deal that apparently did fall through, which hasn't been spoken about enough, was the deal for Lewes player Ollie Tanner. And apparently Lewes pulled the plug. No, we agreed the fee with Lewes. I'm only pronouncing Lewes correct.
Lewes.
We couldn't agree personal terms with him. I mean, does anyone know anything about this guy?
Apparently he's
an anti. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
Go on, Jamie, sorry.
Apparently he's an Arsenal fan, and apparently there's images of him on social media harassing Harry Kane over his speech. You know, the very intelligent joke that lots of 13-year-olds like to make on Twitter. So if that's true, I didn't want him at Spurs anyway, basically. If you get out like a 12-year-old, piss off.
Yeah. Fair enough. He can go to the Goons. They've got half a team now themselves. They've loaned out pretty much everyone.
Cancel games in the future. It's for future planning to cancel more games. That's why they're doing it.
As Aubameyang signed for Barcelona, I saw someone sticking that it has been agreed. Anyone noticed that yet?
I'll have a look.
I thought it was quite funny.
I think that there's like agreements of like if they can't agree to pay it full, it's all done or something like that. I saw just a couple of minutes ago or so. So it's on the edge, I think.
He's on 300k. I think Arsenal don't want to pay any of his wages, so they just want to get rid. But if they want to get rid, they're going to have to. The powers with Barcelona, surely.
Where have Barcelona got this money from?
Who okays these deals at Arsenal? Ozil, Aubameyang. What is it? Do they just go in and just light up a shotgun and say, "Give me the money"? I mean, it's literally cowboy stuff, isn't it? It's like their horses are tied up outside, they're firing their guns in the air, and the board Kroenke goes, "Yeah, there you go. Here's your money." Ozil, Aubameyang.
In their defense, they were their best players at the time. Like, it was a ridiculous amount of money, but like Ozil, got I think 70 assists in 3 seasons or 5, something stupid. And Aubameyang was the only person who put in the back of the net for Arsenal. I thought he was going to be mustard, to be honest. Aubameyang, when he came and his first game against Spurs, which I think we won, I was genuinely crapping myself because he was quality at Dortmund and just hasn't really turned it. But he was like. I thought it was
but that's, I think the point with them is that. So I think that's fine. It's just when they put them on these massive contracts after, because they're so desperate to keep them, or like But I think Arsenal's issues are in trying to pretend that they're still one of the big teams and like create this image that they are. They just shoot themselves in the foot by just paying these guys a ridiculous amount of money to be there. And like the reality is they just lose motivation anyway, because it's not a top club. It's not a top 3 club anymore. It's not like pushing for championships. So they just sit there and collect the money, and that just pisses everyone else off, doesn't it? So
do you think there's Marcus? Do you think there's parallels to what we did with Kane in the 5-year deal? He took the money. Do you think there's parallels there?
No, so I think so Kane obviously sort of came through the club anyway. He's sort of at the peak of his career and wants to push on and do things. And, even, I guess like the reason he wanted to move on is because, maybe not for the first time, but like certainly it was evident that like our ambitions didn't really match his. And so that's why he wanted to move on. But, I think Aubameyang taking 350 grand a week to stay at Arsenal, the club he knows is not going to, is not going to sort of like compete for championships, and he's potentially in a place where he could have gone to a bigger club and been guaranteed Champions League football, and I don't know, like maybe you can say that was sentimentality because he wanted to be at the club, but realistically that turned pretty quickly, and I'm guessing they offered him a good deal and he took it knowing
it was just after everything went down with Ozil, wasn't it? So he kind of literally just took a thing out of his book and said, sweet, like I can sign a 3-year deal, do exactly what Ozil did, and take them absolutely variety, take the piss, and it could just carbon copy 6 months later, a year later, and Ozil had already become an issue in the dressing room and whatever. So Aubameyang's like, sweet, that sounds like a great deal to me.
The problem for the the problem for the hierarchy of any club in that situation is that if they don't give the player a long-term contract, the fans are going to say you're lacking ambition if you don't give the player more or less what they want, and when you do, then the player might just down sticks, right? Yeah, exactly. Basically, if you don't get, if you don't give the player who's performing well for you a long-term contract, it's like, what are you doing? Right.
Isn't history's beginning to show now that the owners, if you put these guys on 4 or 5-year deals and you offer them the money, all of the power is with the player. They're taking the money and they can down tools. They can try. I mean, obviously, Harry tried to force a move in the summer, but I just think I don't think we're going to see any more of those bigger mega deal 4 or 5-year deals anymore. I think there's going to be less money on the table, but it works in the player's interest because he can move after 1 or 2 seasons because he's only got a year left on the deal and he can say, okay, it's not working here. Harry wouldn't be well if he signed a 3-year deal or a 4-year deal. I mean, he'd have a bit more leverage. But I think the days of those big 5-year mega deals are probably over. Not even because of COVID. I just think clubs have looked at it and just think, we're not offering a player after 2 or 3 good seasons that kind of deal anymore because Ozil, Aubameyang, and probably lots of others that I can't think of right now, it just doesn't work out for them. It just it's I think the business model should probably will change that way. I think so.
We're just got joined by Seb, so someone else can tag out if one of you guys are tired now after a marathon stint.
I might jump in as well.
Yeah, because I know HG's waiting to come on, so I'll.
Sorry, Seb.
I'll go.
Hi.
Yeah.
Cool. Cheers, Paul.
Cheers, boys.
See you guys.
Have a good one. Chat soon.
See you guys. Enjoy it.
Oh, you off too, Marcus? Oh, cheers, Marcus. Okay, Marcus is gone. I sort of missed that midway. Jamie, you too, man. You drink? How old are you, Jamie? You drink?
I'm 19.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah.
Drink away.
How old are you? You're his dad now, Brendan.
Yeah, I am. I am into dad mode there. Seb, welcome back. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, just had a little break. I don't think I've missed too much. I think it's done, unfortunately.
No, we signed a Bala.
Yeah.
Oh,
Amazing. That'd be amazing.
why isn't no one going to him yet? Like, is he just holding out till the summer?
There's a big difference, isn't there, waiting to be paid 400 grand a week as opposed to 150 grand a week. That's what they can get now if you're a top player and there's no transfer fee to pay. 400 grand a week. That's what Rudiger's holding out for.
The best part of this transfer window was not seeing Vlahovic go to Arsenal. Like, he was never going to, but like the fact, like, could you have imagined it just would have been awful if they would have actually managed to somehow sign like the biggest prospect in Europe. I mean, it hasn't worked out with Aubameyang and that, but Jesus, that would have just been just awful to see. Like, I'm so happy he just, pissed off to Juventus and rejected Arsenal.
Yeah, where do you see him going then, Seb? If not to us, then where? Do you think he will come to us? It depends, again, Champions League. Similarly with when we were talking about Vlahovic before he went to Juve, he's in no hurry. He's going to wait to see who's qualifying, and I'm sure Dybala's similar.
I think he's Mbappe's replacement at PSG. That would be my bet. I think Mbappe will go to Madrid and Dybala will join PSG.
So to replace Mbappe?
Yeah, that's why I could see, especially playing with Messi.
Yeah. Okay, so fair enough. So we were waiting on more people before we do the quiz, are we? So what's the structure of this quiz then? So,
the structure of this quiz is John asked me to write 20 questions. No, that's not true. John asked me to write a quiz. I've done 20 questions. We've done 10 already. But this time, John's putting the questions on the screen, I think, as well. Has he passed that to you, Bren?
He may have. Let me see if I can do it. So it's in that section. Maybe John can put in the comments how I do this. Yeah, I reckon. If we can put in the comments what the name of the slides are, if they are in there. And yeah, we'll talk about something else before we do the quiz.
Have we reached that? This is like tuning into TalkSport at like 2:00 in the morning when like everyone's done talking about everything. And people are like literally matchsticks in their eyes, like trying to keep going. But yeah, Brent, what time have you been on without a break since I logged off?
Yeah, man, I'm pissing into a bottle. I'm like an Amazon drive. 3 hours of this, and we're not even signing anyone. It's ridiculous.
You'll be happy. We'll do like a last minute deadline day or something ridiculous. You'll be like, yeah, like we're at 2.5 hours as you're finishing up.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We actually
so nice.
there is a Van der Vaart out there that will just make this all worthwhile.
I've just seen actually we're back in for Louis Saha.
Oh.
Nah, Damio. We're getting our. We're getting Damio.
Damio. He's about 70 now.
Where is he?
Sorry?
I was going to say, where is he now?
I think he's back here in Brazil. I think now, if he's still going, he played like 5 games for Brazil, and then
he's current team. No, he's playing. Oh no, he's playing in Japan apparently. I think Kawasaki.
Kawasaki.
Dele hasn't been confirmed yet, has it?
Nah, but that you'd expect that's done. They announced Van der Beek earlier, so I think they want to get that one done. Because Newcastle apparently was trying to hijack it, having failed 10 times to sign Lingard. So, and they were offering cash up front. Oh yeah, we said this in the John's joined. Okay, so then maybe you can help find the quiz slides.
I've got a question for you all. It's a quiz question, but it's not on the quiz. Kind of 2 in 1. I think I read this right today. How many goals did Dele score for Spurs in his first 2 seasons, Premier League? And how many, or it might be his first 3, and how many has he scored in his last 2?
Okay. Do you want to go first, Shai? Well, I think about
I'm thinking in his first 3, it was because I remember he beat that Lampard Gerrard record. I think it was something on like 50 to 55 or something like that in his first 3.
50 is right. 50 is.
And probably in his last 3 seasons, I mean, there's no way he scored more than
10.
I'm gonna go 20.
In his last
maybe
2,
18.
it's his last 2 seasons.
Oh, last 2. Okay, his last
Yeah.
2. 10. Maybe 8.
Anyone else?
7.
Brent?
In the last 2 seasons or 3 seasons? Does it
I
matter?
read it was last 2. This is just what I read. So if it's wrong, then it's not my fault.
Just the league. Just the league, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, just league.
6.
Yeah, like 3 or 4.
So I read it was 50 in his first 3 and 1 in his last 2. Yeah.
Jesus.
So this is what we were talking earlier when I was on with Holly and JP was, in my opinion, you have to have it's easy to stay at a level. To jump again to improvement, I think is so hard in the Premier League. It's unforgiving. And that's why I look, Paul seemed quite emotional that he was going. I kind of checked out on Dele quite a while ago. I don't see how he's going to have that huge jump to get anywhere near to where he was.
Well, I think Kane has been so impressive over the last 7 seasons because everyone was saying he's a 1 season, Kane to begin with, 1 season wonder, whatever. And to keep up that, you don't see it too often. To keep up that vein of form, obviously you got your Salahs and you got your as of now and then the past, your Van Persies and all of them who did it. But like Kane, like for 6-7 seasons, to keep that up is unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah, completely.
So send apologies to Stuart. I'm sorry, I didn't see that you were waiting there. Welcome, Stuart. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, guys. Hope you're doing all right. It's been a pretty decent last day, I suppose. But
Yeah,
I don't know what everyone's opinions have been.
How are you on the Dele deal? We were just talking about that one. Are you okay with it? It is sad. It is. But the thing is, we're talking about memories and stuff, and that's just it. They are memories. They are from 4 or 5 years ago. There's not much he's done recently for us to feel that attachment. How are you with the Dele?
No, I think he's needed to go for a couple of years. To be honest, he hasn't been the Dele we've known for at least 3 years, probably like ever since the 2018 World Cup. He just hasn't been that player, and he showed up at times in that 2019 campaign when we got to the Champions League final and stuff. But ever since then, it's just been a nosedive, and it seems like he's lost interest in football. In all ways, really, for me, his attitude on and off the pitch just looks like someone who doesn't really care. So it'd be interesting to see whether going to Everton and playing under Lampard can reinvigorate him. But we just need players who want to really give the effort that Conte wants, and I think he's like several others where he just doesn't fit that mould, and it's no surprise that it's those 3 that have been shipped out, because when you look at their body language and how they play and their general attitude, they're all exactly the same. So yeah, it's obviously sad because he did have a very good time, and in a way it's sad because he's not become the player he should have been, and that's the bad thing about it. He's just sort of lost his way, and I don't think he'll ever hit the heights that everyone was saying he was going to. I think that's it now when you're going from Tottenham. No disrespect to the Everton fans, but he's taken a bit of a backward step there for me. Everyone was talking about he's going to go to Real Madrid, he's going to go to PSG, he's going to go here, he's going to go there, and he's gone to Everton. So that's up to him now to see whether he actually wants to build his career again or not.
Yeah, can you guys hear my cat? Sorry. My cat's meowing. Yeah, she's in now, so she'll stop meowing. But yeah, you're right. I think sometimes a change of scenery can make the difference. Look at Lingard when he wasn't doing anything for Man United. He goes to West Ham and suddenly it turns into a world beater. So it's.
But you have to have that. You have to have that motivation, Brent. That's the difference. Lingard's is a motivated player. When he came on, said this on a pod recently. When he came on for England. When he'd been left out of the squad and then he got a late call up, came on for 15 minutes and was the best player on the pitch. He self-motivates I'm not sure Dele does that. And that's my biggest gripe with him. And like I say, that's why I checked out on him so long ago.
Yeah.
Because if he can't motivate himself, then don't be there. And I think that's what Conte's seen with the play, like you said, with the players that have left. That you have to A, do it, and B, be motivated. And what you said about body language is, I think, is really, really apparent. The ones that have gone are the ones that they don't look like they're bothered, and it speaks volumes. And as paying fans, I think that's what we all get frustrated about. We'd all give anything to put on that shirt, and these players have paid an awful lot of money. And as the comment says, yeah, it is a sad indictment of young footballers. I said it about Ndombele when we were speaking on a pod recently. The lad was playing French 4th Division football 3 or 4 years ago. Suddenly, he's earning £1 million a month. Where's the motivation? He doesn't need to do anything ever again in his life. £1 million, 200 grand a week. It's nearly £1 million a month. It's just unreal, And
that's the crazy thing. Those three players have taken 500k a week off our wage bill.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah. So it's crazy what they've been allowed to sort of sit on, and like you say, that there's not much motivation there, and that's about the mentality of the players. And I think that's what Conte is trying to shift, isn't it? He's trying to shift the mentality to go to that elite level.
It's not even a sad indictment of young footballers. Unfortunately, it's a sad indictment of football as a whole. There's way too much money involved, and like I say, you almost can't blame them. If you're 21 and on £100,000 a week, how does it not go to your head? How does it not make you do silly things and make silly, stupid decisions? You have to have seriously good networks around you, and that leads us back on to talking about the scouting that we did, particularly on Ndombele. Where's his network around him? Where's the people kind of keeping on the straight and narrow, motivating him? Because he's a young lad from France in a foreign country. We talked about that he's lost Aurier and Ndombele, and Sissoko, who were his bigger brothers apparently, and all this type of stuff. There's no one there kind of writing him. Think back to when you were 23, 24, and whatever you were doing with your life. I'm sure you needed someone occasionally kind of set you right again, put you back on the right path. And with that amount of money involved, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tongi and money, like I earlier said, the option to buy with this deal with Lyon is 65 million euros. It's hilarious. That is.
It doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter.
Get half of that Milan. There's no way you're going to pay that.
They're starting high, aren't they?
Are Lyon still in European competition?
Ooh, hang on, I'll have a look.
Probably.
The only reason I ask that is the more we need him to be visible. We need him to be visible to as many potential suitors for the summer. I'm not sure how many people are going to regularly watch French league football. I know there's scouting networks and things like that, but as you say, I think the hope is that we can get 30 to 40 million for him in the summer. But yeah, that buy it now clause, if you like, is almost pointless. It's arbitrary at best.
Do you think we're going to? I mean, obviously we're regretting the loss, but do you think that he'll prove us wrong? Do you think that
No. He'll play well again at Lyon because that's the level that he could perform at. And he's back in a comfortable environment in his local country, and he'll feel more settled again. But I think the best we can hope for is, like you say, we get 30-40 million, or maybe him, like a smaller fee for him and a part exchange with one of Lyon's other players, because we've got a pretty decent relationship with Lyon. Was it Owara? I can't pronounce his name. Attacking midfielder. They've got a lot of decent players. Maybe do something like that, and maybe that's the strategy from Parategy. Is I think the option to buy is, there's no way that Lyon could even afford to buy someone for that amount of money. They don't have that sort of finances. So I think that was just a starting point. They did just sell Guimaraes to Newcastle for 40 odd million. To be fair. Yeah. But that's the thing, though, isn't it? That sort of money for them is huge. So it's
Yeah,
that's
they
the
want to
sort
keep
of
that.
there's no real money in French football at the moment. So
The
I
worry,
don't know whether
the worry is that he does nothing, and then he comes back and he's worth less than he is now in terms of someone paying wages for him and taking him on another loan.
Yeah.
That's the big worry,
Yeah.
that he does nothing in 6 months.
Yeah.
And it's entirely possible. Let's be honest.
Well, he's got another couple of years left on his contract, hasn't he? So yeah, we'll have to see. I'll be watching Leon a lot more now.
I love that the French league is sponsored by Uber Eats as well. It's like, how cheap can you get? Like, so
I thought Ndombele looks like he's sponsored by Uber Eats, to be fair.
Yeah, that's why I went there. He was going to get free Uber Eats. It's part of his contract. For every goal he scores, he gets a free Uber Eats.
Maybe they just set that price to let PSG know.
Has James seen the questions already, Brent? Is that why he's gone?
I don't know. No, he disappeared. He's probably. I didn't know he was 19. I was like, oh my god, he's drinking. I mean, he's 19. John's going to sort the questions, so I'm going to add John again, although his camera's still off. So, John, no, he can WhatsApp me too. Because so got 10 more questions then, Seb. Yeah.
I have, yeah.
Okay. Let's add John. Oh, there we go. Hey.
There we go.
You want to ask the questions? Okay, I'm not going to add John. Okay, thanks, John. So fill in the gaps of Spurs' biggest ever sales. Bale, then who? Then Berbatov, then who? Keane, then who? Carrick, then who? Chadley, then who?
Okay, so I just need to put one caveat in. This doesn't include Christian Eriksen because he was classed as undisclosed. We don't actually know how much the fee was. So forget Christian Eriksen.
He was about 11. So
in that case, he wouldn't fit on anyway.
Yeah. So how do we do this? Who answers? Can we just shout the answers or?
Yeah, go round. Start.
Cool.
Go on, Brent.
Okay. Do you want to go first, Shai?
I'm stuck. I'm trying to think who would come after. Just trying to think who would come after Bale between have we sold in the 40, 50?
Okay, I know one. I think it's going to be Walker.
No.
After Bale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Walker was like 50 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
That's
good
correct.
call.
Walker. Yeah. So Walker, Berbatov.
About 35.
So who's between Berbatov and Keane? Sales. You very rarely remember.
Trippier to Real Madrid. That was about 25 or something.
Trippier is in between Keane and Carrick.
Okay.
Okay.
What's Defoe? Do we not? I don't know. We didn't sell Defoe for that much. Did we?
No, he's not there.
Modric.
Modric is in
Modric is between Berbatov and Keane.
Yeah.
Of course.
So you've got Bale, Walker, Berbatov, Modric, Keane, Trippier, Carrick, and then you're missing two more. And they are the harder ones.
Oh God! So we're down in the teens now, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be like Toby or someone? Because we got the little, we got an alright map for Toby, like no.
Shout, Darren and Ben.
No.
All right.
No. Ben.
Huddleston.
No. Relatively recent.
Is this across all time as well? This isn't from a certain point.
This is all time, and this is probably, I would say, within the last, trying to guess now because time goes quickly, but maybe within the last 6 years.
6 years, okay, that helps now. Dembele to China?
No.
Bloody hell.
I would class them both as daylight robbery.
As in, like, we got a good price on them or a bad price?
Yeah, we got an unbelievable price, I think, for both of them.
Would Lamela didn't sell for that much, did we?
Yeah, did you say Lamela?
No, it's not Lamela. No, we didn't get a fee, did we? We had to pay Sevilla, and then him as part of it.
Kevin Wimmer up in the
yes.
Oh wow!
In between Carrick and Chadley.
Oh, what about Foyth?
No. Not as much as the
that's
last
out.
player.
It's 12.
Did any of you watch the quiz earlier?
Yeah.
His name was mentioned in the quiz earlier.
Oh, I would.
Chimbonda's come up in the chat there.
No. No way.
Kabul?
Last 5-6 years.
No.
Bentaleb. Oof. No.
No.
Kevin
Close. Not Bentaleb. Mason.
Whoa. I got
Ryan
one.
Mason. £13 million for Ryan Mason. 17 million nearly with a few instalments for Vimmer, which is absolutely ridiculous.
How much did we pay for Vimmer?
4 million from Cologne.
Cool. Good question. All right, John, load the next one. Which player do we allow Stanley Liège to buy from Manchester United so we didn't have to deal with them directly before signing him ourselves in January 2013? Okay.
That was Levy's most shithouse move. I don't know if you remember this transfer.
So a player that went from Manchester United to Standard Liège and then to us.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not an easy one.
So we signed them directly from Standard Liège, right?
Yes, but the truth of it, I believe, was that we paid Standard Liège some money to sign him from Manchester United so that we could buy him 6 months later.
Yeah, I need to turn off the comments because I've just seen it in the comments. Someone's got it. So
Can they tell me?
can't you see the comments there? Anyway, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about I won't.
I'm going to turn off the comments. But yeah, good shout of very intelligent viewers.
No, I don't know that one.
Anyone else? I know because I've just seen it in the comments.
I would like to know the answer.
Put it up, Brem. Put it up if you can do that. You put the comment up.
Cool. Well, it won't show because of the thing. It won't show because of the
right,
band.
okay. So, shall I say the answer?
Yeah, it was Zeki
Friars.
Ah, God. What a crazy transfer that was. Which other player?
We signed one more player in that same transfer window, Zeki Friars.
2013. Who was manager then? Was that was just before Poch? So
I think it was
Redknapp?
AVB. I think it was AVB. I think.
Aviva's joining. Aviva loves a quiz. How many people we got?
Other player, 2013.
Bloody hell. Can you give us a clue?
He was a bit. I liked him. He put a lot of effort. He appeared to put a lot of effort in when he was on the pitch, and
2013 was.
He's played for another English club since playing for us.
Huddleston.
So
No.
Not Dempsey.
I'm assuming he's foreign then because you said you emphasised English.
Yes,
what
he's
was
foreign.
the question again?
It's up on the screen.
Oh, which doesn't play to understand.
2013.
Oh,
right, so we'll limit it to like time-wise, 30 more seconds.
Okay.
Then
Okay,
reveal.
so he wore number 14 from memory, I think.
Modric.
No. Blonde.
What's his name?
Played for Blackburn.
Oh.
Holtby.
No, not Bentley.
Holtby.
Oh, Holtby.
It was Holtby.
Who said Holtby? Yeah.
I did.
Who said Holtby? Yeah.
I'll just keep saying Holtby. I'll get it right.
That should say true or false, obviously. So it's my favourite question. Did Louis Saha score more goals in Ledley King's testimonial match than he did in his Spurs career?
True.
What are we saying, guys?
Our transfer policy's just been amazing, hasn't it, over the years?
Based on the nature of the question, I'm going to go that it's true.
True, yeah.
me too.
No.
True.
I'm sorry, guys. It's false. It's a little bit of a trick.
Oh.
So he scored 4 goals for Spurs, to be fair, and he scored 3 in Ledley King's testimonial.
He only scored 4.
Yeah, I remember watching him when I was in France actually, and but I watched Newcastle when we played against Newcastle. We beat them 5-0, and I think we scored 4 in like the first 15 minutes. And him and Adebayor were just lethal up front. Absolutely, I think it was his home debut, and they were unreal. And I think at that time as well, that was we were going for the title a little bit and a little bit off it. But we absolutely obliterated Newcastle. I think everyone thought that was we were on our way, and then we went and played Arsenal and went 2-0 up really quickly, and everyone was like, "Wow, it's happening again!" And then we lost 5-2, and it all fell apart. Do you want the next question, Brim?
Next question: this player to be signed on loan from Monaco in January 2010.
I remember this one.
Not Dos Santos.
Loan from Monaco.
Can we get a clue?
It's really hard without giving it away. He also played for a couple of other English clubs, at least.
Nationality, or would that give it away?
No, I can't give that away. That'll give it away straight away.
Me don't know.
What's his name? Oh, it's not Gallas, is it?
No.
No.
Not a bad shout.
He's an
nationality?
I can't give you the nationality. All I can say is he's an absolute icon in the country that he's come from. Probably regarded as still their greatest ever player.
Wow.
They're great. So it's not a big country then. Oh, Palacios? No.
Palacios?
No.
No. Small country.
Yeah, because Monaco's a
Can you give us a position at least?
No, he's not
Well,
from
can we give it
Monaco.
away?
He was. Yeah, he's not.
Good Jens.
Yes.
Icelandic Eider.
Good call.
Johnson.
Yeah, I forgot we even had him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, once we got
He's
Eriksen,
good.
we forgot about all the other Nordics. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, good Johnson. Well done to anyone who got that.
What are we defining as lower league?
So,
Like
anything below the Premier League.
not the Premier League. Yeah. So you have to go all the way down in the English. So Championship
I
League.
can barely remember yesterday, let alone January 2000.
2000.
Jesus.
Edrington?
Did we sign?
Yes, Edrington.
Andy Reid?
No.
Oh.
Doherty.
Yes. If you got Edrington, I'm surprised you didn't get the other one.
I thought it was Andy Reid.
Gardner.
Yeah, and you're missing the obvious one. If you got Edrington, who's the
Simon
other one?
Davies.
That's it. And what clubs were they from?
Wow. Fulham would have been
Newton,
one.
Doherty was Newton.
Yeah.
Gardner was Port Vale.
Come on, the Vale. Yeah.
Simon Davies was Peterborough.
Yeah, that's it. You've got it.
And so is
And
Etherington.
Davis. Yeah. Well done, Beaver.
Well done, Regan. Who were the 2 players signed?
Well, we actually, that same window, we actually got another player, center forward, from Dulwich Hamlet. Anyone know?
Peter
Anyone?
Crouch.
No. I know the answer to this question, though. Can I say?
No, I don't know the answer to the Dunwich.
Combined. When you say 08, are you talking which window are we talking about?
January 5.
These are all January ones, right? Okay.
Yeah, pretty much, unless it says otherwise.
It's not Reed and Dawson, is it?
Yes. I get that like 20 times in the last question, and it comes up in the next one.
11.
New signing.
I think he has 11, right?
How many domestic winners?
11 or 12, yeah, I reckon.
Jesus,
I think
really?
it's three or four
Yeah.
leagues.
You mean Juventus win
a couple of
everything?
cups.
Yeah, I think it's 11.
Wow. Okay, I'll go with 11.
Yeah,
11.
Anyone else?
I'll go
Anyone
12
else?
just to be different.
You're very close, but it's 10.
Oh.
Yeah, in about 4 years as well. So he's not done bad.
Oh, I know the answer to this.
Parma.
Yeah, Parma.
Yes.
Yeah, Palmer.
Well done.
He's on loan there.
I read. And
One of them was Stephen Pienaar, wasn't it?
Pienaar and
Benjani?
Yeah.
God.
Oh, you're kind of close.
I can't
Pienaar
remember.
and someone, wasn't it?
Sorry?
Bentaleb?
No, it's not Bentaleb. It was way too early.
Benjai? No, it wasn't it. That was later.
Pienaar.
Pienaar's one, yeah.
Pienaar, okay.
Pienaar's one.
The other one is very hard.
It is hard. Like,
Well,
I think.
that's not helpful, is it?
Is there a Ben in there? Is either Ben Gali or Benjamin Kongalu?
Yeah, that's it. His first name is Bongani.
Bongani.
Kumalo. Kumalo.
Kumalo, yeah. And how many games did they both play for Spurs together? Well, not
Together?
together, but in total.
Not
No, in
a
total.
lot.
Pienaar played a few, didn't he?
Pienaar played more than Bongani.
20?
Kumalo never played for Spurs.
Yeah.
He cost $1.5 million. He never played.
Daniel Levy masterclass.
Pienaar had 18 games for Spurs.
Is that all?
was it.
Wow, I thought he
No,
played
he's-
more than that.
But I think we sold him for what we paid. But obviously, Gamalo went on
Yeah.
loan to Colchester and Doncaster and never played a game for Spurs.
Wow.
So, yeah, just another awful transfer.
Well, apparently
That's it,
Everton have
guys.
got the deal sheet for Dele Alli, so it can be announced after the deadline.
The deal sheet.
So we know.
I wish him the best. I hope that he finds his form again and he's happy.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't score against us.
I would put my house on the fact that Dele Alli does not improve. Not saying
I don't think you believe
he won't be slightly better, but all this talk of he's going to Everton so he can get in the World Cup squad. What?
I think we can see that as Dele has grown out his hair, his game has gotten worse. Just think
Yeah.
about
The
it.
hair was the new thing. He was
Short hair
always-
Dele was his prime years.
His time on Twitch has increased, and his time on the pitch has got less.
Haha, haha.
That's true.
I really don't think the kind of player Dele is exists in the modern game outside of very specific instances. He's very much a second striker. I don't think that role is around so much in modern football. I think he's.
I think he'd
which
be
is
better in
amazing
a
to
different
see.
league, maybe Bundesliga or
Probably.
Serie A.
I don't know
No, I
about
wanted him.
Germany. Well, yeah, I think I don't know about Germany because I don't think he's dynamic enough to really suit a pressing team, which most good German teams are, right? Maybe Serie A because I think it's a bit more of a slower league. I think he'd suit that, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe Everton. He can play with Andre Gomez. That'd be fun for him, I'm sure.
Brennan, you're not going to do some kind of
Donny
chime
Van
now
Beek.
that it's 11 o'clock?
So, the window is now shut. Yeah, there's the graphic. Just
We're going to
shaking
pull out
hands.
some magical signing after the deadline because we can still sign free agents, right?
Or no,
Yeah,
you have those sheets. Those.
Victor Moses
Brian-
could still happen. We've got Cody Mack waiting. So James, if you want to jump off, mate, you've been on for a while. Or Seb, you going as well?
I'm going as well. I came on with my quiz. I saw, and I conquered.
Yeah, boys are probably going to go to work as
Yeah.
well, so
Veni Vidi Vici.
I might jump off for a bit.
Cool. Thanks, Jai. Great to meet you, man. Come back soon, please do. It's been good fun.
Yeah, definitely happy to jump on whenever you guys want to listen to the YouTube and pod every week. And that's keep up the good work. It's really one of the best out there. It's a really great pod and like really good work with the YouTube channel this year. It's been great to see it go from one pod a week to 3-4 times a week. It's really awesome work by you boys, and always good content and hearing yourself and HG go at each other. It's a good laugh.
Babe, thank you so much. Glad you're listening, and all the best to everyone there at Darwin Oz Spurs. And
yeah, the four of us will keep it going.
Fools a band.
Easy. Cheers, boys.
Cheers, Jai. Jamie, thanks for joining, man.
Thanks. Fun to be on as ever. Bye.
See you soon, buddy.
I'm off to. There's a crowd of people outside my house with ENIC out banners, so I'm off to join them.
Cool. Thanks for the quizzes, Seb. It's good fun, man.
No worries, mate.
Till midnight.
See you later. See you, Viva. See you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Cody Max in the house. How you doing, Cody?
I'm doing quite well. How are you, Brendan?
Very good. Very good. How's your deadline day been? Happy with the business? It looks like it's done now. So what are your feelings overall?
Well, I mean, I just want to start off by giving my sincere congratulations to Caller on the arrival of his child recently. I think that's wonderful news. I have 2 girls myself. And, once you have one child and decide to ruin your life, you might as well go in full tilt. Mrs. Caller definitely couldn't keep a clean sheet. So congratulations to them. I also want to express my respect and admiration for the group of people that went down to the training ground today. I know that not everybody agrees with the stance that they have on the ownership, and that's okay. But maybe they didn't have hundreds or thousands of people, which seems to be the standard that some people want to be held for demonstration. But they're standing up for what they believe in. And one thing that you can't question is that the people down there, they love this football club in a way that as an international fan, I feel I will never be able to understand. And in a world where what seems like harmless banter can snowball into something terrible online, whether it be abuse or hatred, or some of the stories that I've heard of people coming into these guys' DMs on Twitter and whatnot. I think we could all do with treating each other with the way that we like to be treated. I don't like to receive abuse online. I don't like to be made fun of. There are lines to be drawn. Sometimes it's harmless, sometimes it's harmful, but I respect those guys, and I think that what they're doing is admirable. So kudos to them, because I happen to see them get coverage on BBC and Sky Sports, and also in local newspapers as well. So they may have only shown up in the dozens instead of the hundreds, but they definitely drew some attention, and you have to respect them for that.
Yeah,
totally
exactly. They are standing up for what they believe in, and if they do feel, and there is a general sort of discontent with ENIC. No one's overly ENIC in, but there are those that are sort of with the whole ENIC out message. Well, kind of what does that mean? They are the owners of this club. They are the patrons, I guess. So it's kind of maybe ENIC out means different things to different people. When we had Bob Spur on the channel fairly recently, and again talking about shout out to Bob Spur that he is pulling after his COVID. He said to him, ENIC out means out with the transfer approach that ENIC has, out with the poor communication with fans, out with the highest ticket prices in the country. So it's important for the club to see that fans, we're not just here to be taken for a ride. The European Super League debacle showed that they do need to listen to fans, and with the supporters trust, with activists that we saw today, like Bryan Gil, who is a friend of the show as well, that were there. They're standing up for what they believe in. So fair play to them, and hopefully the club has acknowledged that they were there, and that they know that they can't just take the piss.
Yeah, you know what? At the end of the day, I think we all support the club. We all love the club, and when you boil a fan down into its component parts, there's a lot more in common than there is differences. So but anyway, when it comes to the transfer window, I think it was the kind of window that it's open to criticism and it's open to interpretation. It didn't seem like the kind of window that you would want to have when you've hired one of the world's best managers. You could make the argument that we have added by subtracting in terms of the players that have been moved on. I fully support all 4 players that were given loan spells and sold. I think that we've removed a lot of bad attitude and a lot of negative energy from the squad. And we've removed some players who, despite their incredible talent and incredible ceilings, simply weren't bringing it on the pitch, whether it was this season or these previous seasons. And they're clearly pieces that Conte feels comfortable parting ways with and going on and chasing top 4 without. So I fully support that. In terms of purchases, I think me personally, I'm left wanting. Yes, we brought in a couple of players who have potential. I would have preferred to bring in a player who clearly improves us, clearly walks into our starting 11, clearly would make an impact at any of the top 4 clubs. No, that's a very high standard of player, and it's very difficult to acquire them, even under normal circumstances, let alone a January transfer window in COVID times. But yeah, with Kulusevski and Bentancur coming in, 2 players that we've dipped into the pool of Fabio Paratici's former stomping grounds, I think there's more questions than answers. And I think that if we are going to finish fourth place in the table, we're going to need those players to play significant roles. And that's a lot. That's a big weight to place upon their shoulders. Kulusevski's a very young player. He hasn't been a mainstay in the Juventus squad for the last 2 seasons. He's shown what he's capable of in being the Serie A Young Player of the Year 3 years ago for Parma with 18 goal contributions. But it's that 2 years is a long time in a footballer's career, and he seems to have stagnated a little bit at Juventus. Whether he's fallen out of favor for a change of system or a change of managerials, I have hopes that they can make the impact desired. But when I look at the squad, I feel like we're threadbare and we're susceptible to injury at almost every position. And despite our rivals not strengthening, it's going to be a very difficult fight for top 4, but we're all here for it.
Well, on that, Aviva, you mentioned top 4 there, but looking at our rivals for top 4, they've not done much either. So Man United, just Van der Beek has left. Arsenal, I don't see. They think they've sent out half their team on loan, it seems, and Aubameyang's gone to Barcelona apparently. West Ham, again, not really something. So how are you feeling in that race for top 4? Do you think that we're in a better position now than we were at the start of January?
Yes, because we've gotten rid of dead wood that needed they need to leave for a while. I'm not surprised that those other teams you mentioned haven't done much, because I think they know, top 4 maybe is like a dream for them right now, or trying to get that spot. But the fact that the people in the top 3, they don't have to spend any money because they don't need it. They have the depth already. It's the people who really want to get that last spot that are going to make the moves, and we have made the moves. Hopefully they pay off. But yeah, honestly, West Ham, I don't think they seem to have a pretty solid team. So I didn't expect them to make any moves. Arsenal, I really don't care about them, so I wasn't even looking at them. So yeah, I think in that regard, I think we're the only one of those 3 that have really done anything. I think that shows that we do really want to push for that last spot.
Stuart, how about you? General feelings? Hopefully we haven't asked you this already since you've been on. But you okay with those songs? Did you know much about them before they came?
I know both players. Probably Kulu more than Bentancur, just from sort of seeing various Juventus games and stuff. And like Cody said, I think Kulu, he is a big talent, and he was on a sort of a trajectory, and I think it has stalled a little bit. But I think by all accounts, he was someone that Conte wanted while he was at Inter Milan, and that never came about. And he's obviously someone that Paratici likes because he brought him into Juventus. So happy with that. And Bentancur, I just think, is the kind of workhorse, but more of a creative workhorse that we need. He's not the sort of sexy creative midfielder that everyone sort of seems to want. But I think it does give us options. And I think the big change is going to be the attitude and the mindset of those 2 versus the 3 that we shipped out, because those 3 players, like I said before when we were talking, their attitude and everything was just awful. So they might as well not have been there. And that was, I think, would have caused disruption within the squad in terms of having these sort of 3 players around that just don't really want to be there, that aren't showing the right attitude. And now Conte has a group of players that all want to go in the same direction. And I think that, yes, we might not have got the physical numbers in that a lot of us wanted. I mean, I never thought we were going to do a lot in January anyway, because it's just not that kind of window. But it sets us up to be more proactive, I think, going into the summer. I think the money we're saving on the wage bill and getting a few people out the door, I think, is the prelude to for us actually doing more in the summer. So in terms of top 4, I generally think that we've got a much better chance than West Ham and Arsenal. I think on paper, Man United have, they have a great squad on paper, but they have weakened. They've sold Van de Beek. Lingard won't be happy because he wanted to leave and they've effectively blocked his move. They've lost Greenwood. I can't see Greenwood coming back at all. And they haven't brought anyone in. So I think we're in a good shape. But like Cody said, we're always at the mercy of injuries. And I think until we get to a point where we're a Chelsea or a Man City, which we're years away from, even teams like Liverpool have that problem. And, they've spent vast amounts of money. So I think, that's always going to be a problem for us.
I guess, Cody, the issue is that creativity, because even before the outgoings, we were saying we do need a creative midfielder, that connection between the base of the sitting midfielder, be it Højbjerg or Skip or now Bentancur, looks like he may be playing that role. We don't really have that connection with the front players, and that's what we were needed. So getting rid of Tongi, Celso and Dele, that's supposed to be their role. But I mean, if they haven't been doing it, I guess the loss isn't that great if they're not doing it anyway. But is there a concern there that we may not have enough creativity in there, or is Aviva right in the getting out the bad apples and having a tighter squad, which Conte likes, that in the long run that we should be able to not need that flair player, because everyone's going to be pulling in the same direction. It's going to be high intensity, high running, and we will eventually wear teams down.
Yeah, I mean, like personally, as I said before, I have no problem with the players that have been taken out of the squad and sent off on loan or sold. I think it's, especially when you have a manager under Conte who comes across as authoritarian, disciplinarian, very strict, no catch up, very stringent workouts and training exercises. Listen, we've all worked at a job where we've witnessed somebody who maybe is getting paid too much to do too little. And these are human beings at the end of the day. If I'm Oliver Skip and I'm sitting there on whatever, 30, 40K a week, and I'm looking over at Ndombele taking 10 minutes to get off the pitch when he's getting substituted and not participating in training, or, I don't want to accuse of anything because we don't know for sure what's gone on. But it is important, if you're going to have the style of manager that Conte is, to have everybody rowing in the same direction and everybody rowing at the pace that he requires. So there is something to be said for addition via subtraction. I'm just curious to see how Conte is going to deal with the tools that he's been given now, because if you think about it, at right wing back was an area that I thought that we needed addressed in the window. We were after Adama Traore for most of the window until he finalized his move to Barcelona. Adama Traore is not a natural right wing back, and we've got players that kind of fit a similar profile in Steven Bergwijn and Lucas Moura that might be able to step into that role. As far as the creativity through midfield, I am curious to see if Conte might put Kulusevski in a central role, playing behind a front two of Kane and Son, or if they're going to rotate Kane, Son, and Moura. Bentancur, I think he's going to be. I think fans will like him. He seems like the kind of player that puts a shift in. He's going to be able to help us link play between the back line and the forward line, maybe making that first pass. It'll be interesting to see who of the current midfielders that we had before the beginning of the window will get pushed up further up the pitch and be responsible for making that linking pass, that final ball. What does that mean? Is Harry Winks going to step into that role? Will we see him playing closer to what, for lack of a better term, a number 10 role? it's going to be interesting. But it's Conte's got his work cut out for him. I'll say that much. I think he's proven so far with the players that we have that he's capable of reinvigorating some players who otherwise look like they might have been on their way out or on their way downhill. Ben Davies, Harry Winks, Eric Dyer have all improved dramatically. I think Hugo Lloris has actually improved dramatically. I know that's saying a lot considering the level that Hugo's been playing at, but I think his control of his box has improved under Conte. I think we've seen him come out with more aggression. I think as a whole, everyone has defended more aggressively. But, I can foresee us having trouble the same way that we have breaking down sides that sit back in a low block. We really didn't solve that lockpick position, and we've lost an asset. When you look at the players that we brought in, Kulusevski is a player who we've bought for his potential. And some of the players that we've sold also had potential as well, despite the fact that they haven't performed that well in a dog's age. But you have to hope that something clicks. Obviously, there are players that Paratici likes since he's now buying them for a second time. He's definitely stuck his neck out, I think, with this transfer window. Nobody can really deny the acuity that he's shown in getting players out the door. But again, to be putting all your eggs in one basket going back into Juve for those two players, if those two transfers fail, Paratici's going to be in some hot water and he'll be getting some deserved criticism.
On Aviva, what are your thoughts on Don Fabio? Do you think he's earned the title Don? Because like Cody says, the two players he signed are from his old stomping ground. Is that all you can bring? Is a couple of players from your previous team? How have you been so far? Looking at his dealings and the outs and ins, are you in the Paratici camp or are you still on the fence?
Well, I like the fact that he got some players that it's reported Conte wanted when he was at Inter. I mean, the one thing that we haven't really had in our scouts and our footballing directors is that no one really gets who our managers have wanted. They get like the B version or like someone completely different or a completely different like position. But the fact that these are players that Conte has expressed, desire in the past and wants again, just goes to show, we're going to get you what you want. It might not be.
Oh, we lost you.
Hey, we lost you there, Eva. Oh, it's on mute. There we go. It's on mute. Can't unmute your guest. The mic isn't connected. Connect your mic. I'll go to you, Stuart, while Aviva sorts out the mic. What are your thoughts on Paratici, both in this window and
better?
Yeah, I'll let Aviva carry on.
Oh no, I was just going to say that's what I'm most happy about is actually getting what our managers want, because that's been the fault of the club in the past. Poch wants these players, we don't get them. Mourinho wants these players, you don't get them. You look in the past, the reason that Conte has done well, and those other managers like Mourinho, for example, they go to their board, they say these are the players I want, they buy them. Conte came in, he said, I want Conte, I want Rudiger, get me these players. They got them. They made a difference. So going off that, I'd like to think that Conte is a good judge of player, and that he wouldn't have continued to push these players if he didn't think they would make a difference in this Spurs team.
Stuart, there's a good comment there from Brandon. Do you think that the players that we're bringing in do fit the 3-5-2 that we're assuming Conte will switch to? So with Kulu and Bentancur, the guys that will play where Brozovic will play. And so what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke about this a bit earlier on a different stream and stuff around. I think Kulu will potentially sit behind Kane and Son, and then will either Conte is going to stick with Emerson Royal or Doherty and try and obviously improve their game, or he might take a punt and either deploy Moura or Bergwijn as a wing back. Moura is probably better suited for it because he's better at sort of getting the ball back. But that's going to be interesting. But I think you'll almost have sort of. I think it's going to be either Skip or Højbjerg and Bentancur, and then you're going to have Kulu sat just ahead of that behind the front two. So that's what I think is going to hopefully happen. But it'd be interesting because we've got Brighton on Saturday night or Sunday night. So it'd be interesting to see if he starts deploying those guys then, or whether he's going to wait for the Southampton game midweek.
Well,
I
looking
think
ahead,
Pratic's. Sorry, I was just going to say, I think Pratic's strategy since he's come in has been mainly focused on clearing the decks, ready for this summer coming to do some big bit, because we've had to try and clear the squad out. So we just need to sort all that stuff out, and then hopefully get some of those deals that are loans completed and permanent sort of sales and stuff like that, and then that gives them the wage bill space and then the money to spend on a new bunch of players. That's what I think he's trying to do.
So making up for the mistakes made under Hitchin in some of the signings that he's made, because that summer where Lo Celso, Ndombele, Sessegnon and Jack Clark came in, that outlay on those players. I mean, not the club for not spending enough, but when they do spend, the players just don't work out. And so you're looking
we
at
have spent it. There's no argument. We've not. The argument shouldn't be whether we've spent enough money or not. It's we've not spent it in the right way on the right players. That's been our biggest issue. And Ndombele is a prime example of that. You know, he wasn't properly scouted. They didn't properly look at him, and we've paid the price. And you could probably say the same for Lo Celso. You know, combined fee of 100 million. You could have spent that money elsewhere quite easy. When you look at people like Souček or Kufal, they're the two examples I always go to, because West Ham have gone out and they've found two absolute bargains they've absolutely changed the quality in their team, and they're a fraction of the cost of these two guys. So it's all about good scouting, and I think that's what Pratic is hopefully working on. I've seen a few announcements that they brought in some more new scouts, and they're changing the whole team system. There's loads of jobs going at the moment for new scouts and stuff like that across the UK and into Europe. So I think there is changes happening. It's just whether it's all going to happen while we're still trying to get back into the top four when we've got everyone else spending lots of money. I think, you know, that's the challenge we're always going to have when you're competing against other teams.
Cody, the Celso deal, there was rumours from, I think The Athletic was saying that he's not the most popular in the dressing room. How The Athletic know that, I don't know, but there usually isn't smoke without fire. So do you see a future for Lo Celso at the club, or is this move to Villarreal dressed up as another one? Again, we'll probably take a financial hit, as we will with Ndombele, but is there a way back for Lo Celso if he performs well, or are you happy to see him go? It may not have worked out.
Well, first of all, I mean, geez, I wish the media wasn't so toxic the way that they write about football, and especially about Spurs. It's just so inflammatory to write something like that about a player, even if it is true. These are human beings in the end. They've got families, they've got friends. It's disgusting that for likes and viewers and money, basically, that they would write something like that, even if it is substantiated. For Lo Celso, I do think that he's just been a very bad fit. I don't know if he's suited to Premier League football. Like you said, where there's smoke, there has to be fire. The question is whether or not we'll be able to recoup enough. That this is the one thing that I'll take from this window, that it could be applied to this discussion about Lo Celso. If you look back to the outgoings, even back into the summer, a lot of the deals that we've got over the line are very uncharacteristic of Tottenham Hotspur and Daniel Levy in particular. It really does give me reason to think that Paratici has been given a little bit more freedom than previous directors of football have been given to do what they need to do and take those losses in order to move players on. So if we're willing to take a loss because, you know, at this point it does look like a massive overpay, and it does look like if Gio does move, it won't be to a Premier League club, and that's where all the money is. It's not where all the money is, but that's where the most money is in world football. Yeah, we'll have to take a hit on him. I wish him all the best, as do the rest of the players that have been moved on. You have to hope that something clicks for a player like Ndombele or a player like Dele, who just can be so frustrating with all the unfulfilled potential. You know, you can see there's been flashes for all of these players of what they're capable of. I'll excuse Bryan Gil from the conversation because I think that he's simply been being given a correct opportunity to actually get some regular football to develop. I think that it's the right move for him to go back to Spain to get some regular first team football. But the other three clearly have problems at Tottenham. And I mean, Dele's gone forever now. And Ndombele, that buy clause is ridiculous. I don't even know why they would bother including it. I don't think Lyon are such a poorly run club that they would make such a ridiculous decision. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Ndombele goes and wins the Ballon d'Or for them. Who knows? But yeah, it's disappointing. I really think Gio's been given a hard time by a lot of people, and he's had some it's been very unfortunate the way that he's had these injuries. And one thing about once you get hurt, the odds of getting hurt again increase dramatically, because whether it's because you come back too soon or it's very difficult to train and have perfect balance once you get back. But, Gio just hasn't been able to put up with the physical rigors of playing in the Premier League. So I think in the end, it would be best if he is moved on permanently.
Yeah. Of the other deals, because like we were saying earlier, not many of the big sides have been making moves this window. January is always like that. But of the moves that have been made, are there any of the players that have moved, like Bruno Guimaraes or Lucas Digne? I'm not pronouncing Guimaraes, I can pronounce because I'm in Brazil. Any of those that you'd have liked to see at Spurs, or have we signed, of the players that have moved, have we signed the best two?
Well, here's the thing. You're asking me would I wanted to sign players that I've seen play before. I've seen Digne play. I've seen Coutinho play. So I'm familiar with what they're capable of doing. But these two players from Juve, I don't really watch Serie A. And even if I did, Juve has a really long roster, and I wouldn't be able to pick them out of a lineup, to be honest. But it's nice to see that we're making some moves. It's just I worry sometimes with Spurs in the past when we tend to go for second division Ligue 1 players who no one has really heard of, but they have great potential, or like a South America, like when we signed Sanchez from Ajax. It takes a long time to get acclimated to a new league, and I just think that sometimes looking within the league is a better option if you can, because they won't have to worry about, getting used to the new culture and the new language. And, we know from All or Nothing that was a big thing with Ndombele that he struggled with. So, it's smart for clubs to do that. Coutinho has played in the league before. He knows the style. He knows what it requires of you. Digne has been here for a while, done pretty good at Everton. It's been a while since Spurs has I think Højbjerg probably is the last I can think of. That we've signed from the league. But I think moving forward, I'd like to see more domestic buys, not necessarily nationality, but just from the league, because there's a lot of options out there. I think Ismail Sarr from Watford, I've always rated that guy. Basuma, I would love to have Basuma. Players like this that do cost quite a bit of money, but are going to start playing for you, quicker out the gate than someone from somewhere else in Europe.
How about you, Stuart? Any of the deals that you saw this window, and you're a bit like, oh, they would have done well at Spurs?
I'm trying to think if there was any that have really stood out that I was really gutted about that they didn't come to Tottenham. Chris Wood, yeah. Dan Burn.
Dan Burn.
Yeah, defender. I think that's the problem, isn't it? That and again, I think it'll be interesting to see whether that does shift in the summer if we're going to have a bit of a bigger window. Is are we going to go out and spend the 40-50 million that Brighton likely want for Lamptey, or it's things like that, because they'll say, oh well, we can go and get a similar player for 20 million from Europe, but then you have that continuous issue, like Aviva said, of you having to get these players that have never played in the Premier League before to adapt and move to a different country and all that kind of stuff that comes with it, those challenges. And it's been something we haven't done for a while. And I was quite surprised when we were starting the talk of Traore, because we don't normally do those kind of deals. But obviously that one didn't even happen anyway. So Coutinho would have been interesting, I think, to take a punt on, but you know, I think the lure of working with Gerrard again was probably too much, and obviously the Diaz one, pretty gutted about that, but by all accounts, I don't think we're ever truly in the mix on that because Liverpool have been targeting him for a while. They were always going to go for him. It's just we helped them advance it from summer to January. So that was one that I would have liked to have seen. But yeah, largely there's not been too much major movement anyway. Aubameyang to Barcelona. I've loved that one because that'd be interesting to see what they do now.
Something that feels a bit like a new signing is that we secured Hugo for another 2.5 years. Cody, he's been an excellent servant, and it solves a problem. It solves a problem, but it just means that we don't have to think about replacing him. It kicks it down the line. That means that we can focus on other areas that are more urgent in terms of finding the right players.
Yeah. I'll get to Lloris in 1 second, but of the players that moved, I agree with Collar. I would have taken Weghorst. I would have taken Donny van de Beek, although, of course, they probably wouldn't have dealt with us because we're competing for that 4th spot. Bruno Guimaraes, who went to Newcastle, I think he's going to be a fantastic player. I think I don't know why we wouldn't have been in for him.
Julian Alvarez,
who went to Manchester City.
We were never going to get Julian Alvarez.
Maybe not, but we were never going to get Diaz either, were we? And then one player who didn't move, who kind of fits that mold that Aviva mentioned about, Premier League proven players. I think if we had a choice between getting both Bentancur and Kulusevski or getting Rafinha from Leeds, I would have gone for Rafinha in a heartbeat. And
yes,
they wouldn't have sold him. They wouldn't have sold him to us. This is the thing you need to be.
Possibly not.
We can say,
it feels like a Liverpool summer buy to me, to be honest.
Be realistic in what you're going for. I can say any player in the world we should have got him, but you've got to live in the reality of how the deals are going to work for us. And we're, like you say, we're in constant competition with a load of teams at this point in time who have either regular Champions League football or win trophies, can pay ridiculous wages, and until we're up to that point, we'll always struggle to compete. For me, it's about being clever in the market, because you can be clever in the market if you've got the right system in place to make it work for you, and then hopefully you try and get 1 or 2 marquee signings to enhance the squad a bit more. But I still think we're probably a few years away from that.
But it's like a chicken and egg question. What comes first? A squad worthy of qualifying for the Champions League, or a squad that can attract players because they're in the Champions League?
Yeah.
As much as you're correct that there are players that we would never be able to attract because of the state that we're in, I don't know if I put Rafinha in that category. And the other thing that it makes it seem so urgent for us to move is we only have Conte for another 2 windows after this locked up, and Conte is an ace up our sleeve in terms of being able to attract players. This is one of the best managers in world football right now. So if we don't take advantage this coming summer, because we've kind of not really taken advantage of this January transfer window, I don't know where that leaves us in the long term. But circling back to
summer's the big test. The big test for me is that if we don't do significant business this summer, that for me is like, we're back to square one in terms of the lack of ambition and the stuff that is the core, the central point to a lot of the protests and the discord and stuff like that. So that's always been the thing for me. It's nice that we've done some stuff in January, but my attention's always been on that summer where everyone's had a period of time to get scouts in place, to get deals lined up, and this was even before Conte came in. I had the same sort of expectation when it was, if we would have had Nuno all season, it was always right, okay, what's going to happen next summer and all that stuff. But now that Conte is in, like you said, Cody, we should be utilising that fact that he is there to enhance the sort of deals that we're trying to do.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Just want to jump in, because when we were talking about who would I want to have brought in, who signed, it just dawned on me. Okay, so Arsenal, to my immense chagrin, have signed to join the club in the summer, U.S. men's national team goalkeeper Matt Turner. Despite what my hashtag, my handle is of Atlanta Spurs, I was born and raised in Boston. I've been a New England Revolution supporter since it was established in '96. He's our goalie, and he is phenomenal. And I kept saying to everyone, Spurs have to sign him. Spurs have to sign him as Reese's prodigy. And I'm so pissed off that Arsenal got there first because they don't deserve him. He went from being undrafted to free agent to then when Brad Friedel, Spurs connection, was coach of the Revs, he brought Turner in he was like third string undrafted, gave him a shot between the posts to start, and then a few months later he was being called into the U.S. national team camp, and then a few months later he was over Zach Steffen, who's at Man City, the #1 for the men's national team. And I just think if there's this whole other realm we haven't talked about, which are players from the MLS, because there's been quite a few number of players not coming in just to Premier League, but to other leagues. Bundesliga, there's been a few. Tejan Buchanan, who was at the Revolution, just started playing with Club Brugge, and it's already amazing. And I think ever since Yedlin, I think Yedlin left a kind of a bitter taste in our mouth, Spurs' mouth. They don't want to take that risk again. But I'm telling you, there's been a huge shift from the talent that was around in the league when Yedlin was playing versus now. And the rest of the European leagues are seeing that, and they're capitalizing on it early. They're bringing young players who show sparks. Tejan Buchanan, what a phenomenal player he is. And if Spurs had just sent one scout over to watch him, they would see that for the money that the Club Brugge pays is a steal. I think that it's one thing I hope Spurs look at for the future is that there's a lot of talent there. With more expansion teams, you can have more academies, more prospects. And I think that could be, moving forward, almost like a sleeper pick for us, because very few Premier League teams are actually getting from there. The only one is Arsenal. They just signed today a player from
Colorado Rapids, right?
Rapids, which is the team that Kroenke owns anyway. But still, it just goes to show you there's a lot of talent there. And we sent, Austin to
Brandon Austin, yeah,
Orlando. So there is some communication there. And Friedel is connected to both our, Spurs and the Revs. It's the club, Dempsey. We are the ones who drafted Dempsey as a college grad. So
Aviva,
one place to look in the future.
One thing though that you have to say about Matt Turner, he didn't really look that great yesterday, did he?
I didn't watch. Yeah, no, my mom's Canadian. I don't care. Look, I know. I look at. All I'm saying is there's a lot of great prospects on this side of the pond that I think the Prem needs to start taking seriously, because if they don't, they're going to have these picks. They're just going to whiff by them. Not just Americans who are already playing in other leagues, like your Pulisic's or your Reynas, or look at those who are playing already in the MLS.
One thing about American footballers is you guys produce really good goalkeepers. Like if you even look at Spurs, for example, so you've had Casey Keller, Brad Friedel, Tim
Guzan, Tim Howard, what's his name who played for Wolves and he had the soul patch. Guys in the chat, come on! He played for Wolves. He had a soul patch, bald head. They're all bald. Handelman. What's his name? They all seem to be bald if you think about it.
Yeah, they were bald. They're
literally all bald. Yeah, Cody Mack. But yeah, it's true. So I just hope moving forward that is another thing. But to be fair, the Yedlin buy was just an impulse thing because he looked good at the World Cup. It was just impulse. So
I think a lot of it is our scouting setup. I think our scouting setup for the last few years has been crap. I think it's probably consisted of Hitchin and a couple of guys going on a weekend trip somewhere, watch a game, and then, come back. And I think there's been a few articles that Ali Gold's done where he's been talking about the big changes that Paratici's making, not just to the UK scouts that we have, but our sort of global scouting system and stuff. So again, it's going to take a bit of time to click into gear, but hopefully, it starts working. Pape Sarr's going to be an interesting one because there's been a lot of hype about him, and he'll come back in the summer with, hopefully Bryan Gil a bit more sort of improved going back to Valencia and stuff. So we'll have to see. But yeah, I agree. MLS, there's so much talent out there, and a lot of it gets picked up by the Bundesliga as well. They seem very hot on
Yes.
picking up that talent.
Bundesliga, Belgian league, freaking Arsenal.
Right. So just going back to the original question about Lloris. Listen, I'm not going to. I don't think we should really include Hugo's contract extension in the context of a transfer window, because that could have been signed in December. That could have been signed in February. You know, he doesn't add to the squad in terms of our chance for top 4 this season. But what incredible news! Just because that has been looming now. I mean, I thought he was gone personally, because if you're coming into the 6 month the 6 months left of your contract, typically it's because something is wrong between you and the club, whether the player wants to move on with his career or the club aren't willing to offer enough money. So I was really worried, because Hugo's just one of those pieces on your chessboard that you can put down there and forget about. You know what you get with Hugo Lloris. You know his leadership skills. You know, I mean, to replace Hugo Lloris with a goalkeeper of like kind and quality, you're talking about spending £50 million. And that's £50 million that you can't spend on other areas of the pitch that we have needs. So for me, getting Lloris to sign his 2.5-year extension is the first step towards getting Conte to extend his contract by the extra year as well. So it can't be talked about enough. If you're asking me, over the moon that we locked him up for another, and maybe he leaves after a year and a half and goes to MLS or we sell him or whatever. But it's just Hugo's like a nice warm blanket. You know, it just makes you feel safe. So I'm really happy that he signed.
The best thing about what he said when they confirmed the deal was about when he was talking about that he's going to help the club look for a successor. I think that's really, really important, because, you know, if anyone's going to see what the best keeper is to replace him at Tottenham, you'd want Lloris probably involved in that conversation. So hopefully we make a good choice, because Lloris is going to be very, very hard to replace, I think, long term. Galini's not the man, that's damn sure.
Yeah. Let's send Hugo over to the US for a while, scout some MLS goalies and find the next one. So Bruges snapped up your guy from New England, is that right, Aviva?
Dejan Buchanan, unbelievable. I think it's Club Brugge. Club Brugge is the one with their colors are blue, right? It's Club Brugge. Yeah,
Blue.
Phenomenal player. We drafted him. He's from Canada. Canada. He's on the Canadian national team, and his rise was really quick, because he was playing for our second team. Then Bruce Arenas really started playing him. Just fast, like ridiculously fast down the wing. Smart, clever. Great finisher, works hard, and then he got to the under 23s Canadian team, and then he got a call up for the men's national team, scored some goals, and then Club Brugge in the middle of the year is like, we want him, and he left after we won the Supporters Shield, and he's already assisted in a game. I mean, you know, I'm sad to see him leave, but phenomenal player.
Mm-hmm. Cool, we'll look to sort of wrapping up. But before I do, Stuart, just want to sort of learn a bit more about you as your first time podding with me at least. So just tell us kind of a bit of your background, your Spurs story, favourite Spurs moment, and yeah, those sorts of things.
I've followed Spurs pretty much all my life, really. My dad, most of my family are Tottenham supporters. You know, started getting taken when I was young. To, you know, Old White Hart Lane and stuff like that. A lot of the time through the sort of Anderton, Barnby, Sheringham era was my main time when I was younger. Unfortunately got stuck with him ever since. So spent quite a lot of time following them as much as I can. But to my first season as a season ticket holder, which I was quite happy about, to try and get that opportunity. I think the fact that so many people got pissed off, decided not to renew, was quite fortunate. But it's been interesting. In terms of Spurs moment, I mean, the Champions League game is just probably going to be up there, isn't it? for a long time. The Leicester game came quite close to that. That was the most bonkers 2 minutes I've ever experienced watching a game, especially as a Spurs fan. The era with Klinsmann and Sheringham was fantastic. I remember so many games where that was just brilliant watching those guys play. My other favourite one was when we had Ozzy Ardiles as manager, and we had our famous front five that didn't care about defending, but we had Dimitrescu, Popescu, Barmby, all those guys up front, and that was entertaining to watch. But like usual, we've got a pretty bad defence. So yeah, I'm appreciative of the good times because they're very rare, and I think I'd rather be that sort of team at the moment than just someone who's winning all the time. And I'd like us to win all the time, but when you're a sort of a Man City or a Chelsea, surely this sort of excitement gets lost somewhere because everything comes so easy. Do you know what I mean? In terms of they can get any player they want, they're pretty much going to challenge for the title every year. They're going to win a trophy of some kind every year. Whereas when we're going to win something, it's going to be quite special for a lot of people. So I don't know, can't change it now. My cousin decided to change to be an Arsenal fan when he was a teenager, so I always give him stick about that. I'll never forgive him for that.
That's against the rules, surely.
Yeah. He always chooses to forget he used to be a Spurs fan, and I've got a picture of him in a Spurs shirt, so that's always there for ammunition.
Mm. Yeah, I'm similar to you then. I started mid-90s. My first game was Feb 96, when at the time we were third in the league behind Newcastle and Man United. So everyone slags off the mid-90s, and it wasn't great. But up until that point, we were third, and that was I will love it if we beat them. Love it that season.
Yeah.
And I think Jerry Francis thought he was managing QPR again and just got to 40 points and was like, well, I don't need to try anymore. And then the season just went downhill from there. And so, yeah, I did another podcast with Tim Vickery and Dotun Adebayo, the Brazilian Shirt Name podcast, where they pick an iconic game. And the iconic game that I chose was Spurs beating Leicester in the 1999 Worthington Cup final.
Yeah, remember watching that.
It was glorious. It was. We won a trophy, and we've won one since. So, Aviva, how old were you? 1999. I think we spoke about this, haven't we? That
depending what month it was, I was 6 or 5, depending on.
You said you were in your parents' bedroom or something. They had a TV. I remember we spoke about this.
My earliest memory of seeing Spurs was because, like in the 90s in America, you didn't have. They didn't broadcast them here, so you'd only see unless there was maybe a cup final game or something on ESPN. And I remember as a child on our grainy color TV watching these people run around in white shirts, and my dad, who I'd never seen watch Spurs before, because this was part of his life and his whole childhood. But I remember just hearing yelling, and my brother yelling, and my father yelling, and I'm like, "What are you yelling at?" And I think Keane was in it. It was like a late 90s, early 2000 cup game of some sort. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, so I was brought into it with yelling, which is what I do now. So it's pretty fitting.
Brilliant.
Why how did Spurs drag you in? Why did you fall in love with this club?
Me?
No, Cody.
Okay.
I started watching probably about 13 years ago, but I was in college back then. I was still watching a lot of North American sport. I didn't have a family at the time. I wasn't married. I really only became obsessed with Tottenham during the Poch era. So obviously the Ajax semifinal stands out in my memory as one of the most memorable, but I'd say one of the moments that I've come to appreciate over time more would be Crouchy's header to put us into the Champions League. And I didn't really appreciate it at the time, but listening to people who were already fanatics, who were born, bred blooded Spurs fans, how it affected them, telling their stories and everything, there's something romantic about it. It was almost a time where things that only seemed possible in your dreams were coming true. And I long for that feeling again, as I'm sure we all do as Tottenham fans. But yeah, Tottenham till I die, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, unfortunately.
They'll be the ones to kill us. So
Top 4. Who's into top 4? Stuart, top 4, yes or no?
I'm going to go yes. By
Viva?
the skin of our teeth.
why? Yeah, why not? Let's yeah.
Let's do it.
Crazy
Let's do it.
things have happened.
Cody, do you think we'll get it?
Well, I'm not going to say no, you know. Like, I think we'll beat Chelsea when we play them. I think we'll beat Man City when we play them, you know. These are just the things that you think because you're trying to take something and form a vision of it in your mind and have it happen, you know. You're putting out those positive vibes. You're trying to manifest it. So, yeah, for sure we'll get top 4.
Yeah.
But if we don't, it's because we didn't sign enough players this window.
This is the thing that there are our rivals for top 4. They've all got Europe. Like West Ham have got the Europa League. They may go all out there. The Man U are still in Champions League, so you'd hope that would take a toll. Arsenal, like we said earlier, they shouldn't really be up there. I mean, again, they don't have the European distraction, so that should help them. But when the game is rearranged, we got to do them. We've got to do them.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So one other thing, this that made me laugh from this window was the Ollie Tanner story from Lewis. Did you hear anything about this, Stuart? Like, who is he?
Yeah,
apparently,
he's apparently some talented youngster who also is a Gooners fan who liked to send a lot of abuse to Harry Kane and other Tottenham players
and make fun of his
online
speech and everything.
And apparently he turned us down, and apparently it was a really big deal that he turned us down. And I'm like, why? He probably never played for us in the first team. And to be honest, if he wants to turn down coming to a Premier League team because he supports Arsenal, good luck to you, mate. You're probably never going to go to the top level because I don't think Arsenal will sign you. So he seemed like he had a very, very bad attitude. So I'm glad nothing happened with that anyway. It seems all very, very weird. And yeah,
that he wasn't a real, he didn't really care about the football because there's plenty of instances where you see academy players who go to their rival, their original club's rival. Like we have some players in our under 23s and under 18s who I know. Like there's one guy who was at Chelsea for most of his life and happily came to Spurs because they would look at our stadium and he wants to keep progressing and maturing. I think we even have a player who used to be at Arsenal, in those teams. So like it just goes to show. Well, the point I'm trying to make is like those players. Yeah, you might love a team, but if it's about your own betterment as a player in your future, you can't really afford to have these bias.
No,
otherwise you'll just never go anywhere.
Yeah, in short, he's a real fucking loser, and I'm glad we didn't get him.
He was an idiot. Like Darren Bent. Darren Bent played for us. He's a huge Arsenal fan. Going back,
he played like an Arsenal fan, didn't he?
Sorry.
He played like an Arsenal fan. Some of the goals that he made,
and he looks like Lacazette. So Lacazette, they say he's just a French Darren Bent. Never heard that one?
No, I've not heard that one.
He's just a
And also Jason Cundy. He hates Spurs, but he still played for us.
You call me?
Jason Cundy. He's a talk sport guy. Played for us mid-90s. Shit player.
Yeah, big Chelsea fan. Yeah.
But he still came, irrespective of his loyalties as a fan. He's a professional. Yeah. This Lewis guy, yeah.
Good luck to him.
He made a video apologizing for it. It's okay. He made a video apologizing for it.
Yeah, but he didn't. He still played terrible.
Yeah.
Agent Doc.
Yeah.
Ruining it for us. All right, guys. Well, let's wrap up now. Thank you so much for joining. Stuart, great to meet you. And
and you.
Hope you're back on again soon.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Aviva, lovely to see you again.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, we'll have you on again on the pod. You in Boston now, or you in ATL right now?
Man, you suck at that. Yeah, I'm in Boston, and we just had a massive blizzard. Took me 50 minutes to find parking.
Dave Bolton was saying he had to dig his car out the snow earlier. And Cody, great to chat with you again, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. You know, it's cold up here in Canada, but we just had a big heat wave there against the States yesterday in World Cup qualifying.
Wait, I didn't watch
Top of
the
the
game.
table, baby.
I didn't watch. You know why? No.
That's the first time. That's the first time Canada have beaten the United States in World Cup qualifying since 1980.
Wow.
So there's something
Dunkin's
special
is
happening.
Better than Tim Hortons. Dunkin's will always be superior. Yeah, I said it.
We'll leave you to your Canada USA battle.
Yeah, but no, thanks for having me, Brendan.
Always a pleasure, mate. Always a pleasure. I know why. What city are you in, Cody? Are you Vancouver or Toronto?
Closest city is Toronto. I'm about 2 hours from Toronto.
So no.
What's the name of the city?
I'm in cottage country, so Muskoka.
Muskoka, okay.
Yeah.
I've been. That's the lakes, like the Lake Muskoka is there. Yeah, I've been to Muskoka. Beautiful.
Have you?
Yeah, lots of hockey players have houses on the lakes there.
Yeah, for sure. No, lots of wealthy people living up here in the summertime. Come back, hit me up. I'll put you up in a nice hotel.
Will do. Well, Cheeseheads and viewers and listeners, thank you so much for joining us on what was a marathon transfer deadline day broadcast. We'll be back. I'm sure that Caller will be doing another YouTube before the week is out. I will probably be doing a pod on after Brighton or sometime midweek. We'll be doing a pod with Max Rushton. He's going to be joining us again soon. Big sport of the pod and Spurs fan as well. He's Cambridge, but Spurs fan as well. So thanks for joining us, guys. Keep the faith. Let's get top four. And as ever, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
Oh, crap. I need to do the jingle still. Where's the jingle? It's great planning. John, where's the jingle? Okay, the jingle is in video clips. Here it is. Right, I think I found the jingle now.